As the main characters walked through the hallway, he recognized that he had been ensnared in this game for more than 6 months. Yet his reputation remained that of an everlasting loser. The protagonist, Lin Huang, who was 25 years old, found it hard to believe that even the game offered him any form of reassurance. A strange proposition popped up on his phone screen, leaving him confused yet resolute in his decision to agree to it. In a moment of frustration with the game, he began to randomly tap on the screen, eager to draw a card quickly. While waiting, Lin Huang sat quietly, fixated on the screen. To his surprise, he drew a black card that granted him a boon. At that instant, he couldn't grasp what was happening, as he had never experienced anything of the sort. Suddenly, his body was yanked into the phone's display, and he found himself in a land filled with monsters. His phone fell to the ground, leaving behind a farewell notification. Lin Huang realized he had been whisked away to another realm, envisioning his journey toward triumph. Yet reality hit him. He was merely preparing a meal. Even after a week of playing, Lin Huang had yet to awaken any unique skills, rotating between gaming and household tasks. While he considered himself lucky to possess a strong physique in the game, he also felt a wave of sadness. When he opened the door for his sister, he meant to invite her to eat, but was shocked to see her not fully dressed. She was none other than his sister, Xingling, the only family he had in this world. Almost instantly, a book shot toward him from her spot at the table. She told him that such behavior was not suitable for siblings and expressed her hope that it would never happen again. All of a sudden, the ring of the Emperor on the protagonist's finger began to vibrate. This ring acted as his ID in the game world. It functioned like his private office. Moreover, it wasn't just Lin Huang's ring that trembled. Qinglin also started to show signs of reaction. The source of the shaking was a troubling message from his sister, who was close by. Lin Huang tried to reassure her, insisting that such a situation would not occur. However, the reality was that the security level of their living space was quite low because of its limited size. If powerful creatures appeared, it would put the entire city at risk. Once she had finished eating, she mentioned her plan to do her homework. Lin Huang didn't stop her and said he would take care of the cleanup. He remained seated, watching the news pertaining to their district. Suddenly, a scream pierced through from Xingling's room, making him instantly aware that she was in danger. He quickly jumped up and rushed to her room, forcefully breaking the door down. Inside, Lin Huang saw a demon climbing through the window into his sister's room. It was the very same malevolent creature that had previously tried to take his life. Acting fast, the protagonist grabbed his sister's backpack and threw it at the vampire's face to defend himself against the fiend. He then seized his sister and hurriedly fled from the monster. Lin Huang hid his sister in a closet, telling her to stay put until it was safe. His plan was to draw the demon away from her to ensure her safety. He couldn't let any harm come to his sister, as she was his only family in this world. Lin Huang initiated a diversion, making it difficult for the vampire to track the girl. As the creature chased the protagonist, it left a path of devastation behind. At the same time, Lin Huang approached the secure area where he could face off against the vampire. He pulled out a firearm and began shooting at the creature, causing it to emit a crimson glow and shift into a different form. The protagonist was taken aback by this transformation and realized he needed to flee, as this vampire posed at least a bronze-level threat, indicating significant peril. He jumped through the window to draw the vampire's attention away. Just then, the monster lunged at him, but he narrowly evaded its strike. He observed that the vampire's strength was rapidly waning. Lin Huang understood that the vampire was gravely wounded at that moment. He continued to shoot at the vampire to buy himself some time, knowing it wouldn't be able to endure for long with such injuries. Yet the beast kept attacking. On the verge of exhaustion, Lin Huang missed a blow from the vampire, finding himself on the ground with the monster drawing nearer. He had nearly accepted his fate but refused to perish as a failure. He kept firing at his foe, and in a crucial instant, one shot found the vampire's heart. The creature fell to the ground from a considerable height, its limbs still twitching, and attempting to shield its injuries with its hands. Without any hesitation, and targeting the vulnerable back of a hurt vampire, the main character fired at the vampire one last time, finally permitting himself to unwind, aware that it was all finished. Abruptly, he received a congratulatory alert for successfully completing the challenge. Out of the blue, his assistant materialized, clarifying the game's regulations. This unexpected arrival left the individual in shock, leading the assistant to quickly start expounding on the game's bonus details. At one point, the individual was slightly surprised by a card belonging to the vampire category. The protagonist found it difficult to comprehend the relevance of these cards in this universe, but the assistant, possibly joking, asked if he could draw a card himself. This elicited a laugh from the assistant, yet Lin Huang had already come to terms with his identity as a loser. Suddenly, a newcomer approached him, an attractive young woman. Asking about the vampire hunter, she introduced herself as Li Lian, mentioning a distress signal, likely from his sister. Lin Huang did not dispute this, attributing his achievement to luck with a smile. The girl found it hard to accept such coincidence, given his low ranking. She continued to dig for more information regarding the vampire's defeat. Nevertheless, he opted to engage in further dialogue only after confirming the safety of his sister. He then expressed an urgent desire to locate her. The main character fled as they witnessed the devastation of their home. Lin Huang's sister, Lin Chen, appeared, hurrying to envelop her brother in a hug. Clearly relieved by his return, Lilian observed the pair with increasing intrigue and continued to interrogate the individual. Confounded by how he had defeated such a powerful vampire alone, Lin Chen touted her brother as the top graduate of the hunting academy, leading to questions about the female hunter who had warned them of the peril. Lilan, donned in elite hunter gear, surveyed the area to assess the destruction. Determined to seek restitution for their damaged home, they were impressed by her equipment. Lin Huang was astonished when Lilian disclosed her own affluence. To everyone's surprise, Lilian presented Lin Chen with a 3-year life crystal, affectionately referring to her as his sister. The main character was shocked by this act. Lilan continued her inquiry regarding the vampire's defeat, implying that the individual might have valuable gear she was eager to buy at a premium. Yet the main character dismissed such thoughts, attributing his success to mere luck. Content with the information she received, the girl lauded the protagonist for his commendable efforts. Before taking her leave, he voiced a wish for them to reunite. In the meantime, Lynch contemplated where they would rest for the night, prompting them to opt for another room that was still intact. Lin Huang gently settled his younger sister into bed, noting how quickly she drifted off, reminding him that she was still only a child. He was acutely aware of the responsibilities he bore as an older brother. Just then, his assistant returned, putting the individual through a humiliating experience. The assistant deemed this reaction somewhat justifiable. Only the individual possessed the ability to notice his presence. The boy agreed with the assistant and chose to draw another card to protect his sister. The assistant inquired again about the individual's request, and once again, he answered positively. Sitting in front of 12 cards, he contemplated which one to pick. After selecting a card, he eagerly pressed it with his finger, anxious to discover the result. The anticipation was thrilling, as the outcome could dramatically influence his destiny. This time, he received a mission card, its purpose unclear. The card bore a title that was unfamiliar to Lin Huang. It was intended to grant him a beginner's correction card. The protagonist was slightly shocked by this revelation, yet the assistant reassured him that the mission had already begun, with all details laid out on the map. With despair etched on his face and the card in hand, the boy wept, convinced he would always be a failure. Still, he resolved to persist and tackle any difficult challenge to safeguard his blessing. His sister rushed to inform him she was leaving for school, a sandwich still in her mouth. He advised her to be cautious, gazing at her with affection. After she closed the door behind her, he acknowledged it was time to focus on business. Meanwhile, the superdog engaged in grooming itself. The protagonist picked up the matter at hand, urgency weighing on his mind. As he contemplated how to approach the task, he brainstormed while the assistant continued cleaning itself. The assistant remarked that he needed an iron rank to qualify, which he lacked, making him ineligible for the test. Despite the assistant's candor, Lin Huang dismissed it and resorted to threats. Understanding that achieving a higher rank in such a brief time was unrealistic, he considered how to navigate the system to participate in the examination. Sitting on the floor, he formulated a plan, surprising the assistant by deciding to use the level card. His determination to access the examination grew, aware that only he, the monster, and the assistant could view his cards. With the vampire card in hand, he activated it, bringing forth his vampire form, a perfect dark clone of himself. Appearing behind him, the protagonist and his assistant observed the still doppelganger. Lin Huang then suggested the superdog apply the level-up card to the vampire. Exuding confidence, the assistant promptly activated the card on the vampire. The brightness from the card's effect on the vampire caused the protagonist to instinctively cover his eyes with his hand. After the process was completed, he quickly lowered his hands and focused intently. He was assessing whether it had been successful or not. In front of him, a vampire stood, illuminated by a striking red light. Without hesitation, the protagonist soon found that a new card was in his hands, featuring detailed information about the vampire. Lin Huang immediately noted that the vampire's ranking had dropped, likely due to the individual's lower tier. At that moment, there came a knock at the door of the house. The individual wondered who it could be, and when he opened the door, he found 2 men dressed in suits. The protagonist was taken aback, uncertain of who they were. The stranger asked him sternly about his identity, but after a friendly interaction, it was disclosed that they had come to supervise the repairs on his residence. They presented Lin Huang a map for temporary lodging while they stood in front of an exquisite hotel. The protagonist and his sister reminisced about wanting to visit this place for a long time. They were warmly welcomed by the hotel staff who guided them inside. Meanwhile, the younger sister noticed the restaurant's steep prices and pretended not to be hungry to avoid high food expenses. However, upon seeing Lin Huang relish a variety of delicious dishes, since everything was complimentary in the restaurant, she reconsidered. She enthusiastically participated and indulged herself. At a certain moment, the person became aware of an abrupt silence in the eatery as the customers began to look anxious. This unease was caused by the formidable figure of a fearsome, one-eyed warrior radiating an intimidating presence. Xiang Lin pointed him out and asked her brother who he was. Although the individual sat facing away from the daunting warrior, unable to gaze back due to the warrior's intense stare, he couldn't understand the reason for his discomfort. The girl eventually completed her meal, leading the main character to take her hand and escort her out of the restaurant and back to their room. Given the stranger's unsettling presence, at the same time, the mysterious warrior stood up from his spot and began to follow them down the hotel corridor. As they neared their room, the individual's primary focus was on safeguarding his sister. He suddenly turned to the enigmatic warrior and questioned him about his intentions. The warrior looked down somberly and explained that his room was next to theirs. The young woman was quite taken with their accommodations, while the man remained focused on the situation unfolding outside. She jumped onto the couch with a smile, trying to reassure the protagonist. Lin Huang accepted his sister's efforts and finally chose to unwind. He tucked Qinglin into bed and proceeded to shut her room's door. He realized that a lot had transpired over the last couple of days. Settling in, he began to view videos of the skilled hunter who had come to their rescue on that pivotal day. The protagonist held Leland in high esteem for her incredible prowess. Suddenly, an odd noise came from the next room. Lin Huang glanced out the window and spotted the man who had previously disturbed him in the hallway. He watched the unfamiliar figure moving purposefully. He found himself questioning the man's motives. Without warning, the stranger drew his sword and started executing various sword moves. He practiced in the yard under the cover of night to minimize attention. The protagonist kept his eyes trained on the warrior, recognizing that the man possessed swordsmanship skills far beyond his own. He continued observing, realizing that this would help him internalize the techniques. His stay at the hotel had certainly been rewarding. The following day, events were postponed when a bird landed on the children's window, announcing the arrival of a package. While Qinglin brushed her teeth, she wondered if Lin Huang had made an order. She noticed him eagerly retrieving the package, seemingly pleased to have drawn her attention. He guided her to her room, urging her to dress quickly for school. Meanwhile, he examined the boxes filled with hunter gear, a costly investment he hoped would prove valuable. He unpacked them and felt a surge of joy. Upon seeing his new sword, the best he could buy, he recalled the 18th style the stranger had demonstrated and resolved to practice it himself. The main character started to practice sword swings in different directions, ensuring he executed the proper techniques. Out of the blue, he received a notification congratulating him for unlocking the Great Devastation skill. He quickly turned to his assistant, Shal here, looking for advice on how to utilize the new skill. He dreamed of obtaining more skills, but Shal here quickly assuaged his uncertainties, stressing the importance of mastering the technique to unlock additional abilities. Lin Huang hadn't expected the path to acquiring skills to be so difficult. He instantly got back to practicing, eager to collect all the skill fragments. After 9 exhausting hours, he collapsed on the floor, gasping for breath from overexerting himself with his sword. As he lay there, he became acutely aware of the challenge involved in gathering all the skill fragments. Unexpectedly, his sister and the hotel owner, Mr. Yu, entered his room, excited to meet the main character in person. Lin Huang, nearly drained of energy, weakly settled into a chair while the hotel owner served him his special tea. Satisfying customers was a matter of pride for him, having checked on the guests to ensure their well-being before preparing to leave. The two thanked him as he exited their room. The girl almost forgot to give Lin Huang an award from the Hunters Association for defeating the creature. He was eager to see what was inside the suitcase, unlocking it with his fingerprint. It was undoubtedly the top-tier black steel mechanical weapon on the market, known for its high value. Unfortunately, Lin Huang could only use it once he attained the iron rank, as it required significant energy for activation. The younger sister worried about her brother's desire to take the hunter's exam. The young man quickly reassured her, promising that everything would turn out fine. After having tea with Mr. Yu, the main character took a much-needed break and continued his sword training. With each swing, he gathered new fragments of skill, realizing he was becoming more centered. This was likely due to his enhanced abilities. As dawn broke and the girl prepared to leave for school, she was surprised to find that Lin Huang had not slept the entire night, while he kept practicing his sword techniques. He gathered all the necessary fragments for the Great Devastation skill, allowing him to transform them into the rare ability he desired. He quickly confirmed the transformation into a rare skill. Holding the skill card tightly, Lin Huang was astonished to see that the initial part was etched onto the map. The assistant clarified that merging 2 such cards would create an epic rank card. Although the exact location of the second part was unknown, remembering the man who had taught him the skills, the protagonist felt inclined to show his appreciation. He pressed the doorbell of the man's room, and when the door opened, Lin Huang expressed his thanks for the lessons he received over the past 3 days. The stranger told him he wasn't actually his teacher, but rather his progress was due to his own hard work, not the man's direction. With that, he firmly shut the door, ending any further discussion. Lin Huang didn't get a chance to ask about the second part, planning to do so after the examination. The guide received a message that their home had undergone renovations, which left the girl feeling somewhat taken aback as they were meant to return the next day. She sat on the floor, enveloped in a sense of melancholy. Growing attached to their present environment and hesitant to part ways, the protagonist tried to reassure his younger sister, to ease her unhappiness. Meanwhile, the narrative shifted to the man who had taught skills to the Gyui. He spoke with his mentor, struggling to grasp the reasoning behind it all. The mentor never erred in his selections of individuals, which is why he chose the protagonist. The master believed it was clear that his goal was to train Lin Huang, to excel beyond other hunters. It took 103 days for a newcomer to acquire a skill, while the protagonist achieved mastery in just 3 days. The gentleman reminisced about the duration it took for the guide to master that skill. Soon after, he was amazed at how quickly the guy had learned it, packed his belongings at a hotel. With his task now done, the main character and his sister stared in complete disbelief, unable to fathom the sight before them, their new home. As an agent from the organization greeted them, expressing joy at the protagonist's feelings about their new dwelling. The main character had not foreseen such a significant change in his home, yet the cheerful agent revealed that the organization had made a considerable effort due to their ties with Miss Lee's acquaintances. The group was surprised by what the worker had to say. Leland contributed to the children's home renovation since her parents were key figures in the organization dedicated to restoring properties. Afterward, the agent said goodbye to them, and they hoped to avoid any further encounters, wanting to steer clear of additional damage to their home. Lin Huang finally exhaled in relief, realizing they were in a good position financially, while his sister considered the refurbishment of their new house. He understood the importance of shifting his focus. 3 days later, he needed to prepare for a beginner hunter exam. Events were postponed to the following day. The protagonist initially yelled out in fear during the flight, but he eventually adapted and began to enjoy the experience of riding a griffin. Lin Huang arrived at his destination in just 2 hours, proving the griffin's impressive speed. There was a stark contrast between large cities and small towns, leading the guide to contemplate his first stop. He entrusted all of his savings to Lin Xin, assured she would handle things in his absence. Suddenly, a stranger approached Lin Huang, calling for him to wait as he was heading with the main character. This stranger quickly introduced himself as Hainan, surprisingly chatty for someone unknown. They found themselves in the fortress, uncertain about their next move. Ordinary citizens have a penchant for missions, and witch hunters then took action. In Han, determined to become a hunter, immersed himself in every aspect of the skill. As they reached the entrance of the building, they were welcomed by a charming cat girl who asked them to accompany her to their designated spot. The individuals were astonished by her looks, but equally surprised to find that everyone else in the hall was also there for the exam. In a quieter corner, the young men engaged in conversation about the briefing before the exam. Their discussion was suddenly cut short by a girl with red hair brandishing a whip. She identified herself as Uatu, their examiner, and began to explain the guidelines. She warned them against interrupting her as she detailed the rules, which included a prohibition on bringing any food or water. These rules necessitated that they find these supplies within the desert. The protagonist chose not to note the location of water but made a record of the monster whereabouts. Anxious about an early end, the girl pointed out the finish line that all contestants were required to reach. Failure to do so would lead to disqualification. The participants listened attentively, silent as they absorbed the demoness's instructions. Carrying anything above iron rank was prohibited, and everyone was checked before the start. Suddenly, the demoness paused, causing the protagonist to laugh, leaving the guide confused. Following that, she permitted Lin Huang to step into the portal. As he crossed the threshold, he admired the portal's design and function. The main character felt exhilarated by the novel environment. The demoness commanded them to hand over all their communication devices, permitting only the use of inventory items. This announcement sparked chaos among the contestants, who felt this year's exam was considerably tougher than those prior. In contrast, the demon seemed to enjoy the challenge and began the examination with a sinister grin. Following the examiner's orders, each participant dashed off in a bid to be the first to discover essential survival tools. Ron sped ahead, quickly leaving the main character behind, who struggled due to his weaker physique. He trailed several hundred meters behind the others, but this was only the start. An examiner sat at the trail's entrance with an assistant, who claimed the contestant wouldn't pass the exam. The girl remained convinced that Lin Huang wouldn't survive even 3 days. As events unfolded in the vast desert, the protagonist pursued his objective. He recognized that he stood apart from his fellow competitors, armed with superior skills that would aid him in reaching the finish line. He needed to cover a distance of 100 kilometers each day. Lin Huang realized he couldn't depend solely on himself and needed to seek assistance for guidance. He planned to find a group of ogres to defeat and obtain the missing pieces necessary to summon the card. Yet the assistant warned it was too dangerous. As night fell on the desert, The protagonist eventually stumbled upon the broken ogre tribe, where one ogre dozed by a fire, snoring softly. Suddenly, a stone hit him from a distance. The main character shouted to attract the creature's attention. A two-headed ogre approached, wielding a stick. Ready to confront the hero, the ogre launched an attack, but Lin Huang adeptly dodged the incoming strike. The guide skillfully led the ogre on a relentless chase. The ogre came close to hitting him with a hefty club, but ultimately fell victim to the man's cunning trap and met his end. The vampire summoned by Lin Huang delivered the decisive blow. The heroes rejoiced, filled with joy and thankfulness for the assistance. Confident they would succeed in the trial, Lin Huang received a puzzling notification from the system that intrigued him. Above him materialized an unusual glowing wheel, known as the Wheel of Life, leaving him bewildered about the situation. Xiao suddenly remembered he had neglected to tell Lin Huang that he could restore the Wheel of Life by defeating monsters. The protagonist's eyes sparkled with excitement upon learning this. Realizing he was no longer in a state of decay, he saw the possibility to ascend to the highest level. Overflowing with energy, he quickly picked up his sword to eliminate more monsters. Meanwhile, the typical ogres simply lingered, yawning quietly. Yet one ogre was abruptly paralyzed by a red aura, and with the vampire's help, Lin Huang dispatched it. This drew the notice of other ogres, who began to gather at the battleground. Nevertheless, the hero and the vampire continued their assault, rejuvenating their strength, which was essential for Lin Huang's impending bid to advance to the Iron Rank. With every monster he defeated, the protagonist grew stronger. A piercing and horrifying scream echoed in the distance, emanating from the area where the Shadow Tribe was situated in the desert. Lin Huang's assistant alerted him to the serious predicament they were encountering. Nearby, participants gathered around the campfire also picked up on the alarming cries, prompting them to speculate about the identity of the aggressor. They conjectured that a frenzied sand ogre was the source of the noise. This was a considerable danger, as the ogre's furious state indicated it would attack anyone in its vicinity. Suddenly, a massive ogre's hand broke through the sand, unveiling the enormous three-headed giant from the Shadow Tribe. While the vampire clone launched a fire magic attack against the creature, the protagonist adeptly evaded its assaults and took aim at it. Yet, even with a precise shot, the bullets were unable to breach its formidable hide. Lin Huang recognized that the ogre was exceptionally resilient and powerful, putting him at considerable risk. He resolved to aim for the creature's vulnerabilities to bring it down. The ogre nearly felled him with a single strike, but he dodged, fired back, and withdrew. Lin Huang called for aid from behind. Although the vampire tried to assault the giant, its three heads sensed him. Nonetheless, the vampire managed to seal one of the creature's heads. Amidst the turmoil, the protagonist shouted to distract the giant, urging his ally to deliver the final blow. Suddenly, the giant shifted direction, charging directly at Lin Huang. The protagonist was caught off guard by this sudden movement, as the massive ogre approached menacingly, posing a serious threat to his life. Lin Huang had anticipated this confrontation. He quickly swapped out his gun's magazine and unleashed a barrage of potent explosive rounds at the towering beast with his limited iron ammunition. Against all odds, he succeeded in overcoming the enormous creature. Yet, he felt a simmering anger towards his assistant, who had left him vulnerable during this critical moment. Following his victory, Lin Huang was rewarded with a new achievement card for taking down a higher-ranked monster. He was taken aback by this stroke of fortune, considering himself an underdog. With an ogre map in his possession, it finally dawned on him why he couldn't defeat the giant solo. Though they were equal in rank, the ogre held a significant advantage with its abilities. Determined, the protagonist opted to harness the ogre's new skill to boost his stamina. After gathering enough map fragments from the fallen, shattered tribes, he now possessed the ability to summon 3 monsters. However, Lin Huang was aware that he could only summon one hero. Consequently, he headed back to his inventory to summon a new ogre, which seemed less powerful than the one before. The protagonist aimed to keep his strongest cards concealed, and called forth this creature while allowing the other to rest, with U8 resting on his shoulders. His assistant provided further clarification. Shohei outlined a way to nourish the formidable entity referred to as the Tyrant to amplify its impressive abilities. Lin Huang had anticipated these tactics ahead of time, even catching his assistant off guard with his insight. They sped through the desert, quickly bridging the distance with other competitors in the examination. Perched on an ogre, racing at an astonishing pace, the protagonist recognized that he wouldn't have reached this point without their support. Unexpectedly, the creature stumbled over a hidden chain. It collided with the ground, creating a loud thud. The protagonist was caught off guard by this sudden strike, feeling a jolt of both shock and exhilaration. Ahead of him, several competitors were discussing his poor ranking. In that instant, the hero's creature was ready for combat, and he also resolved to face their challengers. One contestant expressed regret to Lin Huang for falling into the snare, assuring him their intent was not malicious. Nevertheless, the main character quickly realized the participant was being deceitful. The leader of the rival group proposed forming an alliance. He suggested they collaborate to help the guy reach the mountain's summit. Lin Huang rejected the stranger's proposal, yet the group leader continued to urge him to rethink it. Behind the leader, a member known as the bully confronted the protagonist, offended by his refusal. They criticized Lin Huang for his treatment of them and aimed to teach him a lesson. The group swiftly launched an assault on the protagonist, targeting his weak point. Lin Huang skillfully dodged their attacks. The blonde bandit charged at him with a knife raised high. Out of nowhere, the vampire appeared in front of the protagonist, assessing the foe with a surprising entrance. The vampire's sudden strike quickly rendered the adversary powerless. Other bandits hurried to support their incapacitated ally, when a massive ogre loomed behind them, towering over the group. They were shocked to see that the main character commanded 3 monsters at the same time. With a single powerful strike, the tyrant scattered the bandits. The bandit leader was baffled, struggling to understand how someone without an iron rank could achieve such success. Lin Huang looked at him with a wicked glint in his eyes, mocking the bandits for their defeat. The tyrant relentlessly targeted the group leader, who increasingly panicked in an attempt to defend himself. He considered negotiating peace, surmising that the ogre might be of copper rank due to its remarkably sturdy shield. Lin Huang interjected, eager to hear the group's reaction. Zuko recognized their grave error regarding the protagonist and sought forgiveness. He made intriguing proposals to Lin Huang, but the protagonist showed no interest. All he wanted was to confiscate the items from the leader's younger brother's stash as reparation for the injuries caused by their arrogance. Nevertheless, the blonde leader appeared uninterested in the idea of a truce. He threw kunai at the protagonist, but the tyrant protected Lin Huang from the flying blades with his hand. Annoyed by this, the main character retaliated by opening fire at his foe. A bullet struck the shoulder of the fair-haired bully, leading him to cry out for his older brother's help. Nonetheless, the leader did not come to their aid, but instead stood in the way of the protagonist, giving Lin Huang the chance to reach his injured sibling. Facing his hurt opponent, the protagonist wore a wicked grin as he aimed his gun at him. The bully, however, was skeptical that the hero would actually have the courage to end his life. Lin Huang dismissed the bully's bravado, fully aware of the strong creatures he could summon. As a result, any other faction would have welcomed him, with a deadly glint in his eye. He looked down at his fallen enemy, confidently stating that he could escape any repercussions. He then squeezed the trigger, bidding farewell to his adversary. Suddenly, a young man intervened, begging the hero to spare his brother, willing to do whatever it took to ensure his safety. They were ready to offer up everything they had to convince the protagonist to show mercy. After considering their plea, Lin Huang opted to let them go. He realized that taking a life would bring about too many complications. In the distance behind the bully, a familiar figure emerged, asking for help. The protagonist turned to see who it was. Later, the group gathered around a campfire. Without Lin Huang's intervention, his friend could have been lost beneath the sands of the desert. They prepared delicious meat, while the companion detailed why he found himself isolated. The tyrant, positioned nearby, intently observed the meat cooking, and the man offered a sample of the armored boar that his group had hunted. His lifelong dream was to be a gourmet hunter, roaming the globe in search of the finest ingredients to create the most luxurious meals. As they chatted about culinary wonders from various regions, the ogre kept drooling, while the protagonist regarded his presence as beneficial. Yet he also considered him to be loud. The friend asked to share Lin Huang's tin, having lost his in the desert. However, the main character outright refused, preferring solitude for sleep. The friend accepted his situation and opted to rest by the flames. Meanwhile, the tyrant lingered at the campfire, showing no signs of fatigue. Late at night, when everyone else had dozed off and the fire had waned, prompting the main character to leave him for safety. In the middle of the night, Lin Huang suddenly stirred awake behind the taut fabric. He noticed the dark shape of an ogre facing away, producing odd noises. The man quickly exited the tent, confused by the scenario, and stared at the still shouting tyrant. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, Lin Huang hurried to rouse Einhorn, urging him to wake up without delay. At first, the friend hesitated to get up, not fully comprehending the urgency. The main character highlighted the looming threat, disclosing a gathering of crows that signified nothing but demise. The group quickly mounted the ogre, which bolted at full speed to escape the impending flock of crows. Lin Huang urged Horn to lower his volume while he contemplated how to evade the sinister birds. He came to the horrifying realization that the crows could traverse through solid barriers, and anyone they targeted would meet their end, as their very essence was siphoned away. Struggling to hold on to the giant, Einhorn tumbled off the tyrant during its flight. However, the ogre managed to catch him mid-plummet, maintaining its swift pace. As the spectral crows closed in, Lin Huang brainstormed various ways to break free from the encroaching ghostly flock. Nevertheless, he hesitated to seek aid, knowing it would cost him everything. He continued evaluating different escape methods, aware that any mistake during the assessment could lead to the loss of his system. Meanwhile, the scene transitioned to the exam location, where the examiner, dressed elegantly and feeling somewhat dismal, reflected on the participants' lack of strength. She bemoaned the perceived frailty of this year's candidates, fearing none would pass the test. Her sorrow was interrupted by a notification on her imperial ring indicating a request for aid from a participant. The rapid movement of the mark astonished her. She decided to conduct a rescue by opening a portal, pondering the participant's struggles in the desert at such speed. Upon her arrival, she suspected that the participant might have been trapped by a creature, possibly leading to their demise. Suddenly, a colossal ogre appeared before her, charging directly at the examiner. At that moment, Lin Huang was atop the giant, urgently warning her to find safety. In reaction, the hero jumped off the giant and leapt towards the demoness, urging her to quickly save the group from this dangerous and extremely treacherous location, which was not fit for ordinary people. After arriving at a secure location, the tyrant found himself unable to squeeze through the narrow opening due to his massive size, so he remained on the ground, growling in frustration. In turn, the young man expressed his apologies and quickly summoned the ogre back. In the midst of this, a heavy stone fell onto his head, causing him some discomfort. Just then, the demoness began to berate him, insisting he get off her. This scene was quite awkward for the protagonist, as he had ended up right atop the girl. A short while later, he knelt down in front of her and started to clarify to the examiner why he had reached out for her help. Driven by the dire nature of their situation and the pursuit by a swarm of ravens. As Lin Huang recounted his tale, the girl accepted his story, recognizing that the speed she'd observed, akin to an ogre's, was unusual and likely spurred by an unknown mutation. The young man continued to explain the monster's rapid movements, deftly steering the dialogue towards the tyrant's natural mutation, a subject the girl was already familiar with. The protagonist expressed regret to the mistress for the mistake that led to the higher-ranking officials needing to slightly intervene with the remaining crows that evening. Deep inside, he wished he wouldn't be disqualified from the exam, as merely interacting with the examiner represented a serious violation of the rules, risking immediate removal from the test. The demoness informed him that once they resolved this situation, she would send them back to continue the exam and evaluate the participants' skills. She praised the protagonist for his cleverness in managing his assignment, and then requested that he and his unconscious companion vacate her premises immediately. Yet something briefly stopped the young man, preventing him from fully understanding the situation at hand. It took him just a couple of minutes to realize that disqualification was not on the table, and that any errors could be overlooked. The examiner coldly warned them that if they failed to leave within the designated time, she would be compelled to ask the chief to dismiss them from the examination without question. At the sound of her voice, Lin Huang swiftly guided his companion away, expressed his apologies, shut the door, and permitted the girl to relax in peace. After the main character left, the demon sat silently watching television, making no sound. However, it wasn't long before she burst into excitement, having at last discovered a talented warrior adept at handling the summoning card of a mutated beast, someone truly deserving of success and skilled as a tamer. The narrative moves to the next day, where the protagonist is taken aback to find that the large flock of crows they had observed the night before had vanished in an instant, leaving no evidence behind. Satisfied with the results, the authority urged the others to continue their exam so they could achieve the much-desired iron rank, which would unlock further chances and combat options. As she stepped out of the portal, the girl firmly admonished the boy against signaling again, threatening that he would be held liable for all the unpaid hotel expenses. In response, Lin Huang decided to play a trick on his sleeping friend to jog his memory about the previous night at the hotel. Nevertheless, the protagonist was not amused by the attempt and resorted to intimidation to prevent his friend from leading him to the planned destination. They discovered themselves stranded in a desert, reminiscing about their flight from the crow swarm that had chased them deep into the northern region, where a recreational area was nearby. The protagonist scrutinized the location map and realized they had spent the whole night in this area. They needed to quicken their pace to catch up with the other participants undergoing the verification test. With the heat intensifying, they chose to navigate the desert on a massive creature. Upon arriving at a specific structure in the sandy terrain, upon opening the door, they verified that it was a supply depot. Lin Huang directed his companion to choose only the vital items for survival. They observed traces of recent activity, which didn't particularly astonish Han, as this was the only supply point nearby. For the main character, however, this felt quite strange. Although the supplies weren't especially valuable, they were essential for their continued journey through the wasteland, so abandoning them was not an option. Just then, something caused the group to quickly leave the location. Lin Huang's friend was instantly filled with panic at this suggestion. A sudden outburst from a group of children echoed angrily from outside, their shouts brimming with a sense of urgent danger. The protagonist and his ally realized they had to escape, so they swiftly climbed onto their massive beast and took off. Something was chasing them from beneath the earth, compelling the protagonist to ensure his summoned creature maintained its speed without faltering against their follower. The approaching menace beneath the blazing sands advanced with alarming swiftness, nearly bridging the gap with the giant beast. The tyrant abruptly halted, preparing to strike down on the threat with the intent to either stop it or obliterate it preemptively. The force of the impact drove the sand away, revealing a massive worm that eclipsed the giant in size. Even the snow beast appeared inconsequential in comparison. The protagonist identified it as a demonic creature that no giant could hope to face. Unfazed by the chaos, the infernal worm fixed its gaze on the unmoving individual. Perched on the ogre, the companions quickly understood that the worm was astonishingly fast, making their escape unfeasible. Yet, a realization struck the protagonist as he noted the infernal worm's indifference toward them, hinting at a possible vulnerability in the terrifying adversary. This beast was devoid of eyes and ears, relying on vibrations to sense its prey. Hence, remaining perfectly still was their best strategy, allowing the infernal worm to eventually move on. The enormous worm began to twist and turn, searching for any signs of movement. Lin Huang's advice was proving to be correct. All they needed to do for their survival was to stay immobile. Suddenly, Einhorn had a brilliant idea. Ignoring Lin Huang's warnings, he pulled a piece of meat from his pocket and tossed it ahead, generating noise to distract the creature. Lin Huang watched in disbelief as his friend's reckless action caused the infernal worm to latch onto the vibrations from the meat, revealing their hidden location. Startled, Ethan lost his grip and fell from the massive creature, his legs giving way in sheer panic. He hit the ground, generating significant vibrations that gave away their position to the monstrous worm. The hefty man raised his voice, calling for assistance as the worm closed in around him. Lin Huang quickly urged his giant ally to intervene. Answering the call, the giant forcefully kicked away the infernal worm, revealing its true location. A battle erupted between the two titans, while Lin Huang, atop the giant, worked to draw the infernal worm's attention solely onto himself. The infernal worm pursued the giant, leaving Han helpless in the sand. In desperation, he fervently hoped for the protagonist's survival, knowing he could never repay him if he were lost. In the meantime, Lin Huang directed the giant to keep moving forward before discarding him. The tyrant, obeying without hesitation, launched the protagonist high into the air with tremendous force. Lin Huang touched down on the sandy ground, observing as the giant fled from the monstrous worm. As he saw the enormous creature approaching his ally, Lin Huang smirked and sought its pardon, clarifying that he intended to use it as bait. The infernal worm eventually caught up with the giant, disturbing the sand below to impede its escape. Taking advantage of the moment, the worm burst forth from the sand and devoured half of the giant. Nevertheless, the protagonist remained resolute, refusing to abandon his creature. Gripping the tyrant's card tightly in his possession, he quickly summoned it again, while the infernal worm struggled to locate them. After evading the worm, they set out to rescue their hefty companion. Retracing their steps through the desert to find him, they discovered no sign of Henan at the spot they had parted. The protagonist, perched on the giant, scanned the sandy horizon for any sign of his friend, but to no avail. Lin Huang resolved to press on, hoping for a reunion at the mountain to the east. Their trek was fraught with dangers, including assaults from fearsome beasts. They fought valiantly against the terrifying monsters. As the oddities of their situation became clearer, they ultimately approached the towering mountain known as the Ridge of the Goddess, which Lin Huang identified as their target. Due to the giant's enormous size, it wasn't well suited for climbing, so only he and B would ascend. They began their ascent along a steep rock, ensuring their safety by supporting each other. Lin Huang realized that without the giant's stamina, this climb would have been impossible. Suddenly, the ground beneath the hero's feet gave way, causing him to plummet. Fortunately, the vampire reacted quickly, anchoring himself and securing the rope to prevent Lin Huang from falling. The experience was terrifying, and Lin Huang felt grateful for the vampire's timely assistance. However, he also felt a bit embarrassed about being rescued, as he had hoped to climb unaided. As evening approached, the protagonist and the vampire stood by the fire, contemplating whether to camp for the night. They still had some leftover meat that had been cooked by Bon, whose whereabouts were unknown. Lin Huang didn't want to abandon his corpulent friend, hoping to enjoy more of his cooking. Suddenly, they heard a rumbling sound behind them. When Lin Huang turned around, he saw the vampire leaping down from a cliff. Shortly after, Bon returned with a sweet, sorrowful creature in tow. Lin Huang was astonished to see that it was a snow beast, known for its gentle nature. The snow beast had come seeking food. Lin Huang reassured the vampire that the snow beast was harmless. However, the small creature overindulged and clung to Lin Huang's leg, seemingly wanting to convey a message. The protagonists surmised that it wanted to lead them somewhere. They were pursuing the snow beast, tracking its every movement until it sprang onto an icy wall and vanished right through it. Lin Huang reached out, sensing that the wall, although it appeared solid, was merely an illusion, hiding something beyond. He signaled his vampire companion to join him, and together they stepped through the wall. Upon entering, Lin Huang was engulfed by a sudden cold and blinding light. It was like diving into an icy lake. Yet despite the freezing sensation, a breathtaking view stretched out before him. He attempted to summon his vampire familiar, but instead the snow beast started to speak. It revealed that only those granted access could enter this hidden realm, and it wasn't meant for mere monsters. Lin Huang was startled by the snow beast's ability to talk, especially since its voice clashed with its appearance. Then, the creature transformed into an enormous yeti, far bigger than Lin Huang's own towering giant. He immediately recognized it as an ice attribute monster, a being far stronger than even high-level monsters. The yeti spoke calmly to Lin Huang, urging him to remain composed. It possessed telepathic abilities and had brought him here to ask for his help. Lin Huang felt curious, unsure how he could assist such a formidable creature. The yeti extended its enormous hand, lifting Lin Huang onto it before explaining its request. The yeti demanded his full attention and insisted that he not interrupt. Although Lin Huang had no choice but to listen, his interest grew. The yeti began to share a tale from his youth, recalling the time when he had a mistress, the most compassionate being he had ever known. His memories were deeply connected to her. In his early years, the yeti hadn't realized that she wasn't human. She had a deep love for people and often hid her true nature, frequently leaving the snowy mountain to spend time with them. Though her absence saddened the yeti, he endured it, knowing it brought her joy. Eventually, she fell in love with a mortal human and was willing to abandon everything for him. However, when the mortal discovered her true identity, he gathered hunters to kill her. During the ensuing battle, the yeti was severely injured. Trying to protect her, she ultimately sacrificed herself, covering her wounds with her hands, lying in a pool of her own blood. Although the mortal survived, she died, instructing the yeti to place her body in the depths of an icy lake. Lin Huang couldn't grasp how he could possibly help in such a situation. The yeti explained that his mistress had foretold a time when a chosen one would appear, and with their arrival, she would be resurrected, and the ice on the mountain would thaw. However, the yeti clarified that Lin Huang wasn't the first chosen one. 3 others had come before and failed. Yet he only chose those with pure hearts. Lin Huang agreed to attempt the rescue. He let a drop of his blood fall into the icy lake, hoping to revive the frozen woman. They watched as the drop of blood spread across the ice, but nothing happened. An hour passed as they sat in silence, the drop of blood still unchanged. Lin Huang, feeling defeated, expressed his regret to the yeti for failing to help. But just then, the lake began to thaw, indicating that their efforts had succeeded. Lush greenery started to reappear, and a woman's body emerged from the lake. The yeti was filled with joy, and the woman thanked him for guarding her while she rested in the lake. She also extended her gratitude to Lin Huang and introduced herself as Shalu. Lin Huang found himself mesmerized by her ethereal beauty as she gracefully stood upon the water. With curiosity, he recalled a question he had been pondering and sought her forgiveness in advance. He asked if Shalu was in fact a monster. She clarified that she wasn't a monster, but a member of the divine race. To demonstrate her power, she gave Lin Huang a brief glimpse of her divine abilities. Suddenly, Lin Huang felt something change within him. His damaged life wheel was fully restored. Shalu had decided to mend the life wheel that had troubled him for so long. As a reward, she healed him, but mentioned this was only a fraction of the god's true power. The goddess had another gift in store for Lin Huang, surrounding him with celestial lightning. She upgraded his Great Devastation skill card to an epic level. Lin Huang was thrilled with this extraordinary blessing, and Shalu, smiling, remarked on his exceptional nature for someone who was just a mortal. In agreement, the goddess and the yeti prepared to send Lin Huang back, offering him their future support if needed. Despite all that Lin Huang had gained from the goddess, they knew they would soon need to leave this place. Shalu planned to return to her realm, and advised Lin Huang not to linger on the mountain, as numerous dangerous monsters roamed there. She sensed the aura of a high-ranking monster, one that had been tamed by a hero, which explained why so many creatures were chasing after him. After exchanging their farewells, Lin Huang exited the barrier, feeling a cold emptiness as he left. At the exit, he was reunited with his vampire companion, who had remained in place since entering the portal. The protagonist felt rejuvenated and eager to press forward, and as they continued to ascend the steep cliff, Lin Huang now felt significantly stronger, thanks to his restored life wheel. As they climbed, he reflected on just how much his power had grown. Finally, they reached the summit, signaling the conclusion of the test. Then, a strange noise caught their attention. Lin Huang spotted some ordinary ducks watching them from the edge of the cliff. For a moment, he thought about catching one for dinner, but their plans were interrupted when the ducks suddenly became hostile and launched an attack. Lin Huang and his vampire companion hurriedly fled from the aggressive ducks, while the vampire sought refuge on a nearby rock. Lin Huang provided cover fire with his pistol, and they eventually found a cave to shelter in. They prepared themselves for a potential clash with the ducks, bracing for a defensive fight. However, the situation quickly shifted when the ducks, who had been on the offensive, suddenly began showing signs of fear and panic. A massive blue hawk dominated the sky, diving down to launch a powerful attack on the geese, displaying newfound strength. The hawk mercilessly destroyed the monsters one by one. Lin Huan stood nearby, astonished by the hawk's fierce and precise extermination as he watched in awe. He also noticed the black crow playing a strange and menacing role. The vampire was ready to face the raven, but Lin Huang held him back, puzzled by the creature's odd behavior. Behind them, deep within the cave, they heard footsteps approaching. It turned out to be a hostile hawk seemingly coming after them. The protagonist also saw the black raven approaching, carrying an unknown threat or secret. Lin Huang felt bewildered, unable to understand why all these creatures were after him. The vampire was ready to fight the raven, but Lin Huang stopped him, realizing that taking on this dangerous flying creature would be difficult. Gunshots rang out in the direction of the raven, but even bullets couldn't pierce its feathers. The protagonist was shocked to find his attacks had no effect. He reached for the help button but hesitated, confronting the decision once again. The black crow continued its relentless assault within the cave, creating an atmosphere of danger and tension. Gradually, an idea took shape in the hero's mind on how to turn the tide of battle. They decided to wait, hoping the raven would weaken or become vulnerable. Working together, they coordinated an attack on the enemy. Lin Huan realized the creature's most vulnerable point was its eyes. Aiming his pistol, he fired directly at them, delivering a fatal blow to the crow, ending its life. They watched the black crow fall, with Lin Huang having used his final bullet. A new message appeared on his screen, notifying him that he had obtained the black crow card. Though not highly valuable, Lin Huang's inner assistant reminded him that the card's failure was due to his own actions. This thought weighed heavily on him, but with little time left, he pushed aside his inner conflict. The group rushed to the summit, overcoming numerous challenges along the way. At last, they reached the peak. Behind Lin Huang, a figure appeared, unnoticed by both him and the vampire. The stranger revealed that he, like them, was a tamer and also had control over the black crow. It was his bird that they had unknowingly destroyed. The white-haired man was furious with the protagonist and sought revenge. He summoned a more powerful creature, a blood eagle, with the intention of easily defeating Lin Huang. Realizing the need for a survival plan, Lin Huang quickly began weighing his options. However, the stranger riding the blood eagle delayed his revenge and flew away, leaving Lin Huang alone with his thoughts. Lin Huang realized he was still weak and unprepared for the fight. The stranger prepared for a second confrontation, prompting Lin Huang to devise a way to descend the mountain. He found a chain and decided to use the vampire's wings as a makeshift glider. Clinging to the chain, he transformed the vampire into a hang glider, aiming for a swift descent. Lin Huang had always dreamed of flying on his friend's back, now understanding the thrill of mastering the skies. After landing where their journey began, a wave of nostalgia washed over Lin Huang as the mountain adventure came to an end. They descended to find the demons waiting for them at the meeting point. They were the first to arrive, and the examiner congratulated them on passing the test, informing them that they would soon be able to register as hunters. The protagonist was surprised to discover that he was the first to arrive in this area. Curiosity piqued, he started asking about the man he had encountered on the mountain. The girl revealed that his name was Bai Yan, and that he was a special case. Though he participated in the test, his unique status and abilities made him stand out. He wasn't required to take the exam, but he still wanted to pass it. Bai Yan had the option to immediately become a copper hunter, unlike the others who would start as iron hunters. Lin Huang carefully reviewed his finances, taking stock of his remaining funds. A clear smile of relief crossed his face when he realized he had successfully sold certain items, earning him 3 million. He finally felt truly wealthy. Following some advice, Lin Huan realized he had a few more days left to spend in this place. Instead of wasting time, he chose to make the most of it by planning to restock on ammunition and start hunting monsters. When he entered the weapon shop, Lin Huan was immediately disappointed. During his search, he couldn't find bullets for the Dark Eagle, a valuable weapon he was eager to acquire. The seller explained that such bullets were rare in the market. Despite his frustration, Lin Huan sighed and accepted the situation. Rather than dwelling on it, he decided to adapt. He searched the entire gun market, growing more anxious as he failed to find what he needed. Even in places he'd been to before, the selection seemed better than what he found here. After hours of futile searching, Lin Huang looked at the shop sign, realizing he had to keep searching. Upon entering the shop, Lin Huang encountered a small, elderly, hunchbacked man who studied him carefully. Approaching the counter, the protagonist asked for bullets for the Dark Eagle, requesting 3,000 standard rounds and 300 armor-piercing ones. The elderly gentleman took his time to carefully extract a box from the shelf, placing it down in front of Lin Huang. A sense of anticipation filled the air as he announced the total price of the items, approaching 200. The vendor had a knack for sourcing almost any item, including ancient artifacts, but his main focus had always been the buyer's financial capability. While Lin Huang was settling his purchase, He found it surprising to meet such a seasoned salesman in this particular spot. His contemplation was abruptly interrupted by a loud alarm signaling something was awry. Unable to contain himself, Lin Huang quickly expressed his gratitude to the elder and prepared to exit the store. The shopkeeper watched him in silence, his gaze revealing a deeper interest. Navigating through the throng, Lin Huang moved toward the disturbance, trying to ascertain what was happening at the center of the crowd. A demon animatedly recounted sightings of a beast in the desert, a creature with the extraordinary power to command other monsters. However, humanity's own might fell short in confronting this danger, leading to their strategy of staying nearby. One onlooker, clearly frustrated, voiced his discontent beside Lin Huang. The demon's eyes flickered with a fierce light as she addressed his complaint. She assured him that the decision was made in everyone's interest. Engaging with the monsters would only lead to their doom. The crowd momentarily fell silent, weighed down by her sobering remarks. The examiner sought to reassure them by stating that the Monster Association had sent a remarkable hunter to tackle the looming threat. Out of the crowd emerged a familiar voice, Bai Yan, who shared his concerns with the community regarding the potential fallout for the region. His determination was resolute. Lin Huang listened closely, recognizing that despite Bai Yan's heated delivery, his arguments were remarkably logical. Speaking candidly to the dim, sincere Lin, Huang expressed his concerns and inquiries. He was worried about his companion and eager to learn what had happened to him. The dim owners disclosed that Bai Yang had decided to withdraw from the examination just as Lin Huang reached the ridge. With that, she turned her back on him. Late into the night, a tremendous explosion reverberated from within the forest. Lin Huang remained by the window, alert, watching the fierce confrontation between the remarkable hunter and the beast. As he observed the combat zone, he realized that all hope rested on this hunter. As dawn broke, the participants continued their slumber, with windows slightly opened as the rain fell heavily outside. Suddenly, a fire ignited before him, brightening the battlefield. At the same moment, an alarm blared, shattering the stillness. Exiting his room, Lin Huang entered a corridor bustling with people in a frenzy. Stopping one of the staff, he asked what was happening, only to receive a troubling reply about the worsening situation. Lin Huang was shocked to discover that the extraordinary hunter had met his end. Fear overwhelmed the conference room as individuals were perplexed, calling for an escape from the prevailing panic. The dim monist urgently explained that the injured monster had sent its minions to attack, emphasizing the need for both experienced hunters and new examinees to protect the area. However, the novice warriors were frightened and unprepared to join the fight, pleading to be released. In that moment, Lin Huang stood up to address the assembly, expressing his disillusionment. He called them weak and cowardly, urging his peers to recognize that they had no choice but to confront the monsters, insisting that fleeing would result in even more severe repercussions. Lin Huan inquired with the demons about how long she could withstand the creatures, having evaluated her opponents and their strengths. She confidently claimed she could endure for a full day. After hearing her answer, Lin Huan rallied the others, urging them to join him in the fight against the demon on the battlefield. To create a more inspiring atmosphere, he knelt and delivered a passionate address. He aimed to make everyone aware of the real threat at hand, stressing that fleeing would only allow the monsters to quickly invade this area before moving on to other locations. Lin Huan continued to inspire the crowd, explaining why they should not desert their land. Their resolve intensified as they prepared for battle, arming themselves with weapons. Meanwhile, Yang, standing at the back, casually called them all fools. Lin Huan suddenly noticed someone exiting the hall. The individual was immediately embraced by the demoness, who motivated the hunters to unite with the association's members in protecting the area. Her encouraging demeanor was meant to strengthen the group's morale. After receiving her instructions, everyone began to gear up for the fight. Filled with zeal and determination, Lin Huan was ready to head to the battlefield. But the demoness, with a serious expression, stopped him. The confused young men couldn't understand her reason for stopping him. She explained that her relic could only teleport 50 individuals, and she wanted to give him and all those under 20 the first chance to leave. Lin Huan found her remarks confusing, as they contradicted her previous statements. She raised her voice, trying to calm everyone while acknowledging the imminent nightmare awaiting them. She earnestly told Lin Huan that the nearest help would take 48 hours to arrive, but the monsters would reach them in just 10 hours. Her face showed resignation as she realized she might lose her life defending this area. Still, she was determined to save as many as possible, and would not let such talented individuals die here. Lin Huang, however, did not plan to back down like a coward. With determination, he proclaimed his intent to remain and face the terrifying beasts head-on. He stressed that his statement was not just to placate the crowd, he was truly ready to engage the monsters and had no desire to flee. They needed to wait patiently until the hunters arrived. He began detailing his strategy, which included relocating the civilians and utilizing the highlands for defensive purposes. They had to endure there for 2 days until the hunters could come to their aid. The girl understood his plan, knowing they just needed to secure the gorge and hold their position until help arrived. Filled with resolve, Lin Huang grasped her shoulders, asking her to let him assist. The girl felt a flush of warmth as her attraction to him grew. As they moved down the corridor, the girl informed Lin Huang of the need to evacuate 200,000 individuals, emphasizing the importance of their best efforts. She was hopeful that, with his help, they would navigate this perilous situation in the mountainous region. They encountered large groups of people making their way to safety behind him. Some new team members seemed apprehensive about protecting so many. Nevertheless, they remained optimistic, believing in their team's competence. During their patrol, they stumbled upon a shocking scene, with the ground littered with monstrous corpses. Lin Huang worked to keep spirits high, offering reassurances to prevent disputes as he meticulously surveyed the area. Suddenly, he sensed an imminent danger. He rushed toward the girl, narrowly averting her from an axe that flew through the air. They quickly dropped to the ground, watching the projectile whiz by with lethal intent. However, Lin Huang did not linger on the attack. He quickly directed his focus elsewhere and was taken aback to see a pack of colossal minotaurs approaching them. They commanded a sizable force, and disorder was imminent. Fear spread among the newcomers, but Lin Huang tirelessly endeavored to reassure them and prime them for the looming clash with the minotaurs. He understood that neutralizing the totem was a priority. With their mouths open, eager for bloodshed, the minotaurs charged ahead, anticipating their foe's strike. Without hesitation, Lin Huang sprang into action. He directed his ally to provide covering fire, while Yu Guang followed suit, shooting aimed at the minotaur's eyes, successfully blinding one. Lin Huang quickly finished it off. He pressed on, rallying his team to work in unison. The girl activated her staff, conjuring a barrier that impeded the minotaur's advance. Her formidable strength and commanding aura astonished her friend, who was impressed by her assertiveness. Simultaneously, a blonde teammate crouched and triggered traps that emerged from the ground. Lin Huang raced ahead to confront the fearsome minotaurs, getting closer with each heartbeat. He resolved to test his recent powers. In an instant, he swung his blade, piercing one of the minotaurs, and delivering a lethal strike before crushing the totem with a powerful stomp. He examined his sword, reveling in his new weapon. Yet as he briefly diverted his attention, a massive minotaur lurked nearby, poised to attack him. Nevertheless, the protagonist remained unflustered, sidestepping the assault before dispatching the towering beast. Unexpectedly, the minotaur stumbled into the trap laid earlier by the group. The bleeding effect from the trap made it clear that the minotaurs had little time left, trapped and defenseless on the battlefield. Lin Huang swiftly took advantage of the situation, using his new sword to eliminate the foes. In that moment, he received a temporary transformation card, granting him the ability to morph into other creatures for a limited duration. As he grasped the card, he examined its usage terms. This card enabled him to shift into a different monster, one with which he had a bond. While he leisurely perused the card's information, a massive minotaur appeared behind him. He quickly realized he didn't possess the agility needed to escape or counter the forthcoming strike. Lin Huang steeled himself for the worst outcome. To his astonishment, splashes of blood indicated that someone had rapidly eliminated the beast. It was his vampire ally, BA, who silently chastised him for his lack of awareness. The onlookers were left speechless as they witnessed Lin Huang take down the monsters effortlessly, having initially viewed him as weak. With the minotaurs defeated, Lin Huang's teammates began to laud him for his exceptional fighting prowess. They recognized they had lingered too long in battle and needed to quicken their pace to reach their destination. Suddenly, Lin Huang's ring trembled, projecting a glowing image of a demoness who anxiously inquired about their location. The girl warned that they had only an hour to reach their goal, as monsters were closing in. They needed to hurry. The team was taken aback by the pressing news. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, hordes of monsters attacked the hunters. The demoness, undaunted, systematically dispatched the creatures. Unfortunately, one of her comrades was overpowered by a vicious hyena. Aware of the increasing danger and the number of injured hunters, she commanded a retreat. She aimed to fend off the attackers to save as many lives as possible, informing the remaining hunters that they would fight till the end. Yet something even more threatening drew her focus. Her eyes locked onto a particularly terrifying sight, a gigantic, blood-soaked hyena that instilled panic among the hunters. One of her aides tried to express their worries. The girl recognized that facing an entire pack of demonic hyenas alone was beyond her capability. Engaging in the battle could lead to her downfall. Yet the fire of her determination still burned brightly within her. One of the hunters intervened to prevent her from making hasty choices. In an instant, all the creatures redirected their focus. The girl's expression brightened. She caught sight of Lin Huang, who had swooped into the fray to lend a hand. With a powerful swing of his sword, he targeted a bloody hyena, but the creature blocked the strike with its teeth. Lin Huang then began to direct his team on the necessary actions. His giant and teammates continued to vanquish the monstrous adversaries one by one. Meanwhile, Lin Huang freed himself from the bloody hyena's grasp and positioned himself before the massive beast. He readied himself to strike, but the hyena immediately unleashed a blast of crimson lightning. Lin Huang was left stunned by the rapid surge in its power. The creature quickly brought Lin Huang down to the ground with a forceful paw. Observing Lin Huang's dangerous predicament, Jialo felt concern for his friend and shifted his focus from an imminent threat. Luckily, help arrived promptly under the leadership of a seasoned huntress. The group came together to form a synchronized team, preparing for the fierce onslaught of the hyenas. As tension mounted, Lin Huang stayed calm and composed, rejecting any urge to panic. He demonstrated his unmatched skills, methodically eliminating the advancing foes with his giant and sword. However, the true danger lay with the bloody hyena, which exhibited a remarkable ability to read his moves. Adapting to this new challenge, Lin Huang quickly changed his strategy, securing his faithful giant in his inventory. Enchanted rings adorned the head of the bloodied hyena, signaling an imminent magical strike that threatened everyone present. As Yang entered the arena, he and Lin Huang successfully managed to bring the bloody hyena under control. After defeating the enormous beast, Lin Huang experienced a rush of confidence and power, almost on the brink of an emotional high. His skills with the sword and in combat showcased a level of mastery that impressed the entire group of hunters. The demoness observed the scene with admiration, recognizing the strength of the creatures under the protagonist's command and his exceptional abilities as a fighter. One of Lin Huang's allies expressed gratitude for their timely assistance, viewing the alliance as a fortunate blessing. Meanwhile, distant alarms signaled the urgent need for retreat to regroup at the gorge's entrance. Lin Huang scanned the desert expanse, shock washing over him as a new, ominous threat emerged. The forms of countless spiders raced towards them, rapidly taking command of the horizon. This indicated the beginning of another conflict. The girl leading her group stood firmly at the front, her face reflecting both concern and resolve, yet quickly shifted to despair upon realizing their dire situation. They faced an unprecedented adversary, a vast horde of intimidating spiders advancing at alarming speed. The overwhelming numbers created an atmosphere of imminent danger, igniting panic among the hunters. Chaos ensued as some sought to flee, while others wrestled with their internal fears. Meanwhile, Lin Huang maintained his composure, acutely aware of the dwindling time. The mounting anxiety caused some hunters to lose control and flee in desperation. Lin Huang noted the spiders were closing in, leaving little opportunity for proper defense. A group of hunters across the passage suggested using the fallen beasts as a barrier to slow the spiders' approach. Despite one hunter's objections, Lin Huang remained resolute, recognizing the vital importance of the plan. Eventually, the senior hunter conceded, placing trust in Lin Huang's judgment and experience. The hero and his allies made a concerted effort to draw the spiders' focus away, allowing those assembling the corpse barricade to work more easily. The lead hunter initiated the strategy to erect a barrier using the remains of the defeated creatures. Throughout the fight, memories of Lin Huang's valor and crucial contribution filled his companions' minds. Lin Huang remained actively engaged with the spiders, his fighting skills becoming more formidable with each blow he delivered. In the chaos of combat, he took the chance to summon his teammate Xiao He for aid. Entering the fray, Xiao He expressed his amazement at the scale of the conflict and the intensity of the battle. He unleashed a new card granting spider skills, equipping Lin Huang with a powerful advantage against the adversaries. Upon activation of the card, Lin Huang gained a robust ability that allowed him to dart through the swarm of monsters, delivering crippling hits. To maximize the effectiveness of this skill, Lin Huang requested Xiao He briefly halt his wheel of life. With this concentration, he continued to slice through the spider ranks, reducing their numbers with every attack. Lin Huang's incredible speed and precision astonished all the hunters nearby, rendering the spiders nearly unable to retaliate due to his unmatched swiftness. After temporarily relinquishing the wheel of life, Lin Huang concentrated all his efforts on exterminating the monsters. Moved by Lin Huang's bravery amid the tumult of battle, Xiao He responded to his need. Armed with the newly acquired card, Lin Huang pressed on relentlessly against the spiders, rapidly changing his targets. As night slowly faded, a hunter stationed at the corridor's far end admired the protagonist's unwavering determination. Despite his waning energy, the main character continued to fight on. As the first light of day began to break, they ultimately defeated the spiders. The hunters positioned at the far end of the corridor offered their commendations to the protagonist for his courageous efforts. Although he was weary, a lingering vigilance against potential dangers remained within him. At that moment, the Empire's rings on their fingers started to vibrate, indicating an incident alert. This notification disclosed that various regions had been devastated overnight by a swarm of ominous creatures. Some hunters grew anxious for their families in those affected areas. The demoness stood up and pondered their next move. She realized that the monster's wrath had decimated everything nearby, leaving only one area intact with residents. The girl exchanged knowing looks with the protagonist, both acknowledging that the monster's next target was their base. Gradually, uncertainty seeped into the elder hunter's thoughts about their capacity to hold out until an exceptional hunter arrived. She tried to appear confident, not wanting to dishearten the others who were tasked with protecting the civilians. Suddenly, Lin Huang grasped the girl's hand in an effort to buoy her spirits, driven by concern for her safety. In turn, the demoness flushed with embarrassment, distracted by her feelings for him. To shield her emotions from the protagonist, she gently pushed him away and began directing the hunters, determined to keep her true feelings hidden and concentrate on her leadership duties. Unexpectedly, one of the scouts reported that the foes were approaching once more. The group huddled closer to the barrier, fixating on the horizon where an array of new monsters emerged. The sight momentarily stunned them as they saw armored iron elephants marching forth with immense fury, leaving havoc in their path. The demoness understood that the powerful creature was employing a tactical approach by sending the elephants to assault their fortifications as they crossed the canyon. Determined and ready to sacrifice herself if needed, she was resolute in protecting the civilians' path. However, her determination wavered when she noticed a figure soaring above the monsters. It was a gold-ranked hunter, clad in elite gear, swiftly descending towards the armored elephants. With a sword in hand, the hunter slayed one of the massive creatures in a single powerful blow. The arrival of new reinforcements sparked hope among the group, and they celebrated the hunter's success. One enraged elephant tried to attack the skilled hunter, only to meet its end at the hands of the formidable gold-ranked figure, whom the demoness recognized as a young man. He was exceptionally talented, ranked 11th among the association's hunters, and effortlessly killed the armored elephant with his sword. As Zhang fought the herd of elephants, a girl called out words of encouragement, suggesting she was his younger sister. After defeating the last of the giant elephants, he descended to the ground, where his sister greeted him with joy. The girl approached her brother with bright, happy eyes, but Zhang remained stern. He instructed the hunters to stay alert, warning that the battle wasn't over. On the horizon, as dawn broke, a new wave of monsters appeared. They were black arachnids, masters of weaving silk webs, and their sheer numbers formed an imposing force. Standing firm, Zhang remarked that while the spiders weren't strong, their silk threads were exceptionally tough. He realized that the leading monster intended to weaken their defenses with webs. The group deliberated on how to defend against the spiders, and concluded that firearms were the best solution, though they weren't sure where to find them. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind, and a figure appeared, holding a massive cannon nearly her own size. The group was stunned by the sight, recognizing the weapon as gold-ranked. The girl addressed her older brother, insisting that it wasn't the time for emotions, as she was ready to obliterate the monsters with her powerful weapon. Without delay, she fired the cannon, unleashing a powerful surge of energy. The blast caused a massive rock to fall, crashing down onto the army of black spiders. With a confident look, the girl watched. The rock started to crack under the force of the impact, eventually collapsing onto the horde. In an instant, the spiders were crushed and destroyed by the falling rock. Seeing his sister's successful action, Zhang felt the need to give the protagonist some advice. Never anger women. Despite her victory, Uyu nonchalantly returned to the group, unaware of the danger creeping up behind her. High in the sky, a swarm of ethereal young crows began to approach the group. The others quickly pushed the girl aside and rushed to assess the new threat. Lin Huang immediately recognized the incoming danger. These were the same crows that had tried to kill him during the hunter's exam. Unaware of another impending danger, the group believed the airborne threat was their only concern. However, an entire army of powerful monsters was also closing in on them. The same creatures the hunters had once fought with relentless determination. These monsters were now advancing with the goal of wiping out the group entirely. Despair gripped the hunters one by one as they began to lose faith in their chances of survival. Even Lin Huang lost his last glimmer of hope, accepting that this might be their end. Just as Zhang was about to give up, he instructed his sister to activate her relic and teleport herself along with the most promising hunters. In his eyes, they were humanity's future hope. However, Uyu fiercely argued with her brother, refusing to abandon him to his fate and insisting on fighting and dying alongside him in battle. Zhang did his best to dissuade her during their heated family dispute. Meanwhile, as the family argument unfolded behind him, Lin Huang took the opportunity to consult his assistant, Xiao He. Leaning in quietly, he whispered a question about what would happen if he combined all the cards he had collected. Xiao He could only theorize, suggesting that one possibility was the creation of a new, top-tier card. Recognizing the imminent danger posed by the advancing enemy, Lin Huang decided to take the risk. With death looming over them, he felt there was nothing more to lose. Following Lin Huang's command, all the cards collected from past battles were merged into one. Undeterred by the uncertainty, Lin Huang ordered his assistant to activate the newly merged card without delay. By fusing all his skill cards into a single one, he obtained a tiny annihilation card, which he promptly triggered, causing him to radiate energy in all directions. When activated, the card formed a sphere around Lin Huang, emitting a brilliant light with crackling lightning. The flash temporarily blinded everyone nearby, including Lin Huang and the others. They couldn't comprehend what was happening, and fear began to grip them. The light continued to expand, destroying any dark creatures it touched, wiping them out instantly. Those around were equally shocked by the sudden turn of events. As the light spread to the distant horizon, it purged all evil in its path. Once the danger was eradicated, the magical energy vanished as if it had never existed. The girl, after completing the spell, opened her eyes and was stunned by what she saw. There sat Lin Huang, barely able to stand. His companions were equally amazed by the miraculous act, as Lin Huang had effortlessly wiped out the invincible army in mere moments. However, their celebration was cut short when they realized the true extent of the hero's sacrifice in saving them all. While Lin Huang was recovering, Yu Yu jumped onto him with a big smile, overwhelming him with compliments. However, Zhang found it hard to accept that Lin Huang had used divine magic. But soon a smile appeared on his face as he recognized his younger sister's feelings for the protagonist. Just as the group was reveling in their victory, an unknown voice unexpectedly echoed. Lin Huang turned swiftly and noticed a strange figure standing on a distant rock. The demons identified him by his unique aura. The mysterious figure, dressed in garments meant to hide his true identity, stood atop the high rock, expressing his surprise at finding a divine descendant here. Lin Huang realized he was the one being referenced, but the girl warned him to remain vigilant, as this was no ordinary being. They faced an extraordinary monster. The new hunters were taken aback. The aura of this being was so intense that some struggled to breathe. Suddenly, the magnificent creature adjusted his cloak, preparing to reveal his face, confidence radiating from him since he was ready to take on any exceptional hunter. In response to the creature's unexpected move, Lin Huang quickly assumed a ready stance alongside his comrades. He extended his hand, signaling towards the main character. A monster loomed on the high peak. An air of fear enveloped everyone. The demons were confused about the monster's interest in Lin Huang, but Zhang understood. He believed the creature sought to absorb his blood to ascend to a divine lineage. The monster dispatched anyone trying to aid the others, granting himself an uninterrupted hour and a half for dialogue. The hunters grew increasingly wary, unnerved by his menacing statements. Just as everyone was ready to give the main character to the formidable monster, Lin Huang looked for an escape from the situation. After thoroughly examining all possible outcomes, Xiaohei determined there were no scenarios in which the protagonist could emerge victorious. Suddenly, Yu voiced her concerns from behind the man negotiating with the powerful beast, unwilling to sacrifice countless lives for a single individual. Her older brother was confused by her motivations, and Lin Huang remained silent, stunned by the unfolding events. The demons approached the superior monster directly, requesting a minute to say their goodbyes to the main character. She then called Jing to witness the moment. Grasping Lin Huang's hand, she guided him through the onlooking hunters. The girl moved close to Lin Huang, taking his hand, which made him blush. The companions immediately realized this was a declaration of affection. She opened up to him, sharing her feelings with tears, ultimately seeking forgiveness for deceiving him. The girl activated her teleportation relic to protect her friends. Despite her sorrow, she pushed them through the portal to safety. The traveling companions were shocked, as she smiled, choosing to sacrifice herself for their future and humanity's. She believed the hopes of tomorrow lay with the protagonist and her brother. However, the powerful monster quickly sensed her deceit and retaliated. He unleashed dark magic toward her. His aim wasn't to kill her, but to destroy the teleportation portal, preventing their escape, and he nearly succeeded. The remarkable beast, having shattered the gateway, swiftly unleashed a surge of black lightning upon Watu. This unforeseen attack drained the girl of her vitality, leaving her unable to stand. She fell to the ground, motionless. Her companions hurried to her side, their faces etched with worry, but their attempts to aid her proved in vain. Accepting her fate, the girl, summoning her last bit of strength, sought forgiveness for her perceived frailty. After speaking these words, Lin Huang glared furiously at the formidable creature. The beast seethed, angered that his warnings had gone unheeded. In an instant, his expression shifted dramatically. Driven by rage toward the hunters, a massive serpent began to emerge from his terrifying visage. It quickly sprawled across the sky, its immense form dwarfing even the highest mountains. This heralded a grim moment of despair for all hunters, stripped of hope and joy. Suddenly, the ghastly creature expelled its tongue, which coiled around the protagonist, ensnaring him. The enormous serpent began to pull Lin Huang toward its maw, poised to swallow him whole and merge them into one. Yet the protagonist realized he couldn't break free from the serpent's grip and succumbed to unconsciousness, surrendering to his fate. The hunters were left stunned by the scene. The extraordinary monster believed that the young man would now become part of him. The girl, who had just confessed her feelings for him, remained in dire condition. The extraordinary beast was certain that the man would soon become an integral part of him. Yet he suddenly felt an unfamiliar energy stirring within him. Out of nowhere, a portal appeared above him, unveiling an enormous hand. The serpent was taken aback. In an instant, it forcefully crushed the massive snake and propelled it deep underground. Racked with excruciating pain, the remarkable creature opened its mouth, expelling the intruder from its gut. The protagonist, the extraordinary monster, was perplexed about the origin of the hand. He seethed with rage, being so close to achieving divine status. The serpent tried to fight back against the gigantic hand, but to no avail. In a single, decisive motion, the divine hand sent the exceptional monster into the Earth's abyss. This triggered a landslide of boulders, each one crushing the serpent within the planet's core. At the same time, the protagonist hurriedly exited the scene, fearing he would be pulled in as well. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed, calling for him. It was his rescuers, the Divine Lady and a massive yeti named Miss Swallow. Perched on the ice, they looked down at the man. As they began their descent toward Lin Huang, who was hurrying to meet them, they had come from another realm, deeply worried about him and eager to see how he was doing. Lin Huang beamed with gratitude, grateful beyond measure, knowing that without them, everyone would have met disaster by now. However, he feared that others might notice the queen's arrival. He turned to his companions. He observed that everyone was in deep slumber, as the queen had just cast a spell to induce sleep upon them. Meanwhile, the remarkable snake awaited its fate under the collapsing stone. The queen reached out towards the creature, signaling to the man that she couldn't leave it behind without repaying her life debt. She gathered all her power into her palm. She then offered the protagonist a black serpent. Lin Huan was able to safely absorb it and incorporate it into his wheel of life. Within this entity, a faint essence of dragon blood resided. Once he attained the highest rank, he could transform it into his fighting spirit. Unsurprisingly, Lin Huang expressed his appreciation to the Ice Queen. However, he was burdened with a more urgent issue. He implored Miss Yui Luo to help save his friend's life. At that moment, the girl lay unconscious, her end drawing near. It seemed discourteous to request such a favor from the queen, especially after she hadn't wielded her magic for centuries. Nonetheless, he felt he had no choice, as Yushu bore serious injuries while rescuing him. To restore her wheel of life, the queen needed at least a superior soul stone. She asked if he was prepared to sacrifice the dragon-blooded serpent for her salvation. He readily agreed, prioritizing the girl's rescue over his ambitions. The queen smiled at his choice. She then gave the snake to Lin Huang, making a jest about sacrificing a rare creature. She had multiple spare souls available to restore the wheel of life. The Ice Queen placed her large hands on the girl. Next, she approached the girl, resting her hands over her heart to begin the healing of her wheel of life. She lifted her hand and summoned the magical baby bird, which served as the soul for rejuvenation. The girl experienced a comforting warmth. The Ice Queen applied this healing soul to the girl lying within the center of the healing seal. After the process was complete, the queen told the young man that the girl would regain consciousness shortly. He thanked the queen for saving his girlfriend. Aware of his gratitude, they looked at each other, bidding farewell, understanding that they might never see one another again. Nevertheless, the queen had one last inquiry for Lin Huang. She approached him closely, then turned her gaze toward the main character, her expression filled with curiosity. She asked him an essential question about whether he believed in love. The queen was resolute in her inquiry, her gaze fixed solely on him. The protagonist stared at the queen in confusion, momentarily unsure of her intention behind the question. However, it dawned on him that it likely pertained to her own history, where she had sacrificed her heart for someone dear. With a sigh, he began to articulate his understanding of love. He explained that love is a feeling that arises in everyone's life, regardless of their belief in it. The girl remained silent, attentively listening to his thoughts while holding the queen's hands. Lin Huang leaned closer, continuing to express his views on love. He emphasized the importance of being open to love at any moment. The queen was visibly moved by Lin Huang's insights, a slight blush creeping onto her cheeks as she acknowledged his words. After processing his response, the main character felt delighted for her and informed his master that preparations were complete. He reached out to assist the man caught in the monster's trap. His plan was to alter the memories of everyone, making them think he had defeated the monster and its entire army, thereby ensuring that all accolades would belong to him. Lin Huang understood Mizuho's reasoning behind her actions, which were intended to protect the boy from any threats posed by malicious entities who might uncover his divine abilities. The Ice Queen smiled at the protagonist and said her goodbyes, indicating the need for them to leave without delay. They exchanged warm smiles, and in the background, the teleportation portal began to widen. The protagonist bid his farewell as he watched the goddess return to her realm. The girl cast one last look at him, and they both gradually faded into the enchanting blue glow of the portal leading to another world. The boy stood there alone, feeling a deep sadness at the queen's departure. Shortly after the friends left, a girl regained consciousness, and others began to awaken around her. None were aware of the reality. They all thought a remarkable monster and its army had been defeated by a legendary hunter. Yet she still felt she had died, only to be rescued from the void by someone. She locked eyes with Lin Huang, who was amidst the throng, realizing she had forgotten something vital. As the boy appeared lost in thought, the scene transitioned to Lin Huang's home that night. He found himself outside his younger sister's door, acknowledging his safe return. When he opened her bedroom door, he saw her peacefully asleep and chose not to wake her, knowing she had school the next day. He went back to his own room, collapsing onto his bed and letting out a sigh of relief that everything was finally over. Xiao He, who had appeared once again, could hardly believe that the protagonist had returned home without any injuries. Lin Huan felt a sense of satisfaction, knowing everything had turned out well, allowing him to concentrate on his duties as a hunter. As a form of compensation, the assistant returned a perfect card to its rightful owner, a card specifically designed for him. This card possessed the power to heal his body instantly, addressing any underlying physical issues, even those related to the Wheel of Fortune. The main character had a well-thought-out strategy for using this card, but the assistant decided to double-check with him, asking if he still believed it was a wise choice. Sitting on the bed, Lin Huang held two cards, the perfect card and a vampire card. He wished to utilize the new card in upcoming battles to improve his odds of victory. By summoning it, he aimed to cleanse his blood vessels, as eliminating the blood suppression poison would greatly enhance his fighting abilities. Looking at the perfect card, he realized that as a tamer, he needed to ensure his monsters were powerful enough to guarantee his safety. With determination, he began the process. He shattered the card into fragments, activating the vampire card. The card ignited in golden flames, filling him with its energy and empowering the vampire, thereby increasing his strength. Xiao He, grinning mischievously, was eager to witness the effects of the blood suppression poison on monster enhancement, as she had never seen anything like it before. At that moment, while the assistant pondered her mischievous experiments, the protagonist, nearly asleep, asked Xiao He to recall the vampire, wanting to rest. The next day, his sister joyfully welcomed Lin Huan's homecoming. She embraced the protagonist warmly, expressing her worries for him during his time away, when suddenly her attention was drawn to something before her. Lin Chen was shocked when a visual screen appeared before her, showing Young's face. He was communicating with the protagonist via video link. The girl hurried upstairs to her room, worried that she might have accidentally spoken directly with Yuhua. Meanwhile, Young and the group continued their conversation about the protagonist's new enemy, a topic they had been discussing before the sisters' arrival. The discussion centered on the protagonist's upcoming opponent, a six-armed demon. For Lin Huang, it was vital that his opponent possessed sword skills and met his specific criteria. Jung understood Lin Huang's choice, but warned him that the six-armed demon was one of the most dangerous monsters in the Iron Tier. Nevertheless, Lin Huang reviewed the demon's abilities and felt confident in his decision. Unwilling to retreat, he saw no better option for progressing to the Iron rank. The gold-ranked hunter was somewhat impressed by Lin Huang's determination and chose not to challenge his decision, wrapping up their negotiations by advising the protagonist to study the rules. Suddenly, Lin Huang turned toward his sister's voice. He noticed a well-dressed girl watching another young person nearby. She greeted the golden hunter again, expressing hope that they would get to know each other better. After saying this, the girl eagerly prepared to leave for school, while Lin Huan sat there in disbelief, realizing how much his sister had grown. Xiong sighed, looking slightly awkward, and mentioned that Wei had asked him to pass on greetings to Lin Huang. Lin Huang wondered why Wei couldn't just call him directly, but Jung didn't offer an explanation, and instead ended the video chat, suggesting Lin Huang watch the video and then reply. After the conversation, the protagonist pondered what could be keeping the girl so busy. He decided to watch the introductory video about the demon, clicking on the link. What he saw in the video took him completely by surprise. The six-armed demon swiftly dispatched each hunter at an astonishing pace. With each of her hands functioning like a lethal weapon, foreseeing her actions within a minute was utterly impossible. The entire group of 6 hunters had disappeared. The protagonist was astounded by the creature's immense strength. Initially, the camera depicted the monster from behind, shrouded in darkness. It then zoomed in on the demon's sinister grin. The guide paused the footage, reflecting on his chances of overcoming her, as his hopes had dwindled. The scene transitioned to the coded area in the city of Baki. Lin Huang made his way to the specified location, considering his destiny while searching for the 6-armed demon lurking in the forest. He halted in front of the tallest skyscraper, having come here because the necessary aircraft was only available at this site. Suddenly, a fierce wind swept through, leaving him astonished by what he observed above the city's skyline. A colossal aircraft resembling a sword, the very one he had been searching for, floated near the tallest building as new passengers boarded. Ascending the stairs, he took a moment to appreciate the stunning views below. Upon entering the aircraft, Lin Huang walked toward his appointed apartment, navigating the hallway. His room was. As he entered, he joyfully collapsed onto the bed, now understanding the high price of tickets for this vessel. Activating the GUI from the ring on his finger, he daydreamed about one day living on the 11th floor of an aircraft, an area usually reserved for the wealthy. The central focus of the news revolved around members of the hero squad, recognized as unsung champions, who had nevertheless saved numerous individuals from dreadful monsters. Out of nowhere, Juan started to focus more intently on the news. The segment highlighted a young, skilled hunter named Yong, known for his decision not to aid fellow hunters in their battle against stronger monsters, which led to severe backlash against him. A range of journalists approached him, keen to delve into his reasons for such actions. Yet the young hunter merely stood before the cameras, staring blankly without offering any explanation. The main character understood that no matter where he was, he couldn't escape the harshness of online harassment. Just then, his old friend, with whom he had taken the exams, appeared on the screen, visibly upset yet relieved to see him alive. Lin Huang asked about the day Einhorn had vanished, recalling that his friend had told him to remain in place. His teary companion shared the circumstances of his disappearance, mentioning he had found the protagonist's number and planned to call later. He confessed to forgetting about his friend after their encounter in the mountains, overwhelmed by the chaos. Although the protagonist felt a tinge of irritation at his friend's incessant tears, he quickly cleared things up and asked Einhorn about the upcoming battle. Confidently, the protagonist announced that he was on his way to confront the six-armed demon and hoped to make it to the forest by the next day. His friend sought reassurance that Lin Huang was willingly engaging in such a perilous endeavor, as only the most capable hunters faced such a formidable opponent. Fully aware of the protagonist's unwavering determination, Einhorn ended their discussion. Still, he respected the young man's decision. The protagonist inquired with his friend about the purpose of the call. Nevertheless, he acknowledged the young man's choice. Afterward, he clarified the reason for his call. The instructor had asked him to reach out and persuade the young man against pursuing that demon. While surprised by her directive, he struggled to understand why she hadn't dealt with it herself. Einhorn stated that the demoness had revealed her brother's previous effort to dissuade the hero, which had gone unheard, prompting her to seek his help. Suddenly, Lin Huang was startled by an unusual sound. Unable to identify its origin, he abruptly ended the video call to check the disturbance outside. Darting into the corridor, he found the aircraft's passengers in a state of alarm due to the noise. No one could understand why the massive craft was shaking. They soon received an alert, ordering all passengers to leave the deck and return to their cabins at once. A multitude of birds was approaching. A large flock of birds. Lin Huang was reluctant to see such a huge group of birds flying near the high-flying aircraft. These weren't ordinary birds. They were fearsome monsters with red eyes that thrived on attacking in hordes to kill. Known as explosive birds, they had wingspans of 2 meters and possessed claws and long beaks, making it easy for them to lift creatures weighing over 300 kilograms. As they stood on the aircraft's roof, passengers succumbed to fear, anticipating their doom. Only the protagonist recognized the threat and began to formulate a plan to save everyone from these terrifying creatures. The explosive birds charged toward the iron vessel at high speed, but their momentum was abruptly stopped by the ship's protective barrier. This protective barrier was engineered to endure attacks from these malevolent avian creatures. According to a recent communication from the ship, the passengers expressed their joy over their safety, but one individual felt a lingering discomfort. As the crowd celebrated, Lin Huang remained paralyzed with anxiety, his unease intensifying every moment. Above them, a giant explosive bird king drew near to the vessel, picking up speed, and striking the protective dome with tremendous force. The dome started to fracture under the onslaught, leading to excruciating headaches for everyone aboard, and collapsing the floor beneath them. Next to Lin Huang, his grandfather knelt down, recounting tales of golden monsters, asserting that such beings would likely possess the power to breach the ship's defenses. Lin Huang sat beside the older man, checking on his condition, but the elder's mind was preoccupied with the imminent threat. Lin Huang wrestled with doubt, realizing that even if freed at his current rank, he lacked the capability to confront these beasts. Meanwhile, the explosive bird king was on the verge of breaching the protective dome. Suddenly, attention shifted to a strange silhouette, gliding over the barrier, coming to the aircraft's rescue. It was Lian Xing, a 5th-rank gold hunter adorned with golden wings and a gold-rank flying device. Without hesitation, he confronted the explosive bird king, quickly unsheathing his sword and annihilating the beast. In one decisive blow, along with numerous lesser creatures. The remaining flying threats swiftly retreated. The passengers of the aircraft were left behind, showcasing the expertise of the Golden Hunter. Lin Huang was captivated by the hunter's rapid triumph, igniting a brilliant idea in his mind. He intended to convert this technique into a skill card, imagining it as a rare card of exceptional quality. He thought about mastering this new technique, contingent on his ability to accurately replicate the movements. The elderly gentleman called upon the protagonist to convey his gratitude, but Lin Huang politely refused, citing pressing obligations. Back in his room, he committed himself to mastering the technique through relentless practice. Xiao He had little confidence in him, having witnessed his struggle for an hour to mimic the technique previously. Yet Lin Huang was undaunted, maintaining his focus on his objective. He considered that without making an effort, he would remain ignorant of the technique's true nature. Dedicating his focus, he recalled the Golden Hunter's strike to grasp the skill's core. He hoped that through this, he might retrieve fragments of the skill. He swung his sword and repeated the motion once again. Why was he resolved to persist? He was ready to repeat these movements countless times if needed. Achieving success was crucial for him, as he recognized it as his only means of survival. After 5 exhausting hours, the protagonist, soaked in sweat, could barely keep his balance. At one point, he resolved to try a different training strategy. This approach involved not just mimicking the movements, but envisioning a real combat situation. He realized that the attacks of the 6-armed demon could seem complex, yet any of its strikes could be fatal. He imagined confronting a 6-armed demon and its swift onslaughts, utilizing this mental rehearsal to work on mastering the formidable skill break. While powerful, it lacked the speed Lin Huang perceived. Nevertheless, in a flash, he managed to sever 2 of the demons. While narrowly escaping a vital counterattack that could have resulted in his end, he reflected on his chances and recognized that he could not keep up with the demon's speed. The best outcome would be mutual downfall. Lin Huang persisted in devising different tactics against the daunting demon. One tactic involved restraining the demon, while Yang kept the 6-armed monster at bay. Lin Huang understood that even a fraction of a second would be sufficient for him to strike a decisive blow with complete focus. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. He began to execute the technique with precision, like a skilled golden hunter. The protagonist's sword swing narrowly missed Zhao, who was startled by the unexpected event. Lin Huang's strike cleaved through the floor and the sofa. He felt pleased with the advancements he had made. With ongoing practice, he anticipated acquiring the remaining pieces needed to fully master the entire sword techniques. The next morning, the aircraft arrived at its destination. Strolling along the street, the protagonist looked noticeably weary from late-night training. Additionally, he was frustrated as his savings were almost exhausted during the flight. Lin Huang discussed specific aspects of the upcoming fight with his assistant, requiring companions of at least silver rank to join him in the forest. When they reached the specified location, a friendly woman welcomed them at the reception. She guessed the main character aimed to join one of the adventure groups heading into the forest. Time was short, and choices were limited since the next group wouldn't depart for another 12 days. The woman also offered the option of hiring a competent team to accompany him, but Lin Huang, with regret, declined due to budget constraints, unable to afford such assistance. Instead, as compensation for damages, he agreed to a contract to join a group into the forest. Once he stepped through the door, the group would cease to be accountable for him. After completing the paperwork, the woman reassured the protagonist that the team leader would get in touch with him once the payment was confirmed, putting his worries to rest. After exiting the adventurer's office, the two discussed the main character's future with the team. Lin Huan recognized that regardless of whether he could defeat the monster, the situation would ultimately resolve itself. Shortly after, he received a new notification with details about the group's departure date and the meeting point. He felt a surge of joy, imagining the group captain as a strong and reliable ally. Yet, Xiao. He cautioned him not to get too carried away too soon. As night fell, the protagonist arrived at the designated meeting spot at the south gate. Confused by the absence of the group, he suddenly heard a voice addressing him from behind. It belonged to the team's captain, a girl whose name he hadn't yet learned. Introducing herself as Lang Yu-san, she firmly advised him that to navigate the forest safely, he must follow her orders without question. He introduced himself, astonished to discover the team captain was a woman. She clarified they were only responsible for him until they entered the forest. However, her explanation was cut short by a newcomer's interruption. This newcomer, smiling brightly, informed the protagonist that their team had a specific mission, and Lin Huang was included by mistake on their contract. Lin Huang recognized him as the golden-winged hero who had saved them from the flying monsters, Yongxing Li. Yongxing expressed a wish for Lin Huang to turn down the offer since outsiders weren't usually permitted on this journey. Declining would mean being stuck in that spot for another 2 weeks, but going along could open doors to new sword techniques. despite the awkwardness of Li Yong-sing's involvement. As various offers and proposals were presented, Lin Huan leaned toward accepting Li Yong-sing's deal, which included substantial compensation, enough to hire an entire dedicated team. However, just as Lin Huang was about to agree, Xiao He intervened, placing a hand over the protagonist's mouth and raising a glowing mission card, which he promptly activated. This mission required Lin Huang to follow Ling Yus into the forest and shadow him until their return to the city. While Lin Huang was slightly annoyed by his assistant's sudden action, he grasped the significance. Completing the mission would bring rewards, but failure would carry dire consequences. With few alternatives, Lin Huang reluctantly agreed, realizing he had little choice but to accompany the group while contemplating his future. The man behind him celebrated what he perceived as Lin's agreement to compensation. However, Lin Huang suddenly turned to the man and declined, stating that he would continue into the forest to fulfill his mission. Ling Yus remained silent, understanding that the choice was Lin Huang's alone. Afterward, Li Yong-seng tried to dissuade Lin Huang with foreboding words, expressing doubts about his survival upon entering the forest. Confused by their insistence on excluding him, Lin Huang questioned their motives, explaining that he wasn't interested in compensation since he was already halfway involved with the group. Ling Yus, however, cut the conversation short, instructing everyone to prepare for the dangerous journey ahead. Among the four companions, Lin Huang's fate was the only one still undecided. The protagonist gladly accepted the captain's invitation to begin the expedition. They quickly gathered and followed the girl. One of the assistants tried to protest, but the gold-ranked hunter silenced him. With a stern glare directed at Lin Huang, as night fell, a lizard scurried across the sandy terrain above them. A sudden strong gust of wind whisked them away. This tempest conjured a massive bird that they climbed onto. Lin Huang, situated just behind the captain, looked down with contentment, aware that the forest lay about 3,000 kilometers away. Riding these golden-ranked creatures, they would arrive at their destination in roughly an hour and a half, casting a glance at the three adventurers soaring alongside them. Lin Huang inferred that all four likely came from noble lineages due to their considerable wealth. Yet the golden-ranked hunter looked visibly dissatisfied. Initially, Lin Huang thought it might be due to his closeness to Lin Yusan, but then one of the girls interrupted him, asking about his intent in entering the forest. Without hesitation, he explained he aimed to achieve the iron rank, targeting the live seed-bearing monster known as the six-armed demon. The girl was perplexed as to why he chose this specific creature, considering that even a slight error could lead to his downfall. Lin Huang reassured her that he would diligently pursue his goal, stating he would change targets if necessary. He also expressed his appreciation to the team's captain, thrilled to be part of the group. Still, an air of tension remained as the mysterious individual continued to watch him closely. Before long, they glimpsed Vanya Forest in the distance and were taken aback by the growls emanating within. These distinct sounds were clearly from a golden-ranked beast. They landed and continued on foot through the woods, Lin Huang feeling the noise was near. The captain's two aides proposed abandoning Lin Huang, insisting they must continue with their mission. The captain insisted on accompanying him to their destination before resuming her duties, as the new forest was home to monsters that Lin Huang was not prepared to face by himself. One of the assistants was stopped by their companion from India, who assured them confidently that everything was managed. He affirmed that Miss Lang was correct and that their timeline would remain unaffected. The girl instructed the group to follow her, while Lin Huang exchanged glances with the others, cynically commenting on their kindness. The growling intensified as they advanced, assuring them they were on the right track. The cause of the noise was two creatures engaged in a fierce battle. The group hid behind some bushes and watched the fight unfold. The girl spotted a golden-armored dragon before them. That creature, having undergone its first mutation, was known as the Crimson-Armored Dragon, widely discussed as one of the strongest gold-ranked monsters. Suddenly, one adventurer suggested that without a tamer, they could make an attempt to tame this powerful beast. Lin Huang quickly recalled the warning about his inability to face the six-armed demon alone, recognizing this was his chance. Behind him, two assistants of Miss Lin reminded him that only the captain and their brother could handle the Crimson Dragon. Lin Huang listened to the golden-ranked hunter passionately describe the armored dragon. The adventurer glared at the creature, filled with dread and the desire to eliminate it swiftly. However, a dull-ranked monster caught sight of the group and growled intimidatingly, putting enormous pressure on the adventurers. The protagonist found himself paralyzed, unable to fight or even move. Li Yong-sing, wearing a confident grin, waited for his moment to strike. He drew a sword from his inventory and proclaimed he could defeat the monster in under a minute. With those words, he surged towards the scarlet-armored dragon, which advanced to confront him. The others observed nervously, unsure if anyone had the strength to withstand such immense pressure alone. Nevertheless, Miss Lang assured Lin Huang, clarifying that Li Yong-seng, despite facing a creature of ranked caliber, was more than capable. The armored dragon charged at the golden hunter, seemingly poised to consume him in an instant. Yet Li Yongxing remained calm, even smiling as if he had foreseen this encounter. Just as the dragon nearly seized him, he morphed into a fleeting shadow, hesitating briefly in midair. In the next moment, Li Yongxing re-emerged above the dragon, determination shining in his gaze. Lightning sparked around him, showcasing his remarkable speed as he unleashed a single strike. Lin Huang was astonished by the rapidity of the blow, taken aback that yet another gold-ranked monster had fallen in just one hit, a powerful strike that claimed the armored dragon's life. Lin Huang remained stunned by the swiftness of the attack. The victorious hunter continued onward, a proud yet cryptic smile on his face. Nevertheless, he paused for a moment, seemingly ready to hurl a taunt regarding the protagonist's apparent frailty. His remark left Lin Huang feeling insulted. As the group continued their trek toward their goal, Lin Huang lingered behind, sorrowfully eyeing the slain dragon, regret flooding him. He wished he possessed the dragon attribute. Otherwise, he could have assembled a full set of dragon monster cards. His focus was suddenly drawn to a notification revealing the existence of a dying, mutated creature infused with dragon blood. This being was perfect for merging with the altered soul residing within the protagonist's body, essentially allowing the dragon to be integrated into a new card. Lin Huang was astonished by this news and immediately began the fusion process to acquire a new dragon card. This unexpected discovery filled him with joy, and he signaled the group to continue their journey without him for now, as he had more urgent matters to handle. Miss Lang gave him a concerned glance, but Li Yongcheng took the chance to convince her to move on without him. The other group members standing behind them assumed that he was simply retrieving the creature's corpse for a small reward. They had no idea of his true capabilities. As he approached the defeated dragon, Lin Huang contacted his assistant, Xiao He, for guidance on the next steps. Xiao He appeared and provided instructions. The first step involved the protagonist touching the dragon to form a connection with the black python within his body. Following the advice, Lin Huang made contact with the armored dragon. This led to the release of the black python soul, while the dragon's massive body crumbled into fragments. These fragments then gravitated toward him and embedded themselves into his head. The process was made possible by the black python's inherent dragon blood, making it the perfect candidate for merging with the crimson armored dragon. Once the process was complete, a new dragon card appeared before Lin Huang. Holding his head in his hands, Lin Huang expressed his joy at acquiring the new card, especially since it was of epic rank. The card was named Immortal Dragon, signifying the newly tamed creature. Curious about the dragon's starting stage, as described in the card's attributes, Lin Huang asked Xiao He for further clarification. Xiao He explained that dragons were classified into different levels, and the cards had the potential to evolve to even higher stages. At the celestial level of existence, the man began to reflect on the Ice Queen's words, recognizing the tremendous worth of formidable beings. He now felt entirely assured of her insights. His ambition was to obtain superior regeneration abilities. To assist him, his partner initiated a random process that provided the man with complete invulnerability. This bestowed upon him unparalleled protection. As he noticed this transformation, a wave of irritation washed over him, triggering laughter from Xiao, who reveled in the protagonist's latest letdown. Nevertheless, Lin Huang quickly shook off the gloom. He began to see the benefits of his new ability, especially for close-quarters engagement. While navigating through the woods, Xiao mentioned that he could only employ the new dragon after achieving the iron rank, which would greatly enhance his odds against the six-armed demon. In the meantime, Lin Huang rejoined a band of adventurers. He matched the pace of the captain, expressing gratitude for her concern. Although Lin Huang was pleased, those behind him became increasingly irritated by his interaction with Miss Lin. With a grin, he began to inquire more about the Crimson Armor Dragon, particularly if it was part of the dragon lineage. She clarified that it wasn't, yet continued to share insights about it. Due to its survival against Li Yongcheng's powerful attack, it was thought that the dragon might have a dragon blood concentration slightly exceeding 8%. As they discussed this topic, Li Yongxing suddenly interrupted, shoving the protagonist aside. He suggested that a demigod had participated in the fight against the extraordinary dragon, noting this information was classified by the authorities. Lin Huang began to appreciate the rarity and importance of his immortal dragon card. When their paths finally diverged, the adventurers cheerfully pointed out the route Lin Huang should take, which was another 3 kilometers toward the six-armed demon's lair, while they headed in a different direction. As the main character made his way to his goal, Miss Lang grasped his t-shirt, still wishing he would think twice about his path. Lin Huan replied to Miss Lang with optimism, expressing his eagerness to fight. Yet he mentioned that should circumstances change unexpectedly, he might have a different perspective while conversing with the girl. Behind him, Li, shackled, harbored feelings of jealousy and anger. The team captain, wearing a grin, took in the situation before leading her group in the opposite direction. The protagonist lingered, lost in thought about her smile. Since it was the first time he had seen her look this way, he began to realize that while she seemed distant, she was quite warm-hearted within. After careful thought, he summoned his resolve and set off to pursue the six-armed demon in the distant forest. A lightning strike illuminated a specific spot, signaling the presence of a six-armed demon. Lin Huang and the vampire kept an eye on the demon. He decided to wait for dawn to act, knowing these creatures were far stronger at night, which made facing them more dangerous. He noticed two six-armed demons nearby. To heighten his chances of survival, he had to lure them out one at a time. He instructed his vampire to find a lone monster nearby, and they moved stealthily to avoid drawing the demon's attention. Lin Huang checked his rank bar and realized he needed to defeat at least two six-armed demons to achieve Iron rank. Suddenly, someone seized his shoulder, redirecting his focus to the actions of the six-armed demons. Lin Huang was taken aback as he concentrated on the adversary before him. He had never encountered six-armed demons with purple flames, indicating they were a mutated breed. Although facing two of them was quite perilous, he was determined not to let this chance slip away. Lin Huang adhered to the strategy, sending Bai forth to commence the strike, intending to confront the demons individually. Their plan was to eliminate each target in isolation, as these beings lacked the ability to vocalize alarms. The focus was on destroying the demon masks, as the six-armed demon's life essence resided within them. Upon noticing their presence, the six-armed demon before them immediately attacked. Bai, however, felt relatively safe, as his wings provided a barrier against the demon's assault. After successfully defending himself, Bai executed the orders given by the protagonists and retaliated to shatter the demon's mask. Simultaneously, while Bai wrestled with one demon, Lin Huang dashed towards the other entrance, aiming to flank the foe for a better chance at victory. As he approached the enemy's rear, a mutated demon spotted him and unleashed an all-out attack with its six arms, limiting Lin Huang's movements. He was amazed by the demon's lethal combination of magical and physical assaults. Despite the fierce confrontation, Lin Huang was able to narrowly evade the potent strike. Bai found himself distracted by Lin Huang's plight, but Lin urged him to focus on his own demon. Lin Huang aimed his pistol at the foe, only for the demon to quickly shield its mask with its six hands. The assault was short-lived, as the demon swiftly countered. Lin Huang's fast reflexes kept him safe, yet he understood how perilous the situation had become. Another hit like that could spell his end. Suddenly, one of the enemy's claws struck Lin Huang, but it turned out to be just a clone. The real Lin Huang remained hidden behind the six-armed demon. As the situation unfolded on the battlefield, one of the formidable demons was captured. The main character managed to restrict the demon's movements and plunged his sword into its mask, prioritizing this opponent since he had already dispatched the second demon. Without warning, a second mutated demon appeared behind Lin Huang, catching them off guard as it unexpectedly manifested in their immediate area. Lin Huang faced a perilous predicament when the security system alerted him that he had mere moments before a 100% fatality rate. As the demon's hand rushed towards him, a new notification prompted him to utilize the transformation card. Lin Huang swiftly activated it, enveloped in a purple aura that protected him from the six-armed demon's assault. He underwent a terrifying evolution into a nefarious creature, sprouting wings of fire. His hair turned white and his gaze transformed, resembling that of a vampire. A sinister grin spread across his face as he examined his hand, recognizing the strength of vampires within him. The confrontation intensified, and with his fiery blade, he ultimately removed the demon's mask, mocking it cruelly. Just then, another six-armed demon appeared to the side, poised to strike. He had scant time to shield himself with his fiery wings against the fierce attack launched from the demon's mouth, evident from the look of barely contained power on the demon's face. Shocking was a new, strange demon emerging before him, utterly bewildering Lin Huang. It was something unparalleled in history. The demon unleashed a new flurry of assaults, sending magical blades spiraling toward the protagonist. Lin Huang swiftly activated his passive ability, Absolute Defense, using his wings to shield himself from the demon's attacks. Even in his transformed state, he was able to utilize his skills. The six-armed demon managed to penetrate his defenses. It struck at the spot where the main character had just been, but Lin Huang had already moved, triggering his second ability. This precarious moment had nearly led to his downfall. Lin Huang resolved to act without hesitation and launched a swift counterstrike, aiming at the last remaining threat. In an instant, the demon began producing horrifying, chilling sounds that sent jitters through the surrounding wilderness. Lin Huang was startled by the unsettling noises coming from the demon. It became clear that this demon possessed not only brute strength, but also a sonic capability that impacted its surroundings. It was soon apparent that these sounds were intentional, functioning as a signal for another six-armed demon. Responding to this call, another six-armed demon quickly arrived to assist its fellow in combat. The demon Lin Huang had expected to confront was now behind him, displaying remarkable evasion and stealth. It swiftly captured the demon in a playful yet paralyzing grip. Despite the confused demon's frantic attempts to escape, it ultimately broke free, turning to attack Ba with one of its six arms, dealing a significant blow to his right shoulder. Though injured, Ba did not waver. His determination intensified, and he swiftly countered the demon's strike, aiming his sword at it. The clash between Ba's sword and the demon's face dealt a crushing blow, shattering its mask, an emblem of its evil essence. The demon's body crumbled, collapsing lifelessly as if the very threads of its existence had unraveled. With victory in hand, Lin Huang checked on B's condition, worried he might have injuries. As they spoke, the mutated six-armed demon suddenly attempted to escape their attention. The group's sharp perception enabled them to detect the attempt at escape. Acknowledging that the demon's flight could threaten everything, Lin Huang and his allies quickly pursued. Defeating this demon had become crucial for Lin Huang as he sought to progress on his journey to the Iron Rank, utilizing his wings to intercept the fleeing creature. However, his attempts were in vain. The demon reacted with agility and easily evaded him with a swift motion. Just before the demon could successfully flee, it noticed a young man closing in rapidly. It was Lin Huang. Channeling all his strength and resolve, Lin Huang swung his sword with force, cleaving the six-armed demon in half, thus halting its escape and neutralizing the threat it posed. The final blow epitomized his triumph over the darkness and peril embodied by the demon. The blade of his sword shattered the mask that had once concealed the demon's face, draining it of vitality. The creature could no longer sustain flight and gradually fell to the ground, facing its end. In the wake of Lin Huang's triumph, he sensed his transformation waning, reverting to his normal human self as the powerful change ceased. He observed the graphical interface before him, noting the wheel of life beginning to spin, indicating the replenishment of his strength. From the demon's form, a luminous magic orb emerged, containing the seed of life, heralding a fresh start. Automatically, it morphed into a new card for Lin Huang, primed to offer him enhanced strength and abilities. As he held the radiant card, Lin Huang felt a surge of power coursing through him, as if opening doors to new possibilities. The upgrade of his card was not merely an internal victory, it also served as motivation for further growth. He experienced joy and confidence, recognizing that as he advanced toward his goal rank, his skills would grow stronger and more formidable. With unwavering confidence, Lin Huang chose to commemorate his triumph with a stroll through the woods, relishing the serenity and freedom of nature. Prior to embarking on his walk, he called for Shua, his loyal companion, who arrived with a satisfied demeanor that hinted at its desire for rest. However, Lin Huang had a more serious reason for summoning Shao. He wished for his friend to witness the outcome of the battle and meet a newly improved monster. He named this extraordinary creature the Immortal Dragon. Although it possessed an imposing presence, the dragon appeared quite youthful, with a size that made it seem nearly equal to Lin Huang. Overjoyed, Lin Huang decided to name his new ally Eagle, inspired by its striking black coloration. Yet he didn't stop there. Lin Huang set his sights on elevating Eagle's rarity from epic to legendary to enhance its power further. Directing Xiao He to activate the promotion card, Lin Huang received a gentle reprimand from his satellite, which was hesitant to execute an order potentially harmful to the creature. Xiao He expressed frustration, admonishing Lin Huang for not heeding his advice. He explained that a single card was insufficient to elevate the monster's rank, regardless of Lin Huang's collection of promotion cards. Xiao He cautioned against using them on Eagle, as it was still in a vulnerable state. Cards of rarity higher than epic were temporarily inaccessible, and would only become available after reaching an advanced rank. Lin Huang swiftly acknowledged his inability to upgrade the dragon. Nonetheless, he remained determined to enjoy a forest walk, a task now well within his reach. Accompanied by his friends, they began methodically combating the forest's monsters, gathering more monster cards with each defeated foe. Upon vanquishing a formidable blue wolf, Lin Huang collected 30 cards of this monster, allowing him to merge them into a single card. Standing triumphantly over the fallen blue wolves, he celebrated acquiring a new card capable of summoning a blue wolf, highly esteemed among monsters. Lin Huang took note of the monster's traits. His interest extended beyond its summoning capabilities. He was eager for a new skill called Blood Hunt, which heightened the user's olfactory senses, allowing them to pick up on every odor within a 10-kilometer radius. He felt satisfied with the enhancement to his abilities, particularly the tracking skill he had gained. Nonetheless, he quickly set aside his thoughts and continued hunting alongside his friends. A week had gone by since Lin Huang and his dragon were gathered around the fire, cooking meat. Shohei approached and asked why Lin Huang had once again modified his wheel of life. Without delay, Lin Huang elaborated on his intention to convert prana into life force, noting that achieving a conversion rate above 70% would represent the maximum limit. He explained that whenever Buyer the dragon defeated a monster, they would extract its prana, which would automatically turn into life force and then enter his wheel of life. Depending on their efficiency in taking down monsters, he anticipated reaching the 3rd level of the Iron rank with ease. Lin Huang had carefully mapped out his strategy since he needed to rejoin Li Yongcheng's group to avoid raising any suspicion. Shohei was taken aback by Lin Huang's strategic thinking. The main character continued, expressing his belief that constantly enhancing everything could be unnecessarily exhausting. Upon hearing his further remarks, Shohei felt he had overly complimented him. Just as Lin Huang was about to savor a tasty chicken leg, Shohei began to take stock of what Lin Huang had. According to him, Lin Huang possessed 29 active cards. Suddenly, the assistant alerted Lin Huang that one of his mission cards had been revised with a new objective due to unforeseen events. Lin Huang was instructed to delve deep into the forest to locate the currently missing Leng. Declining the mission would lead to the loss of 2 random monster cards. The news about Miss Liang's disappearance left Lin Huang astounded. Initially, he rejected the task, deeming it too risky to venture into the forest alone. Lin Huang even blocked his ears when she cautioned him about the repercussions of turning down the assignment. If he gave in, the blame for the failure would fall on him, leading to punishment. With a wicked grin, Shohei hinted at the chance of losing an epic card. Overwhelmed by the mounting pressure, Lin Huang clutched his head in frustration. In a panic, Shohei started to propose what Woodland Huang could do in this predicament, while highlighting on the map the last known contact point with Miss Lang, after which communication had ceased. Lin Huang looked up at the sky, realizing that both predator and prey were on distinct paths throughout the forest, filled with dangerous beasts he couldn't handle alone. Yet, with the aid of his swift blue wolf companion, he could easily evade unwanted confrontations. Riding the wolf, he estimated they could reach their destination in 2 to 3 hours. After several hours of travel, they finally reached their goal, where Lin Huang dismounted to inspect the surroundings. Beneath him, the area looked charred, lacking vegetation, with deep, ominous fissures. He suspected the stone in the forest was unusual. However, there was no sign of Dine Shen or her team. The wind circled around him, sharpening his senses, as he readied himself to activate his survival skill. Engaging blood hunt mode, Lin Huang's vision shifted to that of a vampire as his nose became acutely sensitive. He crawled along the ground, hunting for any signs of the adventurers. A familiar fragrance caught his attention. It was Miss Ling's perfume. This scent led him to a magnificent waterfall. Lin Huang pondered various possibilities about the waterfall, one being a hidden cave behind it. A sudden inspiration hit him, and he smirked assuredly, realizing it was the moment to employ his new monster card. The entity depicted on it was a shadowy black figure wrapped in a green glow. Lin Huang sent the phantom to explore the potential existence of a concealed cave behind or beneath the waterfall. As time dragged on without the spirit's return, both Lin and the vampire felt tense. Lin Huang's unease grew as he envisioned the worst-case scenarios. Nonetheless, a wave of relief washed over him when the ghost finally resurfaced from the water. The apparition shared its discoveries with Lin Huang, who quickly realized that his companions lacked the specialized diving gear. Lin Huang concluded that the underwater route must be extensive. He pondered his next steps and soon conceived a plan, activating a transformation card that allowed him to breathe underwater and swim effortlessly. They descended to the depths alongside the specter, navigating through a long, submerged tunnel leading deep into the earth. Lin Huang felt no discomfort, no need for air, and his heart remained still in this indestructible state. Once they reached their destination, Lin Huang observed the underwater path that had brought them here. Climbing out onto solid ground, he dismissed the ghost, but decided to maintain this form a bit longer to investigate the area. Lin Huang examined the extended tunnel that delved into the underwater realm, contemplating Miss Lang's possible location. Suddenly, he noticed one of the adventurers sprawled unconscious and injured, moving closer. Lin Huang instantly recognized the man as Li Yongcheng's lieutenant, who was part of Miss Lang's team. Lin Huang began to inspect the adventurer's body. It was clear that the man had met his end, fatally struck from behind while trying to flee a bizarre, burn-like entity. His lifeless form, though devoid of embellishments, spoke volumes. Lin Huang wasted no time, realizing that he hadn't heard any updates regarding the mission's collapse, implying that Ding Xin was still alive. Nonetheless, the atmosphere was fraught with peril, demanding vigilance as danger could emerge unexpectedly. Progressing further, Lin Huang arrived at the tunnel's far side. The moment he stepped out, he was taken aback by what lay ahead. A massive creature akin to a purple jellyfish loomed before him. The being radiated a terrifying presence, leading Lin Huang to conclude it was an exceptional great monster. Shaking his head in disbelief, he questioned how he kept encountering such formidable foes. His gaze fell on a distant, bloodied rock, suggesting that Ding Xin and his companions had been there but had retreated after being injured. To maneuver through the expansive cave effectively, Lin Huang activated his new ability, Blood Hunt. The cave was a convoluted maze, and he needed precise knowledge of their whereabouts to steer clear of wandering aimlessly. Abruptly, the magnificent monster swept its tentacles toward him. Sensing the looming threat with his skill, Lin Huang narrowly dodged as the appendage brushed past him and pressed against the tunnel wall, eager to remain undetected. Without his ghostly form, he would have left a damp trail. Swiftly, Lin Huang withdrew from this dangerous situation, recognizing the importance of fleeing the area to regroup. While rushing through the tunnel, he sensed someone gravely wounded. Bloodhunt directed him to their general vicinity, affirming their closeness. Eventually, Lin Huang spotted a group of adventurers cautiously navigating the tunnel, granting him a chance to overhear their discussion. The girl voiced her worry for an injured comrade, offering assistance. Li Yongcheng, however, somberly informed her that there was no time left. Given the venomous nature of the excellent monster's tentacles, their wounded friend was in critical condition. From a distance, Lin Huan kept an eye on the group, knowing that his visibility could complicate the situation. He decided to remain vigilant. In a state of shock, Li Oxen gently placed her brother on the ground, her eyes wide with horror as she assessed his bleeding injury. Without an antidote, she felt powerless to help him. Li Yong knew he faced a dire situation, and that a blood transfusion might be his only hope. He urged his sister to inflict a small wound on herself and transfer some of her blood into him to weaken the poison, allowing them to escape. Without hesitation, Li Axen pricked her finger. As she performed the transfusion, red mystical threads formed between them, signifying a magical bond. Lin Huan watched, skeptical about the treatment's efficacy against the excellent grade monster's toxin. He questioned whether Li Yongxing was prepared to sacrifice Miss Lang for his own survival. Moments later, Li Nguyen grew pale and weak, while Li Yongseng sported a malicious grin, claiming to have regained his strength. Without warning, he drew a knife and sprang up. He stabbed his sister. The captain was taken aback by her brother's betrayal. Li Yongjin callously admitted to using her for his own purposes. He released her and she collapsed, clutching her injury, bewildered by her brother's disloyalty. Feeling indifferent to her suffering, Lin Yongseng smirked, suggesting he had once cared for her, yet had ultimately betrayed her for his benefit. Unable to bear the girl's anguish, Lin Huang ceased his ghostly technique and called upon his ally to help her. The malevolent sibling was briefly taken aback by the abrupt change of events, but managed to dodge the vampire's strike while the gold hunter engaged in battle. Lin Huang moved in to lift Miss Lang to safety. Li Yongcheng's attention remained fixed on Lin Huang, filled with rage at the disruption caused by the gold rank master. Despite the villain's threatening remarks and knife in hand, Lin Huang chose to ignore him, his face twisted in anger. Lin Huang conjured an immortal dragon that swooped in to attack Li Yongcheng from behind. The gold-ranked fighter was astonished by the iron-ranked individual's capability to summon two beasts at once, and quickly maneuvered away from the dragon's fiery onslaught. In his hands, Lin Huang brandished a powerful cannon, a confident grin on his face, aware that Li Yongcheng, gravely injured, had lost nearly half his strength, equalizing their powers. The villain launched a simultaneous assault, battling both monsters while trying to dodge Lin Huang's rifle fire. Lin Huang warned him that ending his life would cleanse the world of its filth. The protagonist took another precise shot. A bullet hit the villain's shoulder, causing him to wince in pain. Lin Huang then used his wings to pin the adversary down. Meanwhile, the dragon prepared to unleash a fiery attack in retaliation. Li Yongcheng broke loose from his restraints, determined to face Lin Huang as they glared at one another with fierce intensity. Their eyes locked in a fiery exchange. Both fighters traded hostile taunts. Lin Huang accused him of being a mere fraud, nothing but a lowly scoundrel, while in vampire mode. Unable to defend himself, the villain crumpled to the ground, gravely injured with a gaping wound in his back, thanks to Lin Huang. Wearing a malicious smirk, Lin Huang towered over the dying adversary, opting to remain silent rather than continue the dialogue. He chose to quickly conclude the altercation. After triumphing over a gold-ranked opponent, he obtained the rare skill cards Thundersword and Cloud Step. This realization brought Lin Huang to understand that defeating higher-ranked warriors allowed him to gain skills. It was a fortunate and important finding. Caught up in the thrill of acquiring new abilities, Lin Huang briefly forgot about the girl lying nearby, who was starting to regain consciousness, and made a sound. Turning his focus to her, he recognized that he had nearly overlooked a vital element of this scenario. He moved closer and gently lifted her, holding a specific card in his grip. Lin Huang conveyed to Ling Xin that she couldn't just give up on life. He used a healing card on her, causing her injuries to begin healing immediately. As her wounds mended, she opened her eyes. With a look of fear, Lung Yuxin asked about her condition. Lin Huang smiled and reassured her that everything was resolved. He informed her that he had saved her from Li Yangcheng, having defeated that rogue, so she needn't worry anymore. When she inquired about his two creatures, a limb from a formidable monster suddenly burst through the wall. As it broke through the ceiling, it began attacking everyone, one limb after another. The man took a defensive stance. Miss Ling noted that the impressive beast seemed drawn to the creature summoned by Lin Huang, or rather, his dragon blood. Lin Huang instructed her to take the girl to safety while he distracted the monster, signaling her not to panic. He assured her he was not an easy target and asked her to wait upstairs. The vampire started retreating from the battlefield, worry etched on her face. Meanwhile, the powerful monster launched an attack on Lin Huang. Lin Huang deftly evaded the strike, understanding that this opponent was not to be underestimated. Unlike a direct confrontation with Li Yongxing, which would guarantee his demise, he promptly utilized his spectral skill and began to shift form. However, this transformation offered little advantage against the formidable beast that had already focused on his dot. He required a moment to buy time and coordinate an escape with Shin, disguised as a ghost. He chose to hide underground, but this tactic ultimately failed. The protagonist was taken aback by the creature's cunning. He noticed a tiny gap at the top, through which light filtered into his shadowy disguise. He began to provoke the formidable beast, daring it to capture him. Infuriated, the creature unleashed a barrage of limbs as it opened all its eyes, lashing out in retaliation. In its rage, the monster wreaked havoc all around, letting out a deafening roar that shattered the cave's structure. Lin Huang recognized it was time to use the transformation card. In an instant, he morphed into a ghostly purple eagle, soaring toward the light in a bid to escape the furious monster. As he ascended, the beast chased him, triggering a massive explosion as its tentacles reached out. Their strength diminished, impeded by the magic stone, meant to restrict its escape. Suddenly, black lightning struck the creature's limbs, halting its advance. In his eagle form, Lin Huang observed and confirmed his hypothesis. Transforming back into human form, he continued to analyze the remarkable monster. His theory was based on the idea that an extraordinary creature was sealed beneath his stone, unable to break free. Lin Huang stood at the edge of the abyss, gazing into the depths with a feeling of contentment. He marveled at the creature's bloodshot eyes, reflecting on the fact that his risks had been worthwhile. A few moments later, he arrived at the waterfall, the agreed-upon rendezvous point with his companions. He scanned the surroundings, contemplating where his friends might be, convinced they were close at hand. Liang Yushuan had water immersion equipment, indicating that B had likely led her to the main exit. Suddenly, a small stone hit his head, and he winced, pressing his aching temple. He was puzzled by the vampire's silence. She had been able to speak during their confrontation, even while transformed into the hero's monster. Determined, Lin Huang began his search for the girl and chose to check behind a rock. There, he found her changing clothes after her aquatic escapade. Jackson's face turned a deep red as she caught sight of him watching. An unexpected slap resonated in the air, leaving Lin Huang feeling slightly dismayed. The girl scolded him for his audacity, claiming that if he hadn't rescued her, she would have retaliated. He knelt in penance, admitting his fault and seeking her forgiveness for encroaching on her privacy. To his astonishment, the girl joined him, her lovely face showing gratitude for his aid. Flustered, she mentioned wanting to repay him. However, Lin Huang, with a cheerful demeanor, rejected her offer, suggesting she simply accompany him back to the city. He explained that he needed to wrap up his mission quickly, as he was fatigued by the ongoing trials. The girl promptly called her bird to hasten their return home. Gently stroking her eagle's beak, she inquired about her brother, Li Yongsheng. Upon B's return, Lin Huang claimed to have defeated him, attributing his end to poison while omitting details about the transformation card. After declaring it to be the best possible result, Miss Ling informed Lin Huang that two of his companions had also lost their lives. Upon her return, she would inform Li Yan's family that he had fallen victim to a formidable monster, which eased the main character's worries. Throughout their journey, Lin Huang was preoccupied with the girl's safety. Given Li Yongchen's earlier attack on her, he couldn't fully trust that she was unharmed. Still, she tried to calm his fears, explaining that she and her brother came from an elite background and had no firm proof of his death. Lin Huang understood her concerns about potential troubles and the risk of getting involved. He noted her compassionate nature, but chose not to explore it further. Lin Huang asked her why the adventurers had gone after the mighty monster. Miss Lorne began her tale, explaining that the floating orchid had once been an immortal from the abyss a century back. A member of the Lin family had contained it within the forest, allowing a descendant to defeat the creature and elevate their rank. She conveyed some disappointment, saying her only goal was to kill it and grow more powerful, unaware it had mutated twice in the meantime, Its strength remained stable, but its abilities were now tenfold more powerful than they had been 100 years prior. After finishing her story, she smiled at the man and expressed her gratitude, acknowledging she would have perished without him. Ling remained confused, still unaware of the true reasons behind his interest in her in that cave. However, not revealing the truth, he simply admitted that he liked her. Miss Lang looked at him with curiosity, soaring above the beautiful wooded mountains. While she sensed he held secrets, she chose not to inquire further, appreciating his kindness. Upon finally arriving at Carefree City, the group looked down at the illuminated nocturnal skyline. Lin Huan seemed exhausted yet relieved to have finally returned. Suddenly, a girl approached him with a serious face, earnestly requesting Li Lansing's belongings. The protagonist attempted to act innocent, pretending he hadn't taken anything. However, the girl remained unconvinced. She pointed out the item he had acquired after her brother's death, the Empire Ring. Knowing the ring couldn't be opened, Lin Huang had no choice but to hand it over to her. She explained that she had no need for the ring's contents, and once she retrieved what was inside, she would send everything to him. Ling used a romantic gaze as she looked at him, expressing her hope for a future encounter. Lin Huang, keeping a professional demeanor, assured her that they would meet again. At that moment, as the group parted ways, the hero received a new notification congratulating him on completing a mission. The mission details were transmitted back home to the protagonist. Upon returning, he was pleased to finally be home. After taking a shower, Lin Huang opened a can of cola and asked Shohei to organize all his cards before she returned from school. A graphical display showed his inventory, revealing 19 cards, including 5 with new monsters. The hero had a successful harvest, but Lin Huang wasn't entirely satisfied. He noticed that he had no transformation cards left, which left him disappointed. Xiao He then informed him that his most significant achievement was a new skill gained from defeating Li Yongqing. Lin Huang reviewed his new abilities and was impressed, particularly by the storage card and the restriction removal card. Xiao He explained that activating these 2 storage cards would give him 2 additional life wheels, effectively boosting his life energy reserves. The protagonist, surprised and excited, urged Shohei to activate them immediately. Upon hearing the details, Lin Huang was thrilled. He realized that he no longer needed to deplete monsters' life energy when killing them. Instead, he could expand his storage capacity before advancing to the next level. Xiao He also mentioned the restriction removal card, which enhanced his ability to use any item. After considering Xiao He's explanation, Lin Huang decided to use the restriction removal card, but not on himself. He intended to use it on Shohei. This surprised the assistant, as they had expected the hero to be cautious of potential deception. Lin Huang, however, didn't doubt Xiao's intentions and assumed the equipment could be applied to him. Feeling self-assured, Xiao promptly activated the equipment cards for himself. Once activated, a new set of card fragments appeared on the digital display, allowing him to purchase a card. This revelation, however, did not bring joy to Lin Huang, as most of the fragments were beyond his financial reach. Could he happily announce that the list comprised only iron and bronze ranks? He couldn't access higher-tier card rankings. This information infuriated the protagonist since all the fragments were of the same tier, yet he had to trade 2 fragments of that rank to obtain a single one. To Lin Huang, this felt like blatant robbery. Meanwhile, Xiao, with a cunning grin, was aware this situation would unfold. He further clarified that acquiring the desired fragment would require paying a fair price. Suddenly, Lin Huang regained his composure, realizing anger was unwarranted. After all, he did not have the resources to buy anything from the store. Waiting until he achieved a new rank seemed more sensible. His assistant interrupted to discuss his promotion, reminding him that while his iron rank life wheel was full, it would take several months to stabilize. Without proper stabilization, moving to the next rank could rapidly drain his life force, causing severe instability. Even a minor leak could have catastrophic effects. Thus, it was crucial to proceed with caution. Lin Huang was taken aback, realizing the gravity of the situation. He asked if there was any method to shorten the necessary time. Xiao explained that practicing live skills could speed up the process. Moreover, the higher the skill level, the quicker the life energy would accumulate, thereby decreasing the stabilization period. Reflecting on this, the protagonist believed it was time to choose a life skill. Nevertheless, Xiao wore a somewhat somber expression, stressing that selecting a life skill was challenging. It needed to harmonize with the hero's attributes, and he couldn't offer immediate advice on which one to select. After their discussion, Lin Huang opted to consult Yue Zhang for advice on which skill to choose. Zhang revealed that he had struggled with sleep for months following the monster territory clearance operation. Lin Huang smiled brightly, apologizing to his friend, but realized he had no other options. As Zhang had the most experience, Yu Huajiang urged Lin Huang to stop complimenting him, and expressed his pride in assisting Huang, especially since he had defeated the six-armed demon and attained the iron rank. No small feat. Zhang advised that when selecting a life skill, one should consider the attribute of their life force. Matching the life force attribute to the skill would give an advantage. However, some individuals, including himself, might not possess any attribute at all. Ultimately, the choice of a life skill depended on personal preference, but higher-level skills were typically superior. Since the protagonist wielded a sword, Zhang recommended the martial life skill, which had 9 levels. Most people struggle to progress beyond levels 4 or 5, with only a few reaching level. The 6th level was crucial. If Lin Huang could achieve it, his strength and speed would be comparable to those with the highest life skills. Zhang was confident that with Xiao's assistance, reaching the 6th level would be easy for him. Lin Huang decided to go with the martial life skill and inquired about the cost and whether he could acquire it immediately. Curiously, he also asked about a package that had been mentioned earlier. However, Lin Huang had no knowledge of such a package. Yue Jiang quickly explained that everyone who had helped defend against the monster horde had received rewards. Lin Huang had been granted a martial life skill as a reward, and the delivery should have arrived by now. This revelation surprised the protagonist, as he was hearing about it for the first time. A few hours later, Li Xin, with joy sparkling in her eyes, tossed a briefcase aside and rushed towards her brother, hugging him tightly. She held Lin Huang close with a smile, admitting she hadn't heard from him in so long that she had started to fear the worst. The guy reassured his sister, telling her not to focus on such dark thoughts, though there was a touch of sadness in his voice. The girl confessed that he was her only family, and if anything happened to him, she wouldn't know what to do. Her brother comforted her, promising that as long as they were together, nothing would happen. He, too, believed she was his only family in the world. With a cheerful demeanor, he informed her that her vacation would begin the next day and that he had already booked plane tickets for their trip. Ling Xin was overjoyed, declaring him the best brother in the world. She hurried to her room, eager to pack her suitcase with her finest dresses. As the girl joyfully climbed the stairs, the protagonist unexpectedly turned to her with a bright smile, asking if any packages had arrived for him. She replied that there were indeed 2 parcels and asked him to wait while she fetched them for him. Lin Huang examined the boxes and was taken aback to find 2, puzzled about the origin of the second one. He started to open the smaller box, which contained a note. Huang and Shohei looked over the note, noticing some strange numbers that likely were necessary to unlock the ring. They found no indication of who sent the box, but the protagonist recognized a familiar fragrance, realizing it was from someone she knew. While inspecting the ring, Lin, Huang, and Shohei noted its impressive capacity of 100,000 M. Despite its size, it held only a few thousand life crystals and a type of weapon. However, they were soon taken aback by what was inside the ring. Among the items was a weapon, specifically Li Yangcheng's battle sword. The other 2 artifacts were beyond the protagonist's current capability to use, but they were deemed highly valuable in the city. Lin Huang also spotted a single vault and was curious about Li and Shen's accumulation. Meanwhile, Shalhoub believed it was merely some money. The system initiated an upgrade to a VIP account to display the full credit value. Once the upgrade concluded, the total credits were shown, leaving the guys in disbelief. Li Yinqing had an astonishing 38 billion credits in his account, an amount from their military rewards that Liang Yushuan had willingly handed over. The protagonists were in awe of the aristocrat's clout, significantly stronger than expected. Lin Huang now possessed enough credits and 4 promotion cards, allowing him to rise by 1 rank. Should he confirm the man's assumptions? However, a double promotion equated to a single life transformation, necessitating substantial life energy and affecting different spaces. During this evolution, Shohei warned against upgrading near strongholds, fearing unusual vitality could attract superintendents or surveillance agencies. Upgrading in the wild was just as risky if dangerous monsters were present. Curious, Lin Huang examined the objects in his hands. One was a bronze token, symbolizing his promotion to the rank of bronze, making him a true hunter rather than just a reserved one. In his other hand was the study crystal that Zhang had mentioned. Xiao advised the hero to try activating it with life energy. Suddenly, the magic crystal emitted a radiance that illuminated the entire room. From this light, an unfamiliar elderly man appeared in a graphic projection before Lin Huang. They silently observed each other. Then, the old man began moving within the projection, demonstrating various combat techniques to Lin Huang. Lin Huang was taken aback by this unexpected development. Looking closer, he realized the old man was showcasing hand-to-hand combat techniques. They seemed deadly, more akin to military training. Xiao explained that this was a training life skill crystal designed to train the hero. With his hands behind him, the mentor paused. He then turned to face Lin Huang, explaining a melee combat technique called military tactics. It was intended to be used alongside the martial life skill until the practitioner reached the bronze rank. Demonstrating the technique's movements, the mentor continued, emphasizing that while learning the technique wasn't difficult, reaching a higher level was key. Lin Huang immediately began practicing the new skill. To master it, he needed to divide his life energy into multiple streams. According to the mentor, a person's life energy should eventually be split into 12 streams. This would allow for the full mastery of military tactics. While Lin Huang repeated the techniques, he struggled to understand why he should divide his life force. He had always believed that dividing it would weaken him. However, he followed the mentor's instructions, splitting his energy in all directions before gathering it again to deliver a powerful strike. According to the old man, forming various force shapes could maximize the efficiency of military tactics. As he concentrated his gathered life energy in his hands, Lin Huang quickly began to see the advantages of the military life skill. With this ability, he could transform his life energy into any desired shape. Lin Huang focused intently, channeling his energy into 12 separate streams and centering it in his core, where his hands were clasped. He realized that success would grant him the skill to shape his power in limitless ways. Upon achieving complete focus, he received a notification congratulating him for attaining the initial level of military tactics. Instantly, Xiao He suggested that Lin Huang could convert military tactics into a card, and by furthering his training, he could amass fragments to progress to the next level. Lin Huang promptly asked about the advancement rules while holding the military tactics card. Xiao clarified that he needed to gather 200 fragments to reach the second level. Requirements would double for each subsequent tier, culminating in needing 810,000 life skill fragments to advance from the 8th to the 9th level. Huang was taken aback by the vast number of fragments required for the 9th tier. Xiao agreed, but noted that stability could be achieved by the 6th level. Xiao elaborated that once a skill reached the 6th level, the increase would stand at 72%, marking the peak rank. Eager to collect fragments, Lin Huang believed he could progress faster than his peers. Xiao He, following behind, was mildly surprised by Lin Huang's self-assessment as a genius, noting the existence of others with remarkable talents. After several hours, Lin Huang was exhausted, barely managing to stay upright and drenched in sweat. He had reached the first level that evening, though Shohei mentioned that some accomplished it in just half an hour. At that moment, a girl approached him. It was Li Xin, greeting her brother with a cheerful good morning. Her clothing suggested she was in the midst of preparing breakfast. Without dragging it out, she led Lin Huang to the kitchen with a beaming smile and began to chat. They were on a break, and since he had promised an outing, she felt slightly awkward. Li decided to show her gratitude by preparing a meal for the protagonist. Upon entering the kitchen, Lin Huang immediately noticed an unappetizing soup emitting a foul odor, and Li Xin herself appeared rather distressed. Despite this, he sat down to the meal she had prepared. Reluctantly, Lin Huang took a spoonful of the soup, visibly grimacing as he inspected its contents. He truly didn't want to eat it. Despite his reluctance, he forced himself to swallow the soup, even going so far as to express his enjoyment of the meal, trying to make his sister feel better. Pleased with his reaction, Li Xin placed a full pot of the soup on the table, allowing him to have more of the tasty supplement he'd asked for. Several hours later, Lin Huang had finished all of his sister's cooking. Li Xin, washing the dishes, jokingly scolded him for eating so slowly and reminded him that they needed to pack their suitcases as they were planning to catch the next flight. She suggested using an eagle to reach their destination. However, Lin Huang, still feeling unwell from the meal, sat at the table in discomfort. He realized that his sister's cooking had unintentionally poisoned him. With considerable effort, he stood up, telling her they wouldn't need the eagle. After overcoming his discomfort, Lin Huang left the house. Outside, Li Xin was worried about how they would get to Saya Gun without an eagle. But Lin Huang had another idea. He used one of his cards to summon a creature even faster than an eagle, a ghost falcon. They both climbed onto the creature, with Li Xin seated in front of Lin Huang. She smiled, acknowledging his skills as a tamer. During the flight over the city, Li Xin was impressed by her brother's abilities, though a little hurt that he hadn't shared them with her earlier. After their adventurous flight, they arrived in Saya Gun, where they could finally catch a regular aircraft. As they strolled through the city, Li Xin was delighted with the atmosphere and understood why it was a popular vacation destination. Lin Huang had already booked a hotel, and they decided to go shopping before heading there. During their walk, however, Li Xin suddenly paused and pulled a long list from her sweater, which she called the Scarlet List, a collection of essential items. Later in the evening, they participated in various forms of entertainment that the girl greatly enjoyed. At one point, while dressed in different attire, she suddenly stopped and stared in another direction. Lin Huang also paused, overhearing news related to the Lang family. The Lang family, being the most dominant of the 6 noble clans, had an unmatched status. The news reported that the family's daughter had achieved excellence rank at just 19 years old, gaining recognition as a once-in-a-century genius. But Lee Sin suddenly grabbed the protagonist's hand, pulling him away to continue their fun, distracting him from Miss Lang's news. After several more hours of amusement in the city, they finally reached the hotel. They were greeted by a kind woman who guided them down the hallway to their room. Only Lin Huang paid attention as he carried his exhausted sister, who had fallen asleep on the way, to their room. Once inside, Lin Huang decided to contact his assistant, Xiao He, though the latter was displeased at being summoned. After ensuring his sister was settled comfortably in her room, Lin Huang resumed his life skill practice. To reach his goal, he needed patience and dedication, which were essential for mastering military tactics. Despite Xiao He's displeasure, he informed Lin Huang that completing a full rotation cycle would earn him one fragment. This, however, did not discourage Lin Huang. At his current speed, he could complete a cycle in just half an hour. Still, he believed that by increasing the frequency of his training sessions, he could further reduce the time required to complete each cycle. Late at night, when all the hotel guests were fast asleep, Lee Sin, unable to rest, wandered through the corridor. She eventually approached her brother's room and knocked on the door. However, there was no response, as Lin Huang was entirely absorbed in his skill training. Unaware of his focused state, the girl assumed he had already fallen asleep and decided to return to her own room. After some thought, though, she chose to take a stroll instead, feeling too awake to sleep. As she wandered through the hotel garden, Lee Sin felt a bit disheartened that her brother had gone to bed so early. Suddenly, she felt an unsettling tension in the air. This caused her to look around in several directions. She couldn't shake the suspicion that someone was following her. As she stood by a trash bin, planning to throw away some paper before returning to the hotel, she began to feel increasingly anxious. Just as she was about to toss the paper into the bin, she was startled when the trash bin suddenly came to life. It opened wide and lunged at Lin Xin, swallowing her entirely. Inside, she fought to escape as the bin stumbled around trying to push her further inside. After the girl vanished, the police arrived at the hotel without delay. One of the officers, while patrolling the hallway, asked the hotel owner about the security cameras. The owner, sounding disappointed, noted that the hotel had always attracted guests because of its focus on their safety. He was hesitant to create too much fuss about the incident. The hotel proprietor nervously reviewed the surveillance footage and discovered it only showed the girl leaving her room. This case mirrored a concerning rise in kidnapping incidents. The investigator sent all available agents to search the hotel for clues. He wanted to talk to the main character and asked the hotel owner to take him to her. Meanwhile, while the inquiry into Lincoln's disappearance was happening upstairs, she found herself in a strange basement, struggling to get up. She noticed a young girl with braided hair and a rather strange caterpillar at her side. Lin Chen. Her eyes were filled with fear as she wondered who this girl was and where they were. The unfamiliar girl introduced herself as Lily, cheerfully stating that the worm was her dear friend. She explained that the worm helped them find new family members, declaring that Lin Chen would now be her sister and they would all be daughters of their father. Lin Chen was engulfed by terror when she heard Lily's words, shaking violently and feeling completely paralyzed. Out of nowhere, Lily grabbed her by the throat and warned that any attempt to flee would lead to becoming food for the worms. Continuing to choke Lin Chen, Lily insisted that she wanted her sister to be obedient, just like those who came before her. Struggling to breathe, Lin Chen prayed for one thing, for her brother to rescue her as swiftly as possible. While Lin Chen endured her torment below, the main character wasted no time in launching a search for his sister, utilizing the bloody hunt skill. Guards noticed a figure approaching and promptly aimed their weapons at him, realizing he had trespassed into a restricted area. However, he suddenly appeared behind the guards and swiftly incapacitated them with a single blow. With a menacing expression, Lin Huang commanded the vampire to show no mercy and to eliminate anyone standing in their way. They continued to face opponents on the lower floors while a considerable number of guards were already waiting for the protagonist on the upper levels. The guards stood poised, their eagerness evident as they were baffled by the idea that one person could defeat them all. Upon reaching the 50th floor via the elevator, the doors opened, and guards immediately unleashed a barrage of gunfire. However, he evaded their shots by positioning himself where they least expected it, then burst into their ranks, kicking the door open from behind. An ominous aura surrounded him as he wielded a sword, determined to eliminate all of them. In just moments, he stood as the only survivor in the room while the others lay defeated at his hands. Suddenly, Lin Huang heard a child's voice from behind. He turned to find unfamiliar individuals. A man and his daughter, Lily, were present. It was Lily who had mocked the protagonist's sister. They acted as though they were scared, hoping to divert suspicion away from Lin Huang. Amidst everything, the man introduced himself as Wei Xin, Recognizing that his identity didn't match my expectations about the captors involved in the lynching, I politely asked him not to frighten my young daughter. It was essential for me to inspect all the buildings to confirm my sister's absence and to assess the intentions of our interlocutor, so he wouldn't brazenly try to deceive us. Understanding Lin Huang's intentions, Wayne positioned himself at the doorway, aiming to stop the individual from hiding any weapons or crucial information. However, Lin Huang didn't linger on potential repercussions for too long. He boldly pressed his sharp blade against the intruder's throat, highlighting the recklessness of interfering while we searched for my sister. In a serious tone, he urged the person to move aside and not obstruct our pursuit of any clues or signs related to the missing girl. Overwhelmed with fear, Lily began to cry, and I started to comfort her, making sure she wasn't too upset. Despite all the threats, Lin Huang remained calm, diligently searching every corner of the large rooms in the building. As the intruder shifted position, the motion triggered something unfamiliar to come from his pocket. Based on his expressions, it was clear that the man had a deep-seated animosity towards Lin Huang. He pulled out a card from his clothing, seemingly intending to summon a low-ranked hunter to confront us. He quickly threw the card at Lin Huang, trying to call forth a creature to end our lives. However, the card quickly transformed into a massive worm ready to attack its perceived enemy. The sight of such a trivial monster amused me, and I couldn't suppress a smile at the display. Considering this creature unworthy of serious attention, I got ready for battle without relying on my own monster abilities. With a single swing, I managed to split the immobile worm into two pieces. A powerful shockwave from Lin Huang's weapon hit the frail shoulder of the elderly man, who was unable to dodge in time due to the attack's remarkable speed. Overwhelmed by the impact, he collapsed to the ground, quickly dropping to his knees before the lead hero radiating a sinister aura. He was determined to dispose of any human who resorted to treachery. The protagonist heard numerous cries for help from those nearby, including Sina. Upon uncovering the deceit surrounding Qinglin, he made a vow to eliminate anyone who had mistreated his younger sister in any way. Suddenly, the young girl, the only daughter of the vile criminal, found a gun aimed at her head. Despite his severe injuries, Lin Chen felt immense satisfaction in taking on a fatherly role for her. He had offered her the chance to become part of his family for the main character, who stood at a distance from the captive. The sight of his crying sisters caught his attention. They could only nod or make muffled sounds through their gags, trying to communicate with their older brother. Feeling somewhat detached, Qinglin reassured himself that all of this turmoil would eventually come to a close, allowing him to return home. Lily, tired of the family drama unfolding, voiced her worries about her injured father, even considering threatening her younger sister's life due to her inability to act in that moment. Lin Huan appeared behind the girls, leaving them confused about his intentions and why they should listen to a child's feeble words. Subsequently, the main character struck Lily's neck with the blade's panel, effectively immobilizing her. She lost consciousness and fell to the ground before her father, who observed this and concluded that the girl was completely ineffective and harmless. Later, the protagonist freed Len from her restraints, cutting the ties on her wrists, but causing some injuries in the process. They embraced tightly after their long separation, and the younger sister immediately broke down in tears, clinging to her brother and unable to suppress her emotions. This story contained resentment towards the individual who sabotaged all the schemes in which Qinglin was a key figure. With much expectation, the protagonist reached a breaking point due to the old man's foolish actions. He raised a weapon towards Lily, remembering the vows he had made to eliminate anyone who threatened his younger sister. He prepared a unique fighting technique, getting ready to unleash a forceful strike capable of overcoming tough opponents. Suddenly, police officers investigating the disappearances burst into the room, demanding to know why the hunters were trying to impede John and his little daughters. In reply, the man kept quiet, waiting for a justification regarding the disruption of his plan. The police officer promised to ensure the protagonist's family was safe and to prevent similar incidents in the future. Lin Huang talked with the detective about the cases of the missing girls, discussing the situation involving her and her family. He refused to leave anyone behind and desired the chance to imprison the criminal for their deeds. The detective acknowledged the circumstances and was grateful for the hero's help in locating the offender. However, he couldn't bring himself to separate Lily from her family, as she was an innocent victim caught in unforeseen events. Nation's demeanor changed somewhat upon hearing about the repercussions under private law. Seeking clarification for a precise answer, he began to act oddly as if he was beyond reproach. He posed a challenge for the two robust police officers trying to hold him down. With a sinister grin, the man issued threatening remarks, swearing to return and abduct the girl again for his malicious intent, making it impossible for her to live a normal life. In reaction to his criminal declarations, the protagonist remained quiet, focused on hearing everything. The police officer concluded that it was essential to detain the offender, keeping him away from his daughters and ensuring Lily's security. The child might never completely recover from witnessing those unsettling expressions on their faces. Lin Huang quietly left with the only surviving member of their family, fully aware that they had become disconnected from reality in this world. While the police officer tried to warn about the potential threat posed by Shin and his wide-reaching connections, the hero reflected on the chance of him being released from prison without any consequences. He contemplated the extent of those connections. In an instant, the target seemed to be aware of everything and just smiled. He had faith in the police, trusting their capacity to enforce the law. He left with his assistant, planning to file a case for deliberately harming a man, which would help to resolve many of the issues at hand. The inspector, after dealing the final blow, gestured towards the defeated creature, pointing out that overcoming it was not an easy task, even for someone of the same standing as the protagonist. It required the expertise of a seasoned hunter to summon such destruction. As they exited the multi-story building where the old man's illicit activities took place, Wayne found himself constricted by numerous police officers, leaving him little room to escape. Despite being encircled by so many officers, Wei Xin easily fended off one of their hands. He regarded them as unworthy of even laying hands on him. Wei Xin felt immense frustration at the unwelcome touches from ordinary people, and his previous defeat against the protagonist intensified his unyielding desire to confront him again, along with thoughts of his younger sister. While he struggled to break free from the exhausting encirclement, a powerful vampire suddenly appeared behind him. Its descent from above landed with a tremendous force, cracking the earth beneath it. The onlookers were oblivious to this figure's identity, their fear freezing them in place as they watched closely while it examined the offender. Meanwhile, the vampire prepared for the coming confrontation by crafting small magical threads around its hands, resembling flickers of lightning. Surrounded by those threads, Wei Xin began to plead for mercy, overcome with fear from the unfolding nightmare. He realized, however, that the summoned monster was devoid of sympathy unless commanded by its master. Consequently, his cries went unheard, and he was swiftly engulfed. The threads ensnared an entire head of an individual, while the police officers could only watch without intervening in the conflict. They listened helplessly as the person faced a certain death at the hands of the mysterious creature. At the same time, Lin Huang was on a nearby rooftop using a special technique to control the vampire, allowing him to utilize its power from a distance. After completing his mission and fulfilling his promise to eliminate everyone, he retracted the draft card for the special pet back to himself. At that instant, an eagle appeared behind him, where his younger sister was perched, waiting for him. The girls were eager to head home and finally unwind after the numerous challenges they had faced, now that everything was resolved. With a smile, the protagonist told his younger sister that it was the perfect moment to leave. Lin Huang had been exceptionally vigilant about Lin Chen's safety, as he was being watched by an unseen camera that recorded his actions and the assault he had carried out. Intriguingly, not far from where the protagonist stood, a mysterious figure was watching him through a specialized device. This individual succeeded in documenting the assault and the fallen nation with the help of a summoned monster. They listened intently to Lin Huang's comments several times and halted the transmission of their image to observe the ongoing scene more closely. As the protagonist slowly moved away, the hooded figure continued to converse with their associates, discussing the person who had defeated Wei without any apparent effort. The hooded figure gradually sent a picture of the protagonist and audio recordings to their partner for further instructions. They needed to reach an agreement on what they had observed. The mysterious man, whose face was hidden, had a specific aim in mind. By nightfall, the plan to eliminate Lin Huang at all costs was underway, with intentions to report on the incident. Soon after, the protagonist wandered through the city, reflecting on his sister's well-being. She had experienced distress due to his negligence regarding minor matters, but she quickly regained her spirits and started to enjoy her time with her brother, savoring an array of tasty treats. Lin Chen, much like an excited child, eagerly roamed the city, wanting to try everything from various foods to typical children's toys. When they arrived at a clothing store, the girl expressed her desire to buy something that would make her look a bit older. The main character noted that his younger sister had a particularly adorable face and wanted to enhance her feminine charm. While Lin Chen was focused on this, Lin Huang felt a threatening presence of strangers nearby, who seemed to have harmful intentions toward both him and Qinglin. This ominous feeling led him to call upon a vampire for protection, mainly to ensure the girl's safety from any dangerous situations. His sudden shift to combat mode startled the girl when he first appeared in the crowd, prompting her to ask her older brother about it. As they browsed through the new items and shared various stories, the store owner approached and asked if they were planning to make a purchase or if they were just looking around. The protagonist found the clothing he needed and chose to buy a cloak for the vampire, seemingly unaware that Lin Chen hadn't picked out anything and was feeling somewhat frustrated about it. After they got what they needed, they moved on. They continued to navigate the streets of the city at night, with the newly recruited vampire walking ahead to ensure their safety. The younger sister felt uneasy about the dangerous situation, not only for herself, but also for Huang Lin. Nonetheless, Lin Huang encouraged her to enjoy herself while he kept a vigilant watch. A suspicious figure caught the protagonist's eye, clearly exuding malevolent intentions. Lin Huang pretended not to notice as the hooded person moved further away, not bothering to look back, yet seeming expectant of something sinister. They passed one another without interference from any potential threats. Eventually, the stranger faded into the crowd just as mysteriously as he had appeared, leaving the question of how he blended into the background unanswered. The malicious individual drew a cold, deadly weapon, intent on fulfilling the orders of his elusive superior. In front of the man who had discreetly infiltrated the crowd, an image of a mystical wolf suddenly appeared, visible only to him. Bystanders paid no attention, even as the creature showed aggression towards the typical assassin who aimed to take out the protagonist. Observing this summoned creature, the man inexplicably transformed into three distinct spirits, each with their own separate thoughts and personalities. As time went on, the hooded stranger seemingly disappeared without leaving a trace, apart from a lingering aura of spiritual energy. At last, the protagonist stopped experiencing an unexplainable urge to harm his sister. He reflected on his misplaced caution regarding other hunters, realizing that unidentified figures were present, watching him since he had entered the alley. Among them was the same person accompanied by a spirit wolf who was taken aback by the protagonist's behavior. Even an iron-rank individual like him could sense the ominous intentions of those slightly stronger than him, thanks to his sharp assassin's instincts. Suddenly, a man walked up behind him with a wolf, instilling sheer dread in the assassin and attempting to assert a bit of hostility. The wolf handler tightened his grip on the man's hand. This person sought revenge against the main character for the death of his friend. Initiating a confrontation in the arena, which the assassin didn't welcome, the wolf handler shared crucial information about the Lin family. The arena then directly questioned the man's identity and motives in exchange for revealing his true name. The assassin, serving his superior, chose to disclose the identity of the person in front of him, suggesting that his boss had a close relationship with him. An unsettling silence interrupted the criminal's newfound realization. The heavy atmosphere called forth the understanding that it was time for the main assassin, the one who had commanded Lin Huang's demise. A piercing wolf howl shattered his tense thoughts and echoed through the foreboding air. A ghostly wolf shot out of the shadows and lunged at the criminal, its presence cutting through the assassin's thoughts and warning him against speaking too freely. Suddenly, the wolf's owner appeared and proposed a direct meeting with the boss, free of deceit or traps, insisting on a face-to-face encounter where he could lay bare his true self without the facade of games and masks. The wolf-bearer, glowing in the darkness, seemed enigmatic and determined, as if searching for something beyond mere words. The excruciating pain inflicted by the monster's jaws around the assassin's neck was overwhelming, causing tears to form in his eyes. This moment of suffering tested his strength as he fought to preserve his dignity, grappling with the intense anguish while trying to speak despite the pain. This moment of distress challenged his determination as he sought to uphold his dignity, wrestling with the discomfort while attempting to communicate through the pain. Under the night sky, the wolf's owner selected the clock tower as a place rich with symbolic meaning. It stood as a quiet observer of the relentless passage of time, emphasizing its unyielding nature. This location and occasion were charged with secrets and a sense of urgency that lingered in the air. The response arrived quickly, signaling acceptance of the proposed meeting. The owner of the wolf felt satisfied with the outcome. Now that the wolf was free from its previous task, it returned to its owner, appearing to await further orders. As the man reflected on his throat, he felt an unusual sensation, as if his voice had been bound. He came to the realization that he had lost mastery over his ability to speak. A sudden assault and targeted blow had led him to fear that he might end up voiceless. With Patty serving as his captor, the owner determined that she had no place in this story. Their connection was fraught with too many secrets, and to protect them from being uncovered, the wolf resolved to eliminate the threat. The owner recognized that the monster had begun its gruesome task from a concealed position. He turned away, leaving the creature alone with its victim. The sounds of a brutal struggle merged with the nighttime noises, creating a chilling atmosphere of horror. As time continued to pass, the meeting spot near the clock tower, a traditional gathering place for hunters, remained enveloped in complete silence. The only sound was the whispering of the night breeze, signaling the approach of dawn. Someone named Feng Zhou, also known as Lin Huan Sagar, awaited an unfamiliar visitor. Their prior communication had only been over the phone, and now the anticipation of their encounter filled the night air. After some time, a stranger, dressed in enigmatic clothing, finally appeared. He recognized Fengzhou Rana as the anticipated contact and expressed confusion concerning the reasons behind her protection. The man he spoke with engaged in a dynamic conversation that touched on family matters and the importance of safeguarding Lin Huang. Fengzhou Ran was determined to show her loyalty firsthand. Zeta Willow, the stranger, began to question Lin Huang's ties to this family. However, Feng Duren interjected with a critical question, curious about the reasoning behind sending such a powerful mercenary to assist someone of low status. Confusion and astonishment were apparent during this inquiry. The stranger remained steadfast, unwilling to engage in any philosophical discussions. His only aim was to find answers to his own questions. Feng Zhu, revitalized, simply waved Feng Jia ran away, as if to signal that he had received specific orders to fulfill his objective. This served as a constant reminder of the important mission ahead. Despite the challenges, one of the wolves approached with escalating bloodlust and hunger, followed by the others, all prepared to fight fiercely for their master. The assault began, with teeth and claws focused on the sole intention of annihilating their foe. The stranger was caught off guard. His plans were disrupted by this unanticipated confrontation. He had underestimated Feng, viewing him as insignificant until he faced this unforeseen threat. Ascending into the air through a combination of magic and technology, the stranger realized he was running out of time, as uncertainty about the future loomed large over him. He readied himself for decisive actions, acknowledging that he had walked into a conflict between rival families and the Hunters Association. This was a struggle for dominance, masked by the guise of normal life. As a wolf approached, teeth bared and fixed on its prey, there seemed to be no way out. However, the attack was suddenly interrupted by a powerful strike that shattered their plans. A wave of despair overcame him. The remaining wolves pressed on with their relentless assault. Their actions were instinctual, leaving no space for thought. Feng Jia ran, mocked the stranger, calling him an old man, which deeply wounded his pride. Feeling desperate, he confronted a new enemy, acutely aware of the formidable power they possessed. A frightening scene unfolded as merciless, bloodthirsty wolves closed in, their eyes shining with a primal hunger that fueled their onslaught. The atmosphere became increasingly charged, and the stranger understood that failing to act could result in catastrophic outcomes. A blend of frustration and vulnerability stirred within him. Eventually, the wolves accomplished their aims. However, to their shock, the stranger's figure faded away, melting into the shadows of the night as if he had never been there at all. Fang Doran's jaw clenched again as he descended to the ground, giving commands that the obedient wolves followed. Raising his gaze to the sky, he witnessed the stranger vanishing quickly, using some sort of telekinesis in the crowd. He realized that his actions might carry more significance than he had initially perceived. Fang Doran came to understand that the stranger's abilities surpassed all his expectations. As the twilight gradually dimmed, Fang Zhou ran, breaking the monotony of time as he began to rub the imperial ring on his finger. The stunning gem absorbed energy with every movement he made. His yearning to connect with a specific person and communicate something deeply meaningful remained resolute, almost as if emerging from another realm. A hazy, holographic image of a girl began to take shape before him. She appeared in the air, her eyes reflecting concern, and her wooden-like hands reaching out as if trying to touch him. As she started to speak, she focused her words on his uncle and the protagonist's safety. Even with a smile on her uncle's face, Miss Lorne, in her holographic form, sensed a shift in his demeanor. For a moment, anxiety flickered through her smile, frozen in place. Her intuition nudged her to realize that his tone and mood conveyed something profound and vital, lurking just beneath the surface. He kept his true feelings and calm exterior hidden. Although he felt compelled to open up to the girl, it was a daunting challenge. His emotions had become a heavy burden, especially following Lin Huang's involvement. He was painfully aware that Lin Huang had raised the stakes, putting him up against a formidable opponent that even the most adept hunters would find difficult to face. The young woman from the holograms had stumbled upon insights that changed the world's understanding, leaving him feeling perplexed. She uncovered that the attempt on the protagonist's life was deliberate, linked to the murder of someone from an ancient lineage, and his uncle's words confirmed the truth of this information. This revelation led Lorne to earnestly and significantly urge Fang to protect this young man at all costs, a responsibility transcending his usual duties and authority. As their conversation continued, her words felt like a summons, accompanied by an invisible force that strengthened her determination to fulfill her objectives. With a confident smile, Feng Zhou-ren felt ready to take on the responsibility she had asked of him. His skills enabled him to counter nearly any threat that might come near his relatives, so he willingly agreed, determined to protect the young man. However, as their discussion drew to a close, uncertainties began to surface in his mind. He became aware of his own susceptibility and the lack of guarantees for survival in this dangerous situation. An internal conversation sparked, redirecting his focus to the fact that even the protector needed safeguarding. Meanwhile, in front of a large building in the second division, there was complete stillness. Everyone stayed in their individual rooms, each person appearing like a solitary island amidst the surrounding darkness. Silence enveloped everything, as if the world was pausing in anticipation for something to unfold. In this quiet atmosphere, where voices and footsteps were usually heard, a mystery began to emerge. An ordinary pillow cradled the skull of the deceased individual. He was present there, but he didn't fit in that environment. A peculiar light illuminated him, casting an enchanting glow around his essence. Suddenly, a woman appeared in this setting, her hand softly resting on the skull, her touch reverberating with echoes of history. She bore a soul laden with bitterness, aware that this person had met his end while trying to rescue imprisoned girls. Her hands tightened into fists, and her voice trembled as she expressed her thoughts. As her eyes lingered on the skull, her expressive face betrayed her displeasure. She lamented that the departed had disregarded her counsel and her spiritual support. Her own fragile state made her participation in his fate particularly poignant within the world she inhabited. As his mother, her heart ached with grief. Neither time nor distance could diminish her sorrow, anger, and yearning. These feelings crossed beyond dimensions, and she struggled to accept the loss of her cherished son. Her desire to reach out to him grew so intense that she pressed the skull against her head. The name Sean reverberated like a prayer as she repeated it over and over, as if trying to bring him back, even if just for a brief moment. Then, something extraordinary happened. The human skull began to speak, echoing the very phrases she had just said, his voice resonating back to her from the depths of the abyss. Sean expressed his steadfast determination through the skull, affirming that he believed she could achieve what he couldn't, seeking justice and vengeance. In that moment, the bond with Mother Sean reflected his resolve. Recognizing this, the protagonist, who had ended Sean's life, understood the need for vengeance, even if it meant confronting the powerful Lorne family and their skilled fighters. Sean had faith in the importance of retribution. Even after determining her future objectives, the mother of the deceased made the choice to restore the skull to its proper place and created a plan to honor Sean's desires. She wished for her son's wish for the protagonist's death to be realized as soon as possible. She clapped her hands loudly, instructing her servants to summon a particular person without revealing the reason for the call. Lily entered the room, along with a maid who had been taking care of her since her father's absence. The girl hurried to the nearby skull that symbolized her father, feeling immense relief to have escaped the difficulties she had been caught up in. Noticing the sorrowful child longingly missing her parent, the woman asked if she wanted to avenge her father. Without hesitation and with a bright smile, Lily enthusiastically agreed to pursue revenge. Yet, despite her joy over her father's swift return, she harbored a fierce desire to eradicate the protagonist and his entire family without compassion. The main stipulation set by her non-biological grandmother, who would assist Lily in her quest for vengeance, was that she must endure a year-long trial to gain the strength needed to achieve her intentions. After listening to and accepting all the terms communicated by her father's adoptive mother, Lily left the room with her guardian. In that moment, the girl's expression transformed as she became completely confident in her survival. During the trial period, events began to unfold the next day at the Shadow Museum, famous among the hunter community for its rare artifact collection. After hearing some rumors and finishing his affairs, Lin Huang decided to visit the museum with his sister, as Qinglin held a deep interest in its various exhibits. Frequently, the girl preferred to explore the collections from the shotgun ruins with her older brother, enjoying the chance to share the stories she had learned during her studies. Lin Chen regarded the main character as the best brother ever because of his willingness to accompany her. He always went the extra mile to ensure her happiness and protect her from sadness. The museum guide led the visitors through the building to the inner hall where numerous exhibits were displayed, helping them to stay oriented. Lin Chen hardly paid attention to the guide's explanations, as her focus was captivated by a beautiful bowl nearby. She wished her brother would experience the same joy. But Lin Huang was so taken aback by something he saw that he couldn't remain close to her. Kinglin silently watched her older brother's sudden exit, perplexed by his unexpected behavior. Lin Huang approached a central exhibit that caught the attention of the other visitors surrounding it. The exhibit left Lin Huang in shock, and he had no response to the inquiries of the curious crowd. The museum guide informed everyone that this object was a treasure that had confounded archaeologists for a long time, as its purpose and name were still unknown and its proper use had not been determined. Lin Huang was distinct decorations that are unique to those sites. Lin Huang felt somewhat apprehensive about interrupting his busy friend, yet she eagerly began recounting a tale. She talked about Zion, an infamous figure from ancient history who had reached a demigod status before mysteriously vanishing without a trace. Recognizing the significant disparities in levels and ranks, Lin Huangyi understood that Zion had likely perished long ago and had been the same traveler with the laptop. The girl mentioned that she had gathered all this information and apologized for what she perceived as a minor contribution. Lin Huang valued her assistance, which helped him gain a more comprehensive understanding of this world. He also praised her beauty, making her blush. They wrapped up their discussion and went their separate ways. Lin Huang felt uplifted afterward, having received a kind compliment from his friend. However, thoughts of Zaatar, who had attained the demigod rank swiftly through a blessing, ignited his desire to explore the charred gun ruins someday, hoping for a deeper investigation of the supposedly extraordinary territory. The next morning, Lin Chen was seated at the entrance, enjoying a variety of sweets. She asked her brother about his purpose for visiting Xiaxia City. Lin Huang, equipped and ready, clarified his interest in the museum's matters and his aim to thoroughly investigate the charred gun ruins. He took her along to keep her entertained during their journey, although she remained silent, simply enjoying her sweets. After traveling across the country, Lin Huang reached Xiaxia City just as the sun was setting. Unfamiliar with the location, he relied on a special map to find the hotel where he had booked a room for his exploration of the ruins. The hotel was large and still accepting guests despite the season. The owner welcomed him and noted that visitor numbers had decreased during the summer holidays, as most people preferred to go to other entertaining destinations. Lin Huan inquired about captivating stories surrounding the Che Gun ruins, but discovered that not many existed. During their discussion, a young couple entered, and the girl warmly greeted Lin Huan. He watched them with a friendly demeanor. Afterward, he went into the vacant room, and the hotel owner began to share the tale of Chaya, telling how a mighty figure once established an empire in ancient times and the ruins of Shigun Moon served as his royal residence. As Lin Huan listened, he learned that the entire empire had inexplicably vanished overnight, just as mysteriously as it had formed. By the end of their discussion, this mystery remained completely baffling. The young man quickly decided to move toward a place that was protected by a strong magical barrier, which kept dangerous creatures at bay. This area was tightly secured, and Lin Huan approached it pretending to be a tourist, evading numerous questions. At the same time, this created an excellent opportunity for them to break away from the larger group. While talking with Xiao He, they shared insights about the Forbidden City's ancient history, discussing various aspects of the many individuals eager to uncover the secrets of the famous ruins, which had revealed many intriguing findings. While conversing with Xiao He, they exchanged knowledge about the Forbidden City's ancient past, exploring different aspects related to the numerous people keen on examining the celebrated Paragon ruins, which had uncovered many captivating discoveries. Driven by curiosity, the protagonist began to ask questions about the phenomenon they had encountered. As they approached the area of the ruins, they came across a puzzling, large imprint on the ground, the source and significance of which remained a mystery to them. He noted that the material making up the soil beneath them came from a coastal cliff, a type of substance that even a skilled hunter would struggle to leave an imprint of that nature. While Lin Huan continued to investigate, the assistant sensed an unusual energy wave emanating from beneath the left imprint. Upon gathering this energy, individuals could gain new and fascinating abilities. Everyone had access to this energy source. After estimating its rough depth, the safest decision was to return to their room and devise a plan for what was to come. After a while, the protagonist finally made it back to the hotel. It was completely dark outside, and returning didn't seem significantly different from before. He conducted some research, all of which revealed the existence of an unknown, doubly mutated silver-ranked monster lurking underground. He reflected on the limitations he faced due to the lack of transformation cards needed to become ethereal and explore underground. The main character found himself in a tough position. At that moment, his assistant suggested trading 60 fragments for a card of the same rank. Lin Huang, although considering this a poor choice, felt he had no options but to comply. He decided to buy 5 cards just to be safe. Nevertheless, he sighed deeply, troubled by this decision. Ignoring his responsibilities, the protagonist began to eavesdrop on his neighbors. A few minutes later, the entire hotel was enveloped in darkness. The guys sensed something was off, especially near the door behind him, from which a threatening aura was emanating, creating an intent to harm. To ensure his safety, the protagonist carefully approached the door, weapon drawn, and called out to see if anyone was outside. The hotel's owners were at the door, knocking and intending to discuss important matters. He apologized for the power outage and the resulting inconvenience, wearing a peculiar smile that failed to inspire trust. Lin Huang's suspicions heightened, leading him to concoct an excuse and ask the person to leave so he could get a peaceful night's sleep. In response, the owner recalled stories related to the ruins, expressing his memories while politely urging him to open the door. However, the main character remained cautious about the developing situation. During the heated confrontation, a woman suddenly broke through the window, causing the glass to shatter and drawing Lin Huang's focus away. The appearance of the girl surprised him a bit, prompting him to move closer to the front door as he attempted to understand the motives of the unfamiliar woman. Her presence was unsettling, and she made strange noises akin to someone who had lost their identity, resembling a zombie-like figure. She attacked the man in front of her, stretching out to taste his flesh like a relentless predator. However, the protagonist's quick reflexes allowed him to narrowly escape her fierce assault, which left a clear dent in the front door. The assistant recognized the possibility of rescuing the woman by eliminating the parasite's hold over her. It tried to share this thought with the protagonist, but before it could finish, the man disregarded the advice and swiftly shot the attacker in the head, giving her no chance to respond. One person asked about the assistant's attempt to communicate, only to realize it was too late to explain anything to the man who acted on impulse. At the same time, while they engaged in trivial conversation, the hotel owner had managed to create an opening in the door, determined to push through from the inside and take action. The main character listened closely to the assistant's guidance on how to release someone from the parasite's grasp. They needed to find and eliminate the source of the infection. As the owner fully entered the room, he expressed his plan to identify the right host within the protagonist, intending to take control of his body. This provoked Lin Huang to prepare for self-defense, ready to fire a powerful pistol capable of taking down a silver rank monster or hunter with a single shot, with just one shot from the high-velocity bullet. The dark energy enveloping the hotel owner vanished in an instant, and he fell to his death from the gunfire, overshadowing all other noise. The others present in the room remained under the influence of an unknown parasite, continuing their approach toward their target in a predatory manner, ready to consume. Gradually, they cornered the men into a dark, isolated part of the room. As the situation worsened, and it became apparent that staying with Kudo was futile, the protagonist and his assistant jumped out of the window of the deteriorating high-rise hotel. During their fall, they encountered many individuals who had lost their sense of agency, forced to obey their master, who had a strong hold over them. This infuriated Lin Huang, prompting him to prepare a special move using a monster summoning card. Before long, they took to the skies, with the help of a ward eagle. From their elevated vantage point, Xiaohei assessed the situation and concluded that the creature hiding beneath the debris was a parasite capable of controlling people. Upon hearing this, the protagonist considered that the parasite might also be able to sense Shanghai's energy. Armed with this knowledge, they collaboratively developed a strategy to trap the parasite. The protagonist realized the creature had sent people to capture him in order to obtain something significant: Lin Huang's powerful life essence. At that moment, the city streets were flooded with people infected by the powerful parasite, which had a mysterious ability to spread its infection, likely through those already under its sway. The assistant suggested several solutions to the dilemma, one of which was to flee. Nevertheless, Lin Huang rejected the idea of retreat, understanding that the parasite was relentless and would not hesitate to harm anyone in its way. They decided that calling on the Hunter Association to handle the situation was the best option. The call for help was made with the intent of saving more lives. They aimed to enhance the chances of survival for both the city's inhabitants and the hunters. Once liberated from the control of the twice-mutated monster, those affected could potentially regain their senses. The protagonist took this situation more seriously, although the protagonist's primary worry still centered on the safety of his sister. He realized that she would be safe with B for a period, which would allow him to confront the parasite. However, it soon detected the unusual energy source. His sole aim was to maneuver through the crowds of infected people and make his way to the crumbling remnants of Shandong. Simply running away and doing nothing wasn't the wisest approach. In response to the earlier distress signal, representatives from the Hunters Association arrived and began to systematically neutralize the infected residents of the city under the parasite's influence. Lin Huang took to the skies above them, strategizing with his assistant as they worked on their plan. Their foremost concern was to ensure that Xiaohei did not succumb to the parasite at all costs. For the protagonist, only a few viable options remained: to eradicate the parasite or become a victim of the mutated creature, which would then proceed to destroy the entire population of the city. Lin Huang's eyes blazed with determination and confidence in the forthcoming actions that could potentially save his younger sister and countless others. After some time spent planning, they reached the devastated remains of Shandong, which had been heavily invaded by infected tourists from the city. As they neared the barrier, Lin Huang and Shohei began discussing the energy entity, noting that it was possible to feel life energy. He was soon recognized for his ability to remain hidden and avoid being detected. When their guide began to commend his companion, using him as an example to illustrate the desire for death, he countered with insults, suggesting that the guide's intelligence was lacking when it came to giving compliments. Nonetheless, a friendly atmosphere remained around them. Suddenly, the protagonist heard a strange, prolonged sound from behind, indicating that someone was trying to evade an unseen threat. Lin quickly grasped Zhao's head, and they ducked behind some rocks upon noticing a crowd of infected individuals. The infected showed no awareness of the assistant's invisibility, and he was quite unhappy when a man abruptly grabbed his head. Under the parasite's influence, the infected repeatedly chanted phrases about sensing Lin Huang's energy and the aura desired by the Lord. They had been ordered to locate the protagonist and fulfill the Lord's commands, leaving them no choice but to continue their pursuit. Caught off guard by the unexpected turn of events that made even his energy detectable, the man had a single thought. He took out a unique skill card given to Huang after an exchange, which allowed them to navigate underground, where the infected lurked, without drawing too much attention. While they moved, they talked about how the monster could evolve by consuming energy, with the energy entity acting as its master. As a result, the main character had to be extremely careful upon reaching the Earth's core. Upon arrival, they found vines wrapping around the magical core, steadily absorbing everything nearby to gather more gentle energy. One of them closely observed the energy body in the parasite, while listening to his friend's account of a bronze rank monster that had possessed more than 10,000 individuals. If the creature reached an excellent rank, it would threaten the world catastrophically. Believing this to be true, Lin Huang tightened his fist, resolved to defeat his enemy by any means and avert further infection. As soon as he clenched his fist, amber appeared in the air, ready to battle the enormous parasite. Gradually, the vine bindings lit up with crimson fire and shone brightly, demonstrating the fire's effectiveness and inflicting damage on the plant or destroying it. His flying pet unleashed a torrent of fire on the vines in the vicinity, issuing commands to the infected above ground. The vine restraints continued to glow with scarlet fire and radiated bright light, showcasing the fire's potency and causing harm to the plant or obliterating it. Noticing some positive results, the main character and his companion felt a surge of happiness. Fire monsters naturally possessed great strength and were formidable foes to most plant-based creatures. However, as the insides of the vines burned, the parasite commenced a swift regeneration of its inner layer, preparing to counter the assault. Similarly, the summoned dragon sought to position itself a bit farther to fully incapacitate or neutralize its foe. This action briefly disturbed the fiery creature belonging to the main character and pushed it back some distance. Lin Huan wanted to assist the dragon as he could quickly find support and eliminate it, but he lacked the special power needed to face such a creature that could easily consume anyone. Ember, in its stationary position, had become completely entangled in vines. While it could survive for a while since the monster spores had no effect on it, an ordinary person would succumb at any moment. The little dragon, following its owner's earlier command, launched another fierce and fiery attack against the foe. Even though the adversary had superior regenerative capabilities, the parasite quickly ignited since it was a plant-based monster that tried to heal itself amid the ongoing battle. The protagonists, fueled by a strong desire to end the conflict swiftly, remained aware that the enemy was dangerously close to the energy body, which could result in disastrous or tragic consequences. Suddenly, the individuals began to fall towards the ground as the transformation period came to an end. At the same time, the energy body commenced an assault on them, drawn to Shanghai's remarkably appealing life force from the perspective of a monster. The rapid blows from the spore attacks made the man question his academic skills as he evaded them. He feared that soon he might either become infected or simply be overwhelmed by the strikes. While reflecting on this, the parasite initiated its attack, devastating the ground beneath Lin Huang. What was once vibrant terrain now lay desolate, marked only by a dark stain from prior assaults, which continued to expand over the monster's territory. The protagonists narrowly escaped by using their remaining transformation card, hiding beneath the enemy. Yet, even in this position, the protagonist became a prime target for the advancing parasite, eager to strike the moment it was spotted. He lifted his gaze, witnessing the parasite once more releasing a flurry of infectious spores into the air aimed at unsuspecting targets, as a significant fissure had formed at the tunnel's entrance. Tiny spores swiftly spread throughout the vicinity, carried by the wind and bolstered by protective barriers around the property. Within moments, the spores infiltrated the city, where hunters were engaged in combat with the infected residents. The battlefield quickly became shrouded in a haze of parasitic emissions, making the air toxic and capable of bending anyone to the monster's influence. Yet one hunter failed to protect himself and lost his ability to think clearly due to oxygen deprivation. In the end, all individuals shared the grim fate of being infected. Their spiritual essences took form above them. Each human spirit, along with its awareness, soared into the heavens. Together, they returned to the devastated landscape, breaching the barrier that had proven ineffective against the widespread infection from a unique plant monster virus. Beneath the surface lay remnants of ancient ruins where bloody conflicts and forgotten histories once unfolded. The parasite lay hidden. It thrived on the souls of the ill-fated drawn to these grim locations. Its malevolence and insatiable hunger intensified with every sacrifice, empowering it further. Lin Huang, the story's hero, was engulfed by feelings of unease and dread. With each moment, the parasite gained strength, and Lin Huang's determination felt increasingly inadequate against such a formidable foe. Desperate for power, he sought advice from a clever assistant, hoping to devise a strategy to combat the frightful threat. During the clash between the fire dragon and the Shao parasite, he suddenly remembered a fragment of a map he had found previously. This small piece hinted at a method to conquer any enemy, even one as fearsome as the parasite. However, both Lin Huang and his steadfast assistant recognized the danger of allowing the parasite to grow unchecked. Its rapid expansion and unsettling strength, amplified by its victim's energy, filled them with dread. Time was not on their side, pushing them closer to a point where the parasite would become even more formidable. As Lin Huang observed Chao's powers on the monitors, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. He contemplated the notion of having an assistant, realizing it wasn't as beneficial as he had wished, stirring feelings of irritation and inspiring him to prove his capabilities in the looming challenge. Despite the paths of repulsion and energy, Amber continued its relentless fight against the desperate parasite, utilizing every ounce of strength it possessed. Lin Huang was astonished by the parasite's dominance. He recognized the critical need for victory while grappling with jealousy over its might. While pondering the creature, a bold idea sparked in Lin Huang's mind. What if he could hinder its regeneration? Although audacious, Lin Huang believed that this risk could lead to triumph over the dragon. Supporting his plan, Shohei quickly emphasized the necessity for 3 minutes of direct contact with the energy sphere, a requirement that could be perilous. Consequently, Lin Huang began to strategize ways to simplify this task, slowly illuminating a potential solution in his mind to navigate this challenging ordeal. As they relocated to a remote spot to deliberate on the new scheme, they realized that the creature couldn't influence the energy sector. This insight became crucial to their updated plan. While examining the specifics of the plan, Lin Huang stood under the energy sphere and pondered whether he could attempt to reach it from below the surface. Filled with resolve, he decided to pursue this idea. The task carried immense responsibility, and the outcome depended solely on him. The countdown commenced quietly, yet significantly. The task of maintaining contact with the energy sphere for 3 minutes appeared daunting. However, an unforeseen twist soon occurred. The parasite, now infused with energy, ascended to unprecedented heights of power, exceeding all expectations. Following that, bizarre occurrences began around the energy sphere, marked by the emergence of dark, uncontrollable waves. Contrary to expectations, the ground underneath remained steadfast. The parasite's power continued to amplify with each fleeting second. Previously resolute, Lin Huang's assistant started to doubt the plan, questioning his loyalty to it. The flow of energy and destruction intermingled, forming a mesmerizing whirlpool. The fight escalated, with each action growing increasingly crucial. The monster unleashed its powers, enveloping the area in radiance and obliterating everything nearby. A swirling vortex of chaos surrounded it, creating a haunting display. Lin Huang found himself blinded by the brilliance. Air filled with energy spheres, stones, dust, and dirt formed a stunning sight. Throughout, Amber remained steadfast, relentlessly attacking the parasite. Its determination was remarkable. But the parasite was also ready, tightening its roots and leaving Amber with no avenue for retreat. Meanwhile, Lin Huang faced the fiery dragon as it prepared for an imminent strike, flames dancing along its back as if it were waiting for the right moment. Lin Huang then received crucial information indicating that his pet might be in grave danger and required immediate recall. The parasite launched an assault, causing its bodily structures to expand at the contact points, unfolding and developing new appendages akin to blooming foliage. In a deliberate and rhythmic manner, the vines proliferated, establishing intricate patterns and designs reminiscent of natural leaves. Unexplained phenomena began to manifest around the energy spheres, leaving Lin Huang bewildered. This introduced an added layer of unpredictability to their conflict, igniting a sense of fear within him as the critical moment drew nearer. He felt compelled to act, yet the parasite's relentless onslaught was unyielding. It continued its search for soft spots to target the core. The parasite edged closer to Lin Huang, instilling fear in him. His strategy remained incomplete, and the unexpected developments posed a significant threat. A brief moment of relief washed over him as the parasite finished absorbing energy. Nonetheless, Lin Huang realized that the battle was still ongoing and reconsidered his energy absorption approach. With thoughts racing, every decision became crucial not just for his own fate but for the world's as well. Lin Huang abruptly stopped, gesturing to activate a magic card. Sparkling magical symbols appeared, and his loyal ally emerged, ready to assist. However, Chiaki frowned upon his arrival, disapproving of the decision to summon such a powerful entity, fearing the unpredictable outcomes. The parasite instinctively targeted this new threat, sending its roots to attack. Recognizing the risk to his valuable summoning card, Lin Huang reacted swiftly, deploying 2 amplification cards to erect a strong protective barrier. This barrier effectively thwarted the parasite's assault, leaving it taken aback. Lin Huang observed the outcome with awe as it validated his assumptions regarding the parasite's mutation's vulnerabilities, enabling them to counter the threat efficiently. Despite his compliments, there lingered an undercurrent of discontent and conflicting emotions. Then, Xiaoham's familiar mockery pushed Lin Huang to the edge of his patience. Fueled by anger, he struck his assistant on the head with great force, catching Xiao off guard and almost causing him to lose his footing. Conflicted by a swirl of feelings, he found himself bewildered, unsure how to react to this unforeseen aggressiveness from someone he had trusted for so long. Such disputes had never arisen between them before. Meanwhile, the barrage of parasite assaults intensified with each moment, becoming increasingly potent and destructive. Lin Huan recognized he was confronting a perilous opponent. Amidst the fierce clash, the bee's protective shield began to fracture. The atmosphere resonated with crunching sounds and creaks, as if nature itself lamented under the strain of such tremendous forces. Yet Lin Huang stood firm against the ominous threat. He raised his hand and the vampire, breaking free from its confines, emerged, poised and empowered. After the unexpected dual promotion, unusual events transpired that left Lin Huang and his assistant baffled. The long-standing protective barrier crumbled, unveiling a new formidable monster card, the 4-winged Bloody Baron, a celestial servant, which now became their weapon in the ongoing battle. Nevertheless, the parasite refused to relent, launching ceaseless attacks, including a stealthy strike from behind. Responding quickly to this hidden danger, Lin dodged gracefully, his reflexes sharp and alert. The vampire, buoyed by the roots of the parasite, danced elegantly through the air, its movements precise, keenly attuned to the surrounding energy, soaring to where the fiercest conflict unfolded. The protagonist exerted every effort to support the vampire, assisting in stalling the enemy's regeneration. Distracted by the vampire, Amber surged forth and ignited the length of the monster's body with fierce flames. Always attuned to shifts in the atmosphere, she tried to warn her ally. Her instincts were correct. The parasite was consuming more souls to elevate its strength. The conflicts that had erupted earlier engulfed the city entirely and were now advancing toward Saigon. The situation was deteriorating, and unrest was manifesting in the streets. Lin Action lay soundly asleep in her bed, prepared to engage with a strategic plan already devised, with tasks allocated to each team member for their defense. He sprinted ahead to assume his position, requiring a powerful push off the ground to quicken his pace. As he escaped, the protagonist jumped into the air to grab a piece of coal, knowing that failure meant the loss of many innocent lives, including his sister's. Nearby, a figure zoomed by, targeting a specific point on the enemy's body and striking it. The beast ignited in crimson flames, while the vampire landed safely. These flames triggered mutations in the parasite's roots. Gradually, to avert this catastrophe, one leaped off the dragon, preparing to deliver a strike with his blade. The man succeeded in slicing through the flesh of the frenzied parasite. However, he was abruptly hit by intense pain, causing a fog to cloud his mind. In retaliation, the creature pierced the protagonist's body with its roots. The remaining allies were stunned to witness their leader gravely hurt. Gradually regaining consciousness, and before him appeared the image of his assistant, whose expression of anxiety mirrored his own relief soaked in perspiration. He previously feared he had perished after being attacked by the foe, while Ember affectionately licked its master. He recalled the final moments before his blackout, during which he had utilized a healing card. Lin Huang sprang back to his feet, convinced that the enemy was still standing and the fight had not come to an end. Thankfully, the ultimate strike had been sufficiently potent to eradicate the parasite for good. Wang was thrilled to have obtained a new epic card and decided to call it the Demonic Vine. He grasped the card that encapsulated all of its features and powers. He clutched a card that detailed the various attributes of this new acquisition. After the skirmish, the protagonist permitted the others to resume their tasks while listening to Hayes' complaints about the unusual names given to his cards. The assistant felt a sense of fulfillment since they could now free all those afflicted by this parasite. The main character contemplated seizing the moment to summon the tyrant, opting for a dual promotion. The tyrant knelt before its master and spoke of the Demonic Vine, a new variant that possessed only fundamental abilities. Simultaneously, issues arose from the protagonist's overflowing vault, leading him to merge several cards. Upon completion of the upgrade, the protective shell shattered, revealing a new tyrant, far stronger than before. The entity had undergone significant transformation, now known as the Armored Giant. Juan's face radiated satisfaction with the enhancement choices made regarding the wards. After finishing his business in the city, the main character soared on an eagle, heading high into the sky to manage his affairs. As he flew, he intended to leave quickly to avoid being detected. He had frequently utilized the advance card, which sparked Huang's curiosity about the Servant of God. The card's inscription, the assistant elaborated on the rare blood within the vampire's veins, enabling the use of a holy skill that enhanced the stats and abilities of the Bloody Baron's card during its upgrade. As silence settled in, the protagonist heard Hayes explain how resurrecting cards functioned through absorbed energy. The assistant provided a thorough breakdown of the process, highlighting the associated risks and the likelihood of the card vanishing if an appropriate substitute wasn't available. While flying over the city, the group spent a significant amount of time discussing the exhilarating yet perilous aspects of their adventure. Once they alighted from the Eagle, they felt a strong desire to rest. One member of the group moved toward the window, silently signaling for Hayes to keep quiet. He approached the open window, peering cautiously into the room. Inside, Lin Axian was deep in slumber in her bed. A smile spread across the protagonist's face at the sight of her serene expression, before he quietly drew the curtains shut. He acted quickly, not waiting for her to turn around fully, while Hayes pondered the significant subject he wanted to address. He promptly requested assistance in finding the energy sector and looked forward to a reward for their efforts. After hearing the earnest request, Hayes ultimately agreed, planning to offer him a meaningful gift as a gesture of appreciation for his help. The gift consisted of 10 cards, each one presenting a mysterious mix of opportunities and risks. These cards had the potential to shape one's destiny, reliant entirely on personal intuition and choices. Before him sprawled a collection of cards, and as he scrutinized the intriguing selection, he recognized that each card could shift his fate. A surge of excitement filled him as he looked at the cards, each one telling its own story and beckoning him to make a decision. As he got ready to pick one, his heart raced, and the moment of selection left him in awe. He hesitated for a moment, feeling as though he had absorbed some energy then and there. The main character began to question why he was restricted to just 10 cards, considering that more could exist. This prompted deeper thoughts about the nature of these cards and the subtle meanings behind his selections. He soon realized that the number of cards was less important than their true essence since they opened doors to new possibilities. An array of emotions stirred within him as he decided not to dwell longer on endless contemplation. Trusting his intuition felt essential. The cards lay in front of him, vibrant and tangible. He saw beyond simple images to the potential they embodied. Lin Huang committed to embarking on his journey through the realm of possibilities and choices, beginning with the selection of his first card. While examining the cards, one specifically in the center drew his attention, exuding a distinct sense of individuality. He felt it contained something significant that he needed to discover. His final selections represented the pinnacle of this thrilling journey. Each card was picked based on his instincts and his longing to explore uncharted territories. Once he had chosen all 10 cards, Lin Huang found himself with his own deck laid out before him. He sensed that these cards had woven themselves into his destiny, with each one symbolizing a key to a particular facet of his future. Upon revealing the cards, Lin Huang found one associated with lesser destruction and 2 that were restorative. These cards were reminders of past experiences and the powers he could wield. He felt a sense of recognition from having previously used a lesser destruction card, fully aware of the damage it could unleash. Among the cards, he also discovered an unfamiliar card that introduced him to new opportunities and possibilities he had never considered before. It deepened his comprehension of insight cards and their potential impacts on his cultivation. This newfound understanding broadened his perspective on the capabilities of the cards. Armed with this revelation and the diverse cards, Lin Huang recognized that he had opened a door to a realm of opportunities. He realized that each card could prove to be invaluable in his forthcoming quests and confrontations. Despite their light-hearted banter and playful disputes, there were moments of unease between Lin Huang and Hari. This unease stemmed from one person's attempt to share happiness, while the other played the role of a doubter, unable to genuinely celebrate his friend's joy. As a new day broke, Lin Huang settled in his room, engrossed in the news. This moment signified the onset of a new chapter as heroes encountered fresh challenges and events. Suddenly, here, I entered Lin Huang's room to invite him to lunch, underscoring their strong bond and mutual care. Their discussion shifted toward B's disappearance and related worries. Lin Huang sought to reassure her, expressing confidence in his ability to confront the monster. Nevertheless, he expressed ongoing concerns, highlighting the seriousness and risks they faced in the location where Bai had ventured. In this situation, I stood my ground and continued to advocate for her viewpoint, despite Lin Huang's efforts to encourage her to confront her fears. To communicate his feelings, he gently caressed her head, attempting to provide comfort and demonstrate his affection. After their lunch, Lin Huang proposed an expedition to the ruins of Shogun, showcasing his desire to spend quality time with his sister and share a new adventure. Although they had disagreements, I decided to remain at home, reinforcing her beliefs and aspirations for the future. The internal struggle intensified when Lin Huang recognized that Hei's decision was connected to her plans for holidays and her graduation. Lin Huang conveyed his serious intentions regarding his studies and training, reflecting his determination and commitment. Observing his sister's steadfastness and strength, Lin Huang was unable to contain his emotions and embraced her, feeling proud of her dedication to growth and achievement. Following their emotional exchange, Lin Huang went to another room to get ready for the upcoming journey that night. As he left, I turned on the news, where the renowned huntress, Wang Bentley, delivered a speech. Her remarks about finding strength in challenging moments left a profound impact on me. Her words proved to be a source of inspiration, igniting a sense of determination and purpose within me. I was now prepared to support Lin Huang and engage in their future conflicts with renewed resolve. The next day marked their journey back home, emphasizing that new challenges continuously followed one another. Shen rushed to her room while one of them focused on his own responsibilities. This moment illustrated their diverging paths and experiences, acknowledging that their only reliance was on luck and resilience. With this in mind, he resolved to make the best use of his free time by examining the mission map. While studying the map, he understood that each detail mattered, paying close attention to even the tiniest aspects in his quest for success. At first, everything went according to plan, but as he continued through the tasks, unforeseen challenges and uncertainties began to undermine his confidence. He found himself kneeling in despair, realizing that the mission might be beyond his capabilities. He had to confront the tough truth that the task could be harder than he had anticipated, as it demanded the mastery of a 6th-level military tactic within a month. In an effort to manage the situation, he reached out to his sister for assistance, highlighting their strong bond and willingness to support one another. He even offered money in exchange for Shin's cooking, showcasing his readiness to make sacrifices for the mission. He began to wonder if he was truly equipped to succeed and to rescue the destruction card. Back in his room, he committed to more intensive military tactic training to improve his chances. Aware that time was slipping away and the challenge was growing more daunting, he resolved not to surrender and to fight until the very end. Unexpectedly, he decided to pay a visit to one, which raised immediate concern. One anticipated a crucial message, but not only did he deliver on that expectation, he also posed a question prompting reflection on one's readiness to surmount all challenges. One agreed to exert his utmost effort only if the endeavor truly contributed to fulfilling the assigned task. Once the terms were accepted, something surprising and extraordinary happened. One experienced a strong impact that left him dazed, awakening to find a purple glow in his eyes. This sudden force knocked him off balance, causing him to lose control of his body, with his legs trembling as if paralyzed. He gradually rolled forward, trying to regain his balance, as he felt himself being enveloped by encroaching darkness. It was as though his mind was transported to another realm, merging with this darkness and becoming part of its abstract forms. When he emerged from the other side of the portal, he arrived in a completely foreign location, where the landscape was strange and enigmatic. reminiscent of another dimension filled with unfamiliar shapes and colors. The sky was adorned with deep purple tones. The trees shimmered with a metallic glow, and the plants emitted light, appearing as independent sources of energy. This created an atmosphere of a mesmerizing and otherworldly place. Out of nowhere, an elderly man appeared before Juan, someone who had only been seen as a holographic image before, now fully present in this enigmatic past world. This elder was the one who had taught Juan about military strategies, but now he seemed more solid and real, as if he belonged to this strange reality. The old man asked about Juan's preparedness for new challenges without any prior warning. Without hesitation, he launched an attack, and amid the surprise strike, Juan managed to dodge the blow due to a sudden realization. His instinct for self-preservation prompted a quick reaction. Yet the old man was quick to follow up with a strategic counterattack, landing a precise blow that caused Juan significant pain, and he fell to the ground, trying to stifle a groan. In an instant, as pain shot through him, Juan noticed that the old man was preparing for another strike. He reacted quickly, maneuvering away just as the ground beneath him cracked in response to his movements. Realizing that mere defense wouldn't suffice, Juan chose to fight back. His counterattack was successful, bringing him not only a sense of achievement, but also new understandings. He began to see that this battle was more than just a physical fight. It was also an opportunity for growth and learning. As the conflict continued, with each clash and impact, Juan found himself making new discoveries. He absorbed lessons from each encounter, learned from his mistakes, and improved his technique. Even as his face became disfigured by injuries during the ongoing battle, he stood firm and would not give up. His resolve only grew stronger as he pushed through the agony and exhaustion. Eventually, he returned to reality, feeling drained and soaked in sweat, but his spirit remained intact. His determination remained steadfast. Despite Zhao's skepticism about Juan's capability to complete the mission, it was more than just a task. It was a purpose he was ready to accept and overcome. Although his hands gradually fell to the ground, his determination stayed strong. Even as his hands slowly lowered, his inner resolve remained steadfast, providing him with the strength to persevere through challenges. In a discussion with Zhao, worries were expressed about losing magical cards, and despite the risks, one chose to use the Epiphany card. He understood that in this world full of mysteries and dangers, each step required wisdom and steadfastness. During his meeting with Zhao, they talked about the situation, and one of them agreed. Magical phenomena began to appear around them, marking a transformative moment as he prepared to respond to the call. His eyes confronted the challenge directly. Yet rapid advancement in cultivation came with inner turmoil, as he felt the dual forces of destruction and renewal through the pain and bleeding from his injuries. Still, he stood firm, his determination resolute. He focused intensely on the critical moment, unyielding in the face of challenges, with a will as unbreakable as stone, steadfast against the relentless storm. However, he was aware that his grip on the magical card was beginning to weaken. He found himself engaged in a painful internal struggle, yet he refused to stop. With each passing moment, the energy around him intensified, and he pushed through the overwhelming agony. His inner drive flared up with greater intensity, responding to the adversity he faced. He reached for his inner resilience, sensing new, profound images flooding his mind, as if ancient wisdom was infusing him with knowledge and experience through each mental glimpse of the world. In this moment, he realizes that the conflict is not only external, but also within himself. An internal struggle emerges, contrasting pain with resolve, and it becomes his ally rather than his enemy. The mental struggle escalates, but he remains steadfast. His determination surges, vast and immovable. Even while on the edge of exhaustion, he discovers hidden reserves of energy within. He clenches his teeth and continues, transforming the battle against the enemy into a personal fight against his own limitations and fears. He understands that he has control over his responses, even when pain and suffering reach intolerable heights. His resolve hardens like stone, impervious to the flow of distress and hardship, guiding his thoughts and actions. Despite enduring numerous trials during extended moments of conflict, each strike evolves from a mere action into a lesson learned. He gathers insights from every impact, honing his skills and tactics. He continues forward, recognizing that each instant offers fresh experiences. Despite the marks of wounds and fatigue etched on his face, his determination shines through, and with every clash, his proficiency increases. He develops the ability to predict the enemy's moves, recognize their objectives, and react accordingly, even as his face becomes bruised and bloodied. His eyes shine with resilience. He realizes that every confrontation strengthens him, with pain becoming the source of his strength. As the battle draws to a close, his appearance is battered and twisted, yet he still feels a sense of victory with every blow landed. Each triumph symbolizes progress. Upon finally returning to reality, his weary body soaked with sweat and blood, his determination remains steadfast. Like an unyielding stone, he senses victory despite the agony. Every blocked hit and every moment of struggle is a personal triumph. Now, back in the real world, he may feel exhausted, but his inner flame continues to burn brightly. He stands unbreakable in spirit. Zhao's doubt-filled words about success resonate with him, not as a burden, but as a source of encouragement, propelling him forward. With each passing second, his determination grows heavier, and his breaths synchronize with the rhythm of the fight. He's ready to take on this challenge and prove that he is capable of achieving more. Every hit and every strike transforms into valuable experiences and lessons. He channels his fears and uncertainties as motivation to push himself onward. His resolve becomes a source of strength, illuminating even the darkest parts of his being. When the conversation shifts to the enchanted map, he chooses to take the opportunity despite the possible dangers involved. He realizes that embracing challenges is the only way to reach higher levels. His dialogue with Xiao evolves into a treacherous adventure, one that he is willing to face, even if it means confronting peril directly. He calls upon his inner strength and welcomes whatever comes his way. He is ready to accept everything that destiny has in store for him. Magical energies begin to surround him, resembling the intertwined threads of fate. It feels as though otherworldly hands are intervening in their destiny. The accelerated process of growth leads to internal strife, yet he remains steadfast. He recognizes that in order to move forward, enduring pain is necessary. The pain becomes vivid, almost like blood pulsating in rhythm with his resolve. However, he refuses to give in. He will not permit pain to overpower him. Focusing inward, he continues to move toward his goals, with his inner landscape serving as his foundation. Despite the numerous challenges he faces, he continues to push on, fighting through external obstacles and his own inner struggles. The elderly mentors all instruct the young student to begin his struggle for greater strength. Just as their conversation is coming to a close, they are unexpectedly ambushed from behind. This surprise attack by the tactical teacher catches even Lin Huang off guard, thrusting him into an unanticipated predicament. Events unfold so rapidly that Lin Huang finds himself unable to respond, defend, or fully comprehend the escalating turmoil. After several exhaustive hours, reality crashes back into Lin Huang's awareness. Injured and spent, he lowers his hands to the ground, enveloped by fatigue that clings to him like a heavy veil. Watching the weary Lin, his assistant Huang Shohei contemplates the impact this sudden attack could have on even a determined hero. Memories of the deep psychological trauma that can sever a spirit from its body flash through his mind, heightening his anxiety. The main character's response is swift. He becomes a hollow shell, devoid of life and awareness. Though his body remains stationary, his soul seems to have wandered far away. At the same time, Lin Huang continues to face the unyielding onslaught of his enemies. His spirit aflame with unshakable determination, he counters a flurry of blows with remarkable tenacity. Even amidst creeping fatigue, he presses onward. The strain of the battle starts to wear on Lin Huang, who manages to eliminate one of his attackers before being overcome by fatigue. Doubt begins to cloud his thoughts, casting uncertainty over his skills. He continues to fight fiercely, balancing on the edge between this world and another. He confronts the challenge directly. However, the rapid pace of his cultivation is accompanied by inner struggles and chaos. Fear for her older brother fills her heart, driving her to seek out the cause of the disturbance. Their home is enveloped in a sense of suspended time, each moment seeming to stretch out, filled with anticipation and hope. A specific stone that once illuminated Lin Huang's journey suddenly radiates a dazzling light and shatters, flinging fragments throughout the room due to an overflow of energy. This sudden event jolts Lin Huang back to reality. Even though his face is as pale as someone who has just returned from the afterlife, this sudden occurrence pulls Lin Huang back to the real world. Though his complexion resembles that of one just resurrected from death, despite the doctor's reassurances, she remains anxious. As Lin Huang attempts to get out of bed, a headache reminiscent of his forgotten days throbs painfully in his head. The period of unconsciousness has left its mark on his body. As Lin Huang heals, the room is flooded with light, symbolizing his achievement of the 8th level of military tactics. A mix of pride and amazement fills him, illuminating his inner self. As time goes on, he regains his strength and eagerly consumes the meal his sister has prepared. A fierce desire for victory and improvement burns within him, a feeling that those around him can't help but notice. The evaluation has shown that the successful completion of his mission significantly enhanced his skills and experience. In response to Zhao's compliments, Lin Huang burst into a playful chuckle, pushing his food aside and encouraging Shohei to showcase his confidence. Noticing how quickly Lin Huang had taken to the assigned task, Shohei decided to elevate him to the brown rank. The hero was overwhelmed by mixed feelings as he contemplated his part in this situation. A significant choice lay ahead. Their discussion revealed 11 potential monsters to select from, and Zhao's offer hinted at challenging decisions to come. Faced with many options, Lin Huang engaged in a careful analysis of each one, examining every detail. Along the way, he felt immense gratitude for Shohei's support. He briefly thought about sharing his good news, but quickly changed his mind, realizing it would be hard to explain the rapidity of his promotion. His thoughts were interrupted by a ringing phone, and upon answering, he was met with a hologram of Miss Ling, who had already reached the Transcendence rank. Noticing his anxiety, she asked how he was doing and what had happened. Instead of flooding him with questions, her proactive approach showed genuine concern, inspiring the main character. Her encouragement motivated him to begin looking for an appropriate creature to help him level up to bronze. Miss Ling thoroughly examined the potential options, meticulously assessing their attributes and potential. Suddenly, her question about how he had advanced so quickly from iron to bronze broke his train of thought. Miss Ling chose to reassess the traits of all the creatures Lin Huang was considering, especially those linked to protection and speed. She expressed worries that his selections might hinder efficiency. She emphasized the significance of agility, which Lin Huang had previously mentioned, and urged him to reflect on his skills in mastering the secret technique known as demonic hand. While enjoying her coffee, she shared her eagerness to find the appropriate creature. Nevertheless, the method of acquiring this creature and learning the secret skill was still a mystery. As Lin Huang recounted his tale about the unappealing puppet creature and its capability to substitute his body with an artificial form, she kept sipping her coffee as if the beverage inspired her thoughts. The main character listened carefully to the description of this being and its future possibilities, his eyes shining with curiosity and resolve as he absorbed the information. Throughout this conversation, Miss Lin remained fixated on her coffee. She resolved to send him detailed information about this essence, hoping he could explore the opportunity further. The hero thanked the girl for her help, which caused a slight flush of embarrassment to creep onto her cheeks. As time went on, Lin Huang and his devoted assistant engaged in an in-depth conversation about the creature and its potential ramifications for their future. They meticulously examined the details and paths for development during their discussions. They contemplated how their choice of creatures could shape their fate and goals. Their thoughts blended in a charged and enthralling atmosphere, and thus the protagonist and his loyal assistant continued to navigate this captivating world, where dangers and opportunities intertwined in remarkable ways. However, it was shared that the forbidden area where this monster dwelled could only be explored by extraordinary hunters, many of whom had entered but never returned. Consequently, Shohei began to speak disparagingly of the main character, prompting him to block out the guest's remarks. The following journey to the Misty Canyon was accompanied by colder weather, and the tension in the air indicated an impending disturbance. Abruptly, someone started calling out, shattering the silence and interrupting the routine of daily life. This marked the onset of something new and important. When Lin Huang answered the call, a friend showed up and proposed they go to the very location the hero intended to visit. There was a sense of determination and intrigue in his voice, as if he possessed knowledge that eluded others. For the main character and Shohei, it was a mystery how their friend could have timed his call so perfectly. Although they had been friends for many years, this felt like more than just coincidence. Perhaps their destinies were subtly interconnected. The following morning, as sunlight softly filtered through the curtains, signaling the beginning of a new day, Lin Huang woke up. He shared with his sister his plan to go to Misty Canyon right away. After being unconscious for a few days, she listened carefully to him, sensing that something significant was coming up. Lin Huang explained why he was going on this journey and mentioned that he would be spending time with friends while Ling Xing focused on her studies. His tone was filled with determination, as if he were trying to affirm his decision to himself. Just before leaving, he reminded his sister to behave and left her some pocket money. She reacted with a hint of irritation, seeming to believe there was more to his message than he was revealing. Once he left, she quickly checked the balance in the main account. Her fingers glided effortlessly over the smartphone screen as she focused intently on the numbers. She was pleasantly surprised by the amount she found. It was more than just a token. It carried a deeper meaning that made her reflect. The whole house was filled with gasps of astonishment as her brother had gifted her $1 million. The mixture of admiration and disbelief created a new symphony of reactions. A few hours later, Lin Huang had arrived at the citadel of Misty City. There was a unique vibrancy in the air, and he felt his heartbeat syncing with the city's pulse. He and his friend navigated through the city, which served as the starting point for their venture to Misty Canyon. The streets buzzed with life, and every step felt like the dawn of a new adventure. Various hunting teams had gathered in this vibrant place, their members exuding courage and determination for the challenges that lay ahead. Some teams were made up of just 2 people. Since the protagonist had decided to travel with his friend, he gratefully accepted the help they offered. This action highlighted the depth of their long-standing friendship and the trust that was difficult to express in mere words. His companion leaned in and whispered about how his father had invested a large sum of money to easily achieve excellence. This conversation added an air of intrigue, as if only a fragment of a deeper secret was being shared. The protagonist smiled, united by a common goal, and opted to travel alongside his companion to keep their true abilities under wraps. His smile reflected a mix of resolve and concealed truths, suggesting he was hiding something significant. They pragmatically decided to split up to secure lodging and locate a group heading towards their intended destination. One of them ventured out to find temporary shelter, navigating streets filled with a diverse crowd from various nations. It was essential to remain wary of suspicious individuals. He sensed the curious glances from passers-by, realizing the city held many secrets. Suddenly, his companion called out to him, implying something significant had occurred, prompting the call. This interruption snapped him back to the present. Their communication revealed that his friend had found a group about to depart and urged him to join them. His friend's tone was urgent and full of excitement, suggesting that time was critical. The situation felt suspicious, as night was approaching, and the group of adventurers was preparing to leave for the canyon. Trusting his friend, he made his way to the east gate of the city. The route to the gate was lively with energy, each step heightening his anticipation for the new chapter ahead. Upon his arrival at the gate, he found his companion with an unusual expression, flanked by 3 disgruntled individuals. This moment carried a weight of tension, hinting at the onset of something significant. Nearby companions were engaged in a discussion about their hurried departure, their conversation suggesting a covert plan, as if they were meticulously crafting the details of a complicated scheme. The silver-ranked companions sported strange smiles that seemed enigmatic and slightly unsettling, implying they possessed insights that others lacked. The expressions on their faces suggested potential problems, mixing unease with curiosity. It left the protagonists feeling unsettled, as if it were a signal to uncover hidden truths. After finishing their discussion, the escort proudly exhibited their pets, getting ready for the journey ahead. The atmosphere felt like the calm before a storm, hinting at the significance of what was to come. The protagonist grew wary due to his comrades' strange behavior. Suspecting they were hiding something, he decided to evaluate the situation for their safety. He sensed potential trouble and aimed to avert any unpleasant surprises. As time went on, the adventurers navigated the sandy dunes, the ground beneath their feet creaking as if it had a story to tell. This sandy landscape signified a shift into unknown territory. The companions engaged in light conversation, pondering the importance of selecting a noble creature like the blue wolf. It seemed as though the wolf mirrored the hero's own character. As night approached, they reached their destination and made their way to the entrance of the canyon. The surroundings felt increasingly charged with an energy that hinted at the challenges lying ahead. Upon arrival, the protagonist dismounted from his pet and scanned the area, searching for signs that this location held particular significance. As he neared the entrance, he caught a peculiar scent, as if he were inhaling the essence of adventure. The escorts called their pets back, and the animals obediently moved aside, seemingly aware they needed to wait. The leader then requested payment of 30 life crystals, creating a tense atmosphere as if a significant decision loomed over the hero. A striking young individual from the group expressed gratitude for their cooperation. His voice radiated confidence, resembling that of a leader prepared to guide his companions, while one person in the group struggled to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Suddenly, one of his comrades began to tremble uncontrollably, as if his body was responding involuntarily to something unseen. The protagonist turned to assess the situation, his gaze intense and ready to step in if necessary. His friend leaned on him, clutching his throat with a terrified expression, desperately urging him to be cautious. This moment was charged with a sudden sense of dread, as if something terrible could happen at any moment. While observing the other adventurers, a comrade revealed that one among them had the ability to manipulate others. This disclosure was a vital clue, like a key to understanding a hidden threat. The escort removed his mask and unusually licked his equipment, a gesture that felt eerie and disturbing, suggesting something sinister. This individual was skilled in manipulating words, his face bearing a wild, fearless demeanor. His stare was strikingly intense, as if he could look deep into others' spirits, demanding a toll of 30 life crystals. The title of Master reflected his usual steadfastness. His voice was steady and cold, completely lacking any hint of uncertainty. The protagonist reflected on the complexities of such personalities, particularly their capacity to wield influence and inflict harm through mere words. His thoughts ran deep, resembling a mental confrontation with an unseen force known only to a few present. He was ready for a new challenge akin to a significant trial where every spoken word and action held great importance. Realizing that these individuals had no intention of negotiating with someone of his lower status, he began to smile and asked if this was an attempt at robbery. The thieves made no attempts to hide their intentions, boldly conversing about their plans without pretense. They remained confident and even outlined two scenarios, one of which would lead to the protagonist's downfall. Refusing to acquiesce to the thieves' terms, he sensed an alternative and created a third option of his own. His choice shocked the robbers, who laughed derisively at his seemingly foolish remarks. They struggled to understand how anyone could turn down such an opportunity. In retaliation to their mockery, the protagonist suddenly showed strong inner resolve, refusing to let them take his life easily. He firmly ordered the thieves to clear his path or face the repercussions. This was not just a threat. For him, it was an act of self-defense. He was determined to protect his rights and his existence. The robbers analyzed the situation and viewed his words as a reckless risk, raising their eyebrows in mock disbelief that anyone could be so bold. However, the word master was fueled by anger. The protagonist's insolence triggered a storm of emotions within him, fueling a wish to instill a fraction of the fear and pain he himself had faced. He resolved to use his command of language to inflict harm on the protagonist, aiming to evoke feelings of resentment, fear, and revenge within him. The word master began to chant incomprehensible phrases, reminiscent of an incantation, as he started to activate his power to paralyze. Nonetheless, the true intentions of the word master remained unknown to one. Though he sensed that something unusual was unfolding, he was unable to identify its nature. Everyone around them becomes still, resulting in an uncomfortable silence. The people nearby are confused, unable to grasp what is happening as they exchange expectant glances about what might occur next. At this moment, the word master orders his followers to eliminate the main character, showcasing his arrogance and desire for dominance. Realizing the impending threat, one person swiftly calls for help from their ally. They function as a cohesive unit, united by a common goal. The ally promptly responds, offering assistance. The thieves suffer injuries, and blood begins to seep from their wounds. The robbers are engulfed in pain and suffering, with excruciating agony forcing them to face the repercussions of their actions. Their bravado gives way to fear. The word master, taken aback by his opponent's ability to summon such a powerful creature for aid, realizes he has misjudged his foe. Confusion and panic are clear in the word master's expression, as he understands that the individual he thought he could control has gained the upper hand. The protagonist tells the word master about the moment when the spell failed to have an effect on him, highlighting the strength and will that empowered him to stand up to his opponent. The word master hardly gets the chance to finish listening to the protagonist's story before realizing that things are spiraling out of control. He escapes in terror, calling for his mother's help. The initially tense atmosphere gradually starts to ease. The protagonist's friend collapses to his knees, distancing himself from the trauma he has witnessed. The shock in his companion's eyes causes him to lose stability. In an attempt to soothe their anxiety, they decide to move back toward the canyon's interior. They come to understand that the unfolding events are just beginning. As they navigate through the depths of the canyon, their discussion meanders through various topics, including the nature of summoners and what the future may entail. The protagonist proposes pausing for the night in one of the caves. His companion soon falls asleep, their exhausted demeanor revealing a taxing day. During this time, the protagonist observes his friend and realizes that the word master will no longer be a threat to them, acknowledging that their opponent lacks the capacity to approach them with malicious intentions. The vampire, sensing potential risk, reverts to his original card form and takes additional measures to protect himself throughout the night, ready for any unexpected occurrences. The next morning, loud cries echo from the gorge. The protagonist awakens to find his friend troubled by a threatening creature at the cave's entrance, where they had spent the previous night. After their rest, the friends continue their journey, engaging in deeper discussions about the lives and destinies of summoners. At one point, one of them chooses to pause their journey, sensing something unusual ahead. This intuition hints at possible interest or danger. Their map indicates that this area is a puppet lair, but as they get closer, it's clear that all the puppets are destroyed, leaving behind devastation. This sight leaves them confused and unsettled, as the absence of living puppets raises questions. They decide to move on to another location to search for any signs of puppet activity or life. While heading toward the stones that the map says indicate the second layer, their feelings of confusion and amazement grow stronger. Remnants of puppets are scattered throughout the lair. Once powerful and significant beings are now in ruins. The protagonist chooses to ask his companion which monster he had planned to hunt. The answer reveals an unexpected aspect of the situation, providing the protagonist with insight that there's more to these events than initially apparent. He realizes that the term master isn't merely a random enemy. It becomes clear that this confrontation is the culmination of a series of events. Gradually, the protagonist recognizes that exposing the word master and stopping his plans is essential, and that understanding the enemy's true motives is key to achieving victory. Suddenly, an unfamiliar person appears from behind and touches his shoulder, intervening in the situation and changing the battle's result. This stranger's touch renders the word master immobile, leaving him paralyzed and devoid of control over his own actions. A woman steps forward, wearing a symbol on her jacket that influences the unfolding events. Her orders are unequivocal, and her presence intimidates the word master, instilling fear in him. The emblem on her jacket signifies that she belongs to the Purple Ravens, a force he cannot resist. As a result, the situation shifts unexpectedly, turning the word master, who is used to dominating others, into a mere puppet under her control. He recognizes his lack of power and realizes he can no longer dictate the course of events. As the complexities of the situation begin to emerge, he comprehends that his opponent is part of a larger, more intricate scheme. After the stranger leaves, the word master desperately pleads for mercy while raising his voice. The word master's resonating voice filled the space like a whirlwind of sound, cutting through the air and capturing the protagonist's attention. This musical whirlwind flowed through the air, captivating him and drawing his focus to its origin. The harmonious tones wrapped around them, crafting an unseen maze of sound. Nevertheless, their curiosity remained intact, leading them to question one another about whether they heard the same thing. Influenced by these utterances, they began to understand the profound meanings and values they carried. Despite their comrades' indifference, they recognized that these sounds delivered an important message, revealing new realms of thought. The grand puppet structure before them represented not just power, but also enigma. The word master's words hinted at something more significant, encouraging them to explore further. Their minds buzzed with thoughts of battle strategies and tactics, drawing inspiration from their surroundings. They began to discuss their offensive and defensive plans. Suddenly, their allies inhaled deeply, bracing themselves for something crucial. With a flourish, he stepped out of his concealment, ready to confront the foe. His keen intellect and agile hands enabled him to position himself behind the enemy. Even while restrained, the creature refused to submit, thrashing fiercely and showcasing its hatred and strength. Confronted with peril, he strengthened his resolve through sheer determination and persistence as he moved closer to the enemy. As he pushed past the formidable resistance of the powerful saw, tension filled the air. Suddenly, the enemy exploded in a dazzling flash, followed by a deafening crash as the monster's head was sent flying. In the aftermath of this surprising moment, the peculiarities and mysteries of the monster's body captivated their attention. In the next instant, the monster re-emerged, its unexpected regeneration leaving them astonished and bewildered. Nevertheless, they remained undeterred, ready to embrace the challenge and continue the fight. Recognizing that their combined strength surpassed any threat, they reached out to the protagonist for help. Believing in their united capabilities to tackle any challenge, they executed a synchronized and forceful attack that enabled them to subdue and manage the monster. The protagonist joined in, showcasing his distinctive abilities. Meanwhile, their friend opted to engage in the fight without fully understanding the planned strategy. His assault targeted the monster's head, resulting in a tumultuous clash that filled the air with the sounds of combat, creating a powerful symphony of fierce struggle. The outcome of the battle remained in doubt. They faced considerable resistance, and their stamina started to fade. Just then, a vampire showcased his resolve, launching an assault on the monster with his sharp wings. His agility and strength provided crucial support, renewing their faith in potential victory. Despite the seemingly dire circumstances, the main character held on to the belief that triumph was achievable, just as steadfast as the bonds of their friendship. As the intensity of the battle lessened over time, Lin Huan began to express his feelings to his friend. He shared the emotions that had enveloped them upon achieving the bronze rank. His longtime companion listened with appreciation and respect, genuinely sharing in the protagonist's joy over his accomplishments. However, the protagonist was hesitant to take full credit, recognizing that their journey still held many challenges, and he proposed returning to the city. Despite the suggestion, his friend remained resolute and steadfast in his desire to assist. He was determined not to let the main character go. Soon they confronted an inconvenient reality. The road to further progress would be long and arduous due to their low rank. Ultimately, it was a tough choice, but they decided to part ways, leaving with mutual respect and pledges of support if needed. Their friendship remained strong, and they knew they could always rely on one another. After saying goodbye to his ally, the protagonist redirected his focus to his objectives. He understood that every step he took brought him closer to reaching the bronze rank. Hidden deep within the dim, mist-filled canyon was a mysterious structure. Members of the Purple Raven had assembled around it, exchanging information about its history. A woman dedicated to this site, endowed with secret knowledge, was the one who initiated the irreversible change. Her touch transformed the water into a stunning and enigmatic display, showcasing her magical prowess. An alarming command was suddenly given to a man in a dark suit to cast the word "Masters" into the hellish waters. Nonetheless, pleas and entreaties proved to be in vain. Fueled by an unwavering determination that eclipsed his fear, he descended into the depths of the infernal water. This daring act turned out to be his final one, as he vanished into the dark waters, succumbing to the time monsters that obeyed the word "Master." The word "Masters," ominous shadows scattered, clearing the battlefield. However, the main character felt weakened after the extended battle. Despite the powerful vampire's support, he recognized that the monsters were a serious threat. Lin Huang glanced at the bronze life ring, a new token on his journey to rank advancement. It represented not only his achievements, but also signified his destiny. As he felt the bronze ring's weight in his hand, he realized it was more than just a reward. It embodied his growth and progress. Lin Huang's eyes conveyed a profound understanding. He noticed that each of his companions also held the potential for growth and advancement. In that moment, his penetrating gaze met those of his friends, recognizing their shared connection. Suddenly, something caught the protagonist's attention at the far end of the gorges. Responding to his focus, a peculiar flow emanated an unusual, almost magical light. He felt that this light contained a hint of a new challenge. Across the gorge, he observed a man in torment, struggling against the turbulent waters and refusing to leave. His attention remained fixed on this man, witnessing an astonishing transformation that was impossible to ignore. Underneath the water, the person fought to reclaim his original form, while contending with the relentless force of the currents. His eyes reflected a fierce determination and a unique resolve. However, he could not escape the horrifying changes taking place. Large pincers emerged in place of his hands, and his body transformed in ways that defied understanding. One member of the Crow Club observed this transformation with a smile. It signified a triumph over human nature, a victory within her own compel. In that moment, the protagonist realized that not only the monsters were vulnerable to the power of the tumultuous waters, but also the master and his voice were susceptible to its strength. A woman then reached out her hand, preparing to execute a skill unfamiliar to them. Gradually, she raised her arms, producing strange, ribbon-like auras from her fingers and toes. The auras twisted around her and swiftly moved towards a nearby monster, as if invisible threads were pulling it towards her. It became clear that she possessed an exceptional power that made her more formidable than the protagonist had initially perceived. Sensing the looming danger and his own susceptibility, the protagonist felt an overwhelming urge to escape. He recognized that with each passing second, the girl's aura and that of her assistant intensified, quickening his pulse and reinforcing the need to leave. Suddenly, the unexpected sensation of a hand on his shoulder startled Lin Huang, prompting him to turn sharply to see the assisting girl's face. The coldness of the hand heightened the already tense atmosphere. What felt like a brief moment extended into an eternity as he felt the pressure on his shoulder, immobilizing him as if an unseen force had made him powerless. A sudden constriction in his throat caused him to cough and struggle for every breath. His eyes met those of the assistant, and in that instant, Lin Huang became acutely aware that his life was truly at risk. Realizing that his typical cards and fighting techniques wouldn't be useful in this predicament, Lin Huang opted to articulate his thoughts instead. He spoke quickly and with passion, trying to clarify his stance and appeal for leniency. The young woman turned to her aide, Sukyano, and they exchanged a few words. Lin sensed a slight easing of the tension as he was released from their hold. Inhaling deeply, Lin Huang felt his lungs expand with the fresh air. The young woman turned to her aide, Sukyano, and they shared a brief exchange. Lin felt the tension ease a bit as he was freed from their grasp, taking in a deep breath. For a brief moment, she shifted her focus from Lin Huang and introduced herself as Hong Wan, a legitimate member of the Purple Crow, a mysterious organization with an impressive reputation. Confronted with the stark choice of joining the group or facing annihilation, Lin Huang felt his reality start to shatter. He understood that the solutions were complex and laden with severe consequences. After a significant interval, the scene changed to a location where hallways intertwined, resembling the intertwining of history and fate. The distant clanging of metal on metal echoed, as if someone was either crafting or fighting with steel. Lin Huang had been brought here against his will, along with others, like defeated creatures. The authority here belonged to someone who viewed this place as a training ground, yet there was something darker beneath that description. This individual's words were harsh and merciless, as if he aimed to squeeze every bit from those present without concern for their struggles. With that, he turned and began to leave, showing no willingness to listen to the young man before him, who was anxiously trying to voice his questions. A mysterious voice interrupted their discussion, warning them to lower their voices and drawing their focus to a dark figure in the corner of the room. In the shadows stood another man who observed them calmly, as if watching a play. He was Shama, Lin Huang's roommate, who had ended up in the same place with them the night before. They began to talk about how their rings had lost connection after their arrival, leaving them to navigate without funds or means of communication. Sham voiced his apprehension as he grasped the seriousness of their predicament, noting that trying to escape would only lead to death due to the traps surrounding the outside world. The main character found it fascinating to learn how many individuals had already tried to flee and how numerous participants in this horrifying ordeal had not made it out alive. Nonetheless, Xiam clarified that anyone who attempted to escape had quickly met their end by falling into the various traps scattered around. Lin Huang's calmness amidst such fear was puzzling, as if a sudden wave of emotion had overcome him. He ended up falling asleep right where he sat, despite the terrors that the new morning brought. The participants were then taken to the training camp, where they were greeted by the organizers, represented by a large cross in the distance. Each individual had entered this grim reality of trials by their own choice. As Lin Huang and his companions chatted about the ranks and titles within the organization, other participants glanced at them with curiosity. Xiaomo urged Lin Huang to speed up their conversation so they wouldn't miss breakfast, mentioning that they could use their accumulated points to buy items. Suddenly, a disturbance and a tremor in Sharma's voice shifted their focus to something behind Lin Huang. They turned to discover two individuals hanging from the ceiling, their eyes wide with fear, representing their failure in the tests. Seizing the moment, Lin Huang decided to tap into the network to gather more information about the rules. Meanwhile, the neighbor kept discussing the shopping options available. Out of nowhere, a loud voice rang out, revealing it to be a security guard in the vicinity. The guard was unhappy with Shamal for not having enough points, and abruptly kicked him, as if he were at the very end of the list, demanding more effort. Unable to remain a bystander, Lin Huang chose to intervene in the situation. He seized the guard's hand, emphasizing that aggression wasn't the only answer. During this interaction, Lin Huang realized his grip on the guard's hand felt incredibly firm, as if it was rebelling against the surrounding turmoil. The atmosphere in the room grew tense, transforming the environment into a scene of struggle and anxiety with every moment that passed. Lin Huang experienced an intensifying sense of pressure, feeling as if an unseen force was surrounding and raising him to a higher level of consciousness. Suddenly, Lin Huang felt a shift in his mind. He noticed a person named Gong Suning, who instructed him to let go of the other individual for the protagonist. This incident, which involved the second-ranked individual in terms of points earned, piqued his curiosity and caused some confusion. As they conversed, Gong and Suning exchanged looks, trying to gauge each other's intentions. Gong questioned if there were any rule infractions in the prison-like setting. However, to Lin Huang, the situation seemed perfectly reasonable. The notion of the strong preying on the weak didn't resonate with his beliefs as a man. His remarks caught the attention of those ranked higher, leading other participants to take note of their conversation. Just before tensions could rise further, a manager arrived and instructed the group to proceed along the designated path. Gan Suning and their team made the decision to split off, aiming to cultivate a deeper mutual understanding and collaboration. To reassure his cellmate, one shared thoughts on the future and how similar situations might arise in his absence. One's eyes surveyed the surroundings, and his unusual expression suggested he possessed some special understanding. Ultimately, due to previous experiences, the protagonists reached the 6th level of the educational towers, poised at the entrance for upcoming challenges. As they entered, one focused more intently than usual, exhibiting a notable level of seriousness and concentration. Inside the room, special devices were activated, initiating teleportation and abruptly summoning several monsters. This unforeseen development called for an immediate reaction. Recognizing that defeating all the creatures could be beneficial, Huan called upon his ally, anticipating that they could earn essential strength and points by vanquishing the monsters. After assessing the situation, both he and the vampire directed their thoughts toward their initial attack against the oncoming monsters. This tactical choice enabled them to counter the assault swiftly. One propelled himself off the training field, gearing up for his next move, which involved leaping onto a flying dragon. His decision stemmed from the need to confront appropriate adversaries, with dragons representing the best challenge in this instance. The benefit of this choice was the ability to rapidly gather vital energy, enhancing his strength and preparation to defeat the formidable foe ahead. Each training day in the vast tower spanned 8 hours, and the protagonist was committed to achieving perfection. Despite experiencing fatigue and shortness of breath beginning on the third day, he entered a new developmental phase. Now he stood among the defeated monsters, confidently wielding his blade. After enduring the rigorous training, the main character emerged from the towers, stretching as he sensed that all 3 wheels of life were nearing the completion of their 6th cycle. He was intrigued by the results, as both he and the vampire had successfully tackled a considerable number of monsters, accumulating a significant amount of points and greatly improving their rankings. The protagonist successfully placed among the top 300 competitors, a significant achievement given his late start in scoring. Out of nowhere, a new rival emerged, clearly intending to confront the hero. It quickly became apparent what this rival's motives were, and the situation's gravity was recognized. He realized that Lisa Hale aimed to strip him of all his hard-earned points, pinpointing a vulnerability. This realization prompted a measured response to the challenge. He chose to walk away, seeking to avoid unnecessary conflict. However, Lisa Hale was determined and issued a deadly challenge, initiating a countdown. As tensions escalated, an anticipated fierce battle began to unfold. Spectators began to speculate on how he found himself in this predicament, with his success generating both intrigue and bewilderment. Lisa felt no remorse. He was eager to take his opponent's life with his blade, making his aggressive intentions clear. Undaunted, the hero maintained a fiery stare, trying to shake his opponent's confidence and create uncertainty. Nevertheless, no one foresaw the bully's swift reaction. In an instant, Lisa's sword became encased in dark energy, as if he had launched a supersonic attack. The result was both stunning and impressive. Unfortunately for Lisa, his scheme backfired. The protagonist countered the blow, revealing its inefficacy and foolishness. Following their clash, Lisa Hale experienced an unexpected sensation in his body, shocking everyone. The protagonist did not hold back in labeling Lisa a loser, a truth that soon became clear. This was reinforced when Lisa began to kneel, clearly defeated. He collapsed to the ground, startling the onlookers. The protagonist's strength had surpassed all expectations. However, the confrontation didn't end on the battlefield, as Gong soon arrived with his team, instructed to bring an end to Lisa Hale and decisively conclude the conflict. The situation was perplexing. Wiley had been adamant about wanting him dead, and the question had been asked with an anticipated response. They remained present as Gong voiced his dissatisfaction with the breach of battle protocols. The protagonist chose to express his opinions on this issue. Ultimately, Gong departed due to pressing matters, but his displeasure was evident. He coiled a chain around Li's neck, representing his intention to enforce adherence to the rules and punish those who broke them. The protagonist was alarmed by how easily Gong had handled another person with his own hands. This realization filled him with shock and fear. When he looked back, he noticed a look on Gong's face that was both startling and typical of him. Gong's expression conveyed strength and determination. Tom's hands were bound in chains, signifying his seriousness in maintaining discipline and order, as he had vowed. In a critical moment, the protagonist confronted the prospect of his own demise. Once the event settled down, everything returned to normal, but unease lingered within his cellmate. The awareness that conflict with those in higher positions could erupt at any time created a palpable tension, where even the slightest incident could lead to an outburst. The protagonist felt exhausted by the continual discussions. He lay on his temporary bed, trying to find some relaxation and relief, if only for a moment. As he reclined on his makeshift bed, striving to decompress, a new objective began to take shape in his mind, amid his reflections on the situation. The introduction of a new acquaintance brought an intriguing aspect to his life, the possibility of joining the Purple Crows, even if it merely offered a chance to be part of this group of hunters. It had a certain compelling appeal. Shamli then clarified the importance of the marks on her body. These symbols were specific to the descendants of Sin, which incurred government suspicion and disapproval. Shyamalan already carried the stigma of rejection due to the troubled history of children born from the union of humans and monsters. This revelation enhanced the protagonist's understanding of her plight, illuminating the escalating hatred, tension, and fear surrounding her. He became uncomfortable with his previous failure to tackle his own issues, realizing that his silence had only exacerbated the overall tension. He considered whether he should keep everything to himself. The protagonist tried to comfort his fellow inmate, believing that those who saw themselves as sinners were, in many respects, victims of their circumstances. Each individual carried their own unique experiences that could shape their decisions. As the rain count neared, the new comrade's rank had dropped significantly due to the main character's support. He realized that without their help, his friend would have struggled to face everyone's challenges. The life crystals given to him became not only precious assets, but also emblems of friendship and teamwork. The main character began to think about their shared future, aware that their paths might diverge after the rain count. His new challenge was his attempt to spare Shama from further regret. Willing to accept defeat, the protagonist was ready to give Shyama extra points, understanding that this sacrifice could help his friend and somewhat close the gap in their rankings. Despite his reservations and fears about breaking the rules, he realized that such actions could have repercussions and draw the attention of the strongest competitors. In that moment, Amma felt liberated from fear and doubt. This self-assurance became the basis for his steadfast resolve. His cellmate gritted his teeth, driven by a will to survive and push forward, aware that not even fear could stop him from aiming for greater heights. In stark contrast to fear, Shyamalan called for a duel. This courageous choice signified his readiness to face an unpredictable outcome. The main character accepted the challenge, fully aware that defeat was a possibility. This action showcased both bravery and respect for his rival. The next morning, a crowd gathered around what seemed to be a labyrinth, an arena where the ratings would soon conclude. Suddenly, it transformed as if acted upon by an unseen force. The individual whom Shamar had surpassed was shocked to discover that he had accumulated 5,000 points in just one day. This astonishing development left others pondering how it had happened. The breach of the rules was glaringly obvious, and his anger was evident in his eyes. The overseer was thrown off balance by the situation, and his demeanor grew increasingly furious and aggressive. He was not only upset about losing his rank, but also frustrated because he had invested a significant amount of money to earn his points. A bystander stepped in and swiftly knocked the irate man to the ground with a single, powerful strike. Meanwhile, the protagonist shared his plans with a new companion to head to the school tower, away from the arena's happenings. They devised their strategies and discussed their approach. However, Gong, furious and seeking answers, suddenly confronted them. He questioned their plans and tactics concerning Sharma's acknowledged defeat, which he considered a violation of the rules. The protagonist chose to ignore him, pretending not to hear his inquiries. Soon Gong insisted, asking him to speak louder, seemingly highlighting their innocence and reluctance to dive into conflicts. As he drew closer, Garden City began a discussion about the rule violations. The protagonist warned Gong not to interfere with him if he wanted to achieve his goals and gain entry into the Purple Crows. Despite the fear of repercussions, others were motivated by the bold newcomer who had taken a risk. Tom's frustration led him to challenge someone to a fight, using it as a way to express his discontent and release his pent-up tension. The protagonist willingly embraced the challenge, seeing it as a chance to convey his experiences and impart a lesson to the second-ranking individual. However, their discussion was suddenly interrupted by the overseer, who intended to stop the spectacle and maintain the established order. Without giving Gong a moment to speak, Shooting quickly redirected his focus to the main character, accusing him of rule violations. The overseer recalled the offenses that had occurred. He remembered the words spoken on the first day, which emphasized that one's choice did not ensure a special relationship, and implied that Lin had lost his true path. It became clear that the individual had a connection with the director and felt fearless. The manager took in all the details and directed everyone to resume their duties, dismissing the conflict as a thing of the past. Concerning did not concern himself with who supported one. His priority was to eliminate the hurdle, and he was ready to employ any means necessary to achieve that. He had to suppress the thoughts of getting rid of his opponent and stepped aside momentarily. Just then, he was startled by a commanding voice instructing him to halt. This unexpected occurrence sparked his curiosity. Upon turning around, Gong saw the self-assured protagonist confronting the second highest-ranking participant. A heavy silence enveloped the arena as the main character radiated complete confidence. His challenge was a definitive signal for the start of a fierce duel, with bright lights flashing around him, enhancing the atmosphere of excitement for all onlookers. It became clear that when the fight commenced, Swan would go all out, and his fate appeared to be predetermined. Calm was resolute in delivering a harsh lesson to his new opponent and was eager to inflict pain and suffering. Despite the looming situation, the main character stood his ground, summoning his vampire in preparation for the impending confrontation. As the battle began, the vampire launched the first assault. Its rapid movements rendered its strikes both unpredictable and dangerous. Not one to remain passive, Suiting sent forth his chains to the enemy, attempting to dominate the battlefield by setting vampire traps, but all his efforts were foiled. The vampire created a protective shield to fend off the chain attacks. As he looked forward, Gong recognized that he was up against a formidable opponent, which altered the battle's dynamics and left him in a state of confusion. Before he could recover, the vampire had already initiated his attack with astonishing speed, leaving no visible mark on Gong's neck. Gong sensed something unusual after receiving a minor scratch, triggering an odd response within him. His head seemed to vanish as if dissolving into thin air. The onlookers were struck with amazement and had underestimated the protagonist, realizing he was far more powerful than they had imagined. Everyone present was taken aback to witness a bronze-ranked individual commanding a gold-ranked monster. It was an extraordinary sight that exceeded their usual understanding. In reaction to this unexpected event, the manager instructed everyone to disperse and resume their tasks, aiming to prevent any additional chaos. As things began to make more sense, the main character understood why Han Won had personally suggested him as a candidate for the organization. He realized she recognized his potential, something that others were only starting to acknowledge. An observer noted that even after Gong's fall, the guide had remained loyal to him. This act of kindness and respect for the defeated foe left a lasting impression on the observer, causing them to see the hero in a new light. While examining Dong's possessions, Huang discovered a talent card and inquired with Zeal Mail about how such an item could be obtained, possibly from a human. Zeal Mio explained that these cards could be found in the most unexpected situations, and the timing of their acquisition was not always evident. In addition, Huang discovered 2 equipment cards among Gong's belongings, which he deemed valuable assets for future battles. The sequence of fights unfolding before him thrilled the main character. Huang demonstrated remarkable speed and agility, easily defeating his opponents. This not only impressed the main character, but also captivated everyone else present. They understood that the challenge lay not only with the enemy, but also with Gong's impressive strength. The main character made a humorous remark about the situation. After some time, the protagonist chose to go to the designated location for trading glasses for items and encountered a lone man in charge of the exchanges. However, he was unhappy with the proposed prices for the exchanges, feeling they were overly expensive. He then entered negotiations to try to obtain better offers. Despite multiple rounds of discussions, they were unable to come to an agreement, leaving the protagonist confused about why the prices were so high. Eventually, the merchant took the time to explain the differences between the suggested items and those available at lower prices. This explanation made clear the reasons for the high costs. After understanding the situation, the protagonist reluctantly decided to make a significant expenditure, acquiring 2 items for a large amount of points. Upon returning to his room, he was surprised to find 2 strangers waiting for him alongside Shiyama. The protagonist suspected that the newcomers might have come seeking revenge for something that had occurred recently. The 2 strangers remained quietly positioned around the door, with the shaman among them. Their silent presence initially raised suspicion in the protagonist, who stayed alert. The strangers continued to silently stand around the door with the shaman among them. Their quiet presence initially raised suspicion in the protagonist, who remained watchful. To his surprise, one of the strangers suddenly expressed friendliness, becoming more approachable and offering support to the fatigued hero. The cellmate introduced him to the 2 newcomers, revealing that one was ranked first and the other third in the standings. Despite some initial hesitations, the protagonist welcomed them, recognizing that they could be valuable allies in the future. The individual ranked third encouraged the protagonist to embrace their friendly nature and reassured them that they could become good friends over time. The protagonist accepted this invitation and mirrored the friendly demeanor toward their new acquaintances. Aware of the potential advantages of building these relationships, the protagonist was open to the idea. The third-ranked individual also kindly decided to teach the protagonist a special blade skill. While the skill wasn't a perfect match for their needs, the protagonist appreciated the kind gesture, seeing it as an effort to strengthen their bond with Hong Yuan. At that moment, Xiama was captivated by the food offered by their new companions, fixated on this precious resource. Eventually, the discussion turned to the storage ring that had been given by one of the strangers. Inside the ring were almost 3,000 crystals valued at a total of 30 billion credits. However, the protagonist was particularly intrigued by the Sword of Wildfire creation, a skill they had long sought after, recognizing its rarity and potential for the future. This discovery inspired him. Nevertheless, considering his current circumstances caused him to reflect. Despite his ambitions, he recognized that his main objective was to escape from this prison, leading to an internal conflict between his desire for skill improvement and the urgency of his situation. This sparked the question of how security camps dealt with deceased participants. The protagonist began to ponder the methods used for body disposal. Xiao Mo shared details about a little-known procedure. The deceased were simply thrown off a cliff that was home to terrifying monsters. He also noted that the bodies of those from noble families were preserved for ceremonial purposes. The protagonist understood that the information he had was irrelevant to his situation, as his ties to Hong Yuan would complicate any effort to keep his death a secret. Shaking off distracting thoughts, he made his way to the training room tower, hoping to find a new card that could enhance his survival prospects. Upon arriving at the training tower, he was met with an unusual sight. Enormous monsters of varying behavior and size, unlike any he had faced before, awaited him. He called forth his vampire to battle these creatures, seeing it as a crucial way to assess their capabilities. The vampire unleashed its incredible strength, engulfing the battlefield in a stunning display of flames that showcased its power. As the vampire fought against the silver-ranked monsters, the fiery battlefield illuminated everything around. The protagonist hoped these formidable foes would yield valuable rewards. Amidst the fierce battle, the vampire took to the air, its wings flashing brilliantly while it surveyed the chaos below, as the relentless monsters continued their advance, seemingly indifferent to the attacks directed at them. Taking advantage of their lack of awareness, the vampire executed a surprise attack from behind. Entering through a designated entrance, the vampire joined the fray, closely followed by the protagonist who gripped his sword tightly. His heart pounded, but fear had no place in his mind, only a steadfast determination to defeat these enemies. Suddenly, a monstrous entity emerged from the crowd, displaying a disturbing fusion of human and animal features, its terrifying visage grotesque. He quickly reacted, noticing a vile odor coming from the creature's mouth, and launched an assault aimed at its hideous head. He prepared himself for a potential counterattack. Despite delivering a decisive strike, the results were not as successful as he had hoped. To strengthen his offensive, the protagonist realized he needed to land an additional blow with his blade. The clash of their swords shattered the silence, and this second strike successfully pushed the creature back a bit, breaking through its defenses. However, the silver-ranked monster quickly regained its balance, elegantly returning to the ground. Its fluid and coordinated movements indicated its readiness to strike back. The creature was gearing up for a powerful attack, its crimson eyes filled with a fierce desire for destruction. The main character, being quicker and more nimble, skillfully avoided the beast's attacks while protecting his vulnerable areas with his sword. Just then, another creature emerged from the darkness, launching an assault from behind with plans to cause chaos. This new threat complicated the already fierce encounter. After this intense battle, Wang recognized that the silver-ranked monsters posed a far greater challenge than the enemies he had previously faced during his training. The creature that had attacked from behind was ultimately vanquished, its head cleaved off by a strong strike. The protagonist experienced a rush of adrenaline as he finally caught his breath. The defeated monster lay still on the ground, its large form collapsing under the force of the blow. Numerous fights awaited them, with the vampire and the protagonist now encircled by the lifeless forms of their monstrous adversaries. The ground was littered with defeated foes, a testament to the fierce struggle they had all endured. The main character felt a sense of achievement from the number of enemies he had overcome, smiling as he remembered how the double metal card had enabled him to collect 600 silver-rank monster card fragments. In response to the main character's inquiry, he scrutinized the 20 cards he had acquired. Each card played a crucial role in his overall strategy. His attention was drawn to a unique card that allowed him to combine skills, permitting the fusion of two identical cards to enhance their effectiveness. Another card that intrigued him had the ability to seal a monster, transforming it into a card while maintaining its power and level. This discovery presented new opportunities for the protagonist. The main character was amazed to find out that even monsters of epic rarity could be sealed with these cards, providing him with a significant advantage in combat. At first, he considered using this new card right away, but then he remembered it was a one-time use item, prompting him to think about a more strategic application for it. With a fresh tactic in mind, the main character focused on a different card he had identified. This card provided him the opportunity to produce and direct his own film, which could act as a beneficial distraction. The concept of filmmaking was intertwined with their escape strategy from the training facility. The protagonist understood that this might be their key to liberation. As he and his companions moved towards the exit, they discussed the specifics of filmmaking and their future aspirations. Gradually, the pressure on the main character began to weigh him down. Signs of fatigue were evident on his face, yet he made an effort to mask any signs of vulnerability. Unexpected challenges soon emerged, disrupting his brief respite. causing him to flinch as these tasks arose at an inconvenient moment. The main character found himself on his knees, laughing at his own situation, reveling in the chaos. Meanwhile, shifts in events led to the observation post within the training camp, where the department manager noticed some intriguing occurrences. Footage showed the main character battling against a gold rank level 1 monster, which sparked the manager's curiosity. The manager was astonished by how often the main character visited the training towers and his ability to sustain a higher rank. His accomplishments were surrounded by laughter and jokes. The manager ordered his team to keep a close watch on the individual recommended by Hong Yuan and to diligently monitor the battlefield through the cameras. When the protagonist took action, he wielded his sword to cut through foes as he progressed. The footage captured his rise to a level filled with first gold rank monsters. This revelation intrigued the manager, who shared the data on the main character's frequent visits to the training towers among the staff. The manager felt satisfied with his ongoing development and value to the center. Employees began to scrutinize his movements closely, eager to understand the intricacies of his combat techniques. In that moment, prepared for new challenges with sword drawn, the protagonist requested the creation of a new card by merging the improved breath skill, change masks, and the ability to weave skills. He started crafting a new card that promised an advanced disguise along with unique abilities. As the monsters moved forward, the protagonist encountered a colossal enemy. With quick reflexes and strategic thinking, he managed to fend off the monster's assault. Tension escalated as he prepared his sword for a decisive strike against the monster's head, ready to deliver the final blow with a swift motion. The conflict concluded. In the aftermath of the fierce battle, the ground was littered with vanquished adversaries. The hero took in the sight, reflecting on the sacrifices made and the tremendous effort required for their victory. Once the training session wrapped up, the hero made their way to the exchange center to trade their earned points for new weapons. Accompanying them was their French friend, who began to question the significance of points outside this realm. Together, they walked toward the exchange center, understanding that their points were worthless outside of this domain. A conversation arose about the importance of crystals, sparking hope and providing advice on becoming stronger for survival. They finally posed a long-held question to their new friend, inquiring about other paths in this world besides joining the Purple Crow. They sensed that their fate was shifting unexpectedly. The answer came not through words, but with a subtle nod. An understanding blossomed, as if their thoughts had been anticipated. The protagonist realized that their journey was meant to be about something greater than just joining the Purple Crow. A shift in their relationship was felt, with the companion alluding to a possible farewell. In response to this ominous feeling, an unassailable wall suddenly appeared between them, making it clear that their paths were about to separate, each destined for their own journey. Although the hero struggled with this decision, they recognized its necessity. With a reassuring smile, they accepted their friend's departure, embodying hope and belief in future reunions. The hero felt that their paths would eventually cross again, guided by an unseen force. As they said goodbye, their smile reflected confidence in the certainty of meeting again. The emotional farewell was interrupted by a sudden alarm triggered by a false report on the screen. A shrill and unforeseen cry echoed in the observation department. The hero's heart raced, and the atmosphere became charged with tension. Eyes were glued to the monitors, where a distressing situation was developing. A creature on the same floor appeared to be uncontrollably rampaging. The room was filled with the intense emotions captured by the surveillance cameras, clearly showing the protagonist preparing to face a tremendously powerful enemy. As the tension escalated, the hero was determined to confront this perilous opponent at a pivotal moment. The manager resolved not to let the hero confront the threat alone, realizing that the protagonist's death would not go unnoticed, and that it couldn't be easily dismissed. The manager felt an urgent need to assist, especially now. The creature sent one flying through the air with a well-aimed blow from its horn. The hero quickly understood that his vulnerabilities were exposed, causing his heart to race. At the same time, a wolf approached from behind, ready to strike, prompting the hero to think faster than ever. He had to make decisions in mere seconds. Despite the chaos, everything seemed to go according to his plan, and a self-assured smile spread across his face as he felt perfectly in sync with the rhythm of the battle around him. He suddenly recognized that danger was nearer than he had expected, with a gigantic creature, much more powerful than himself, preparing to crush him. His chances of survival were incredibly slim. The hero found himself on the edge of life and death. The observation room doors burst open as the manager hurried out, only to witness the monster having crushed one of the heroes. The grim sight that met his eyes was shocking. The manager, stunned, stood before the hero's lifeless body, overwhelmed by feelings of disappointment and sorrow. Just moments before, the hero had been alive, and now he lay lifeless. The manager activated the emergency protection system. Suddenly, special robots armed with lasers appeared on the scene. This unexpected development heightened the tension in the room, as the creatures that had seemed invincible moments ago were swiftly defeated by the robots. The power of the robots was remarkable, leaving the monsters with no chance. The manager stood over the fallen hero, showing visible signs of anger and frustration. The once great warrior now lay beside him with an outstretched hand, as if silently saying goodbye. Although the hero had left the realm of the living, his presence lingered in the atmosphere. The manager tried to reach Juan to inform him of the events that had unfolded. At that moment, an unusual shadow began to form in the room, and it became clear that it was the main character using a deception card. Their aura had been cloaked from sight for a month. The hero smiled and signaled for the deployment to commence. As time went on, cries of terror rang out from the educational towers. This served as an alert for the manager, indicating that new trouble had arisen. He was overpowered and slammed against the wall by a sudden attack from Mrs. Shuang stood before him, her eyes filled with anger and frustration. She was clearly upset by the tragic events that had unfolded under her supervision. After voicing her dissatisfaction, she considered the possibility that someone might have actually died. Her internal struggle and uncertainty remained hidden from others. The manager, shaking, began to explain that they had examined the body before she arrived, but his speech was so filled with anxiety that it was nearly impossible to understand. Xuan commanded the removal of all evidence related to the incident, including any misleading information or equipment. They could not leave any traces behind. Distressed, the protagonist resolved to leave the place. They seamlessly transformed into a shadow and disappeared from view around the first corner of the building. As they glimpsed Shama next to a stranger, the hero understood that she was mourning the loss of the only kind person in her life who held the third position. They had attempted to comfort Sherman many times since that loss. The main character found themselves at the base of the mountains, commencing a long and challenging journey. As they traversed the unfamiliar landscape, everything appeared both strange and captivating. When they finally halted hundreds of meters from the training camp, they sensed an invisible barrier lifting, filling them with a feeling of newfound freedom and readiness for the challenges ahead. In pursuit of their goals, they called upon their faithful companion to travel swiftly and safely, and they found themselves near the western edge of the 7th Division based on a suggestion. The journey to the closest city was expected to be lengthy and challenging. Once again with their companion, they carefully examined the map of surrounding cities, aiming to locate potential allies. Ultimately, they resolved to travel to Dodge's city in order to acquire counterfeit identity certificates, with the assistance of a kind acquaintance. Despite this help, their expressions showed concern about how they would manage to enter the city without being noticed. Gradually, a smile spread across the protagonist's face as they recalled their sophisticated disguise and the capacity to change their appearance. Yet when they attempted to take on a female persona as planned, their face twisted awkwardly, revealing that this look simply did not suit them. Frustration hit a peak, prompting one to give the protagonist a gentle bump on the head to bring them back to focus. Several hours later, they at last reached the city of Doshi. The main character, still dazed from the earlier hit, pondered why their disguise had failed with their companion. Eventually, one of them chose to transform into a rugged man, completely altering their appearance. This conflict led the hero to face a new challenge. In the end, he opted to leverage his skills, taking on the form of an attractive girl. However, rather than achieving the desired elegance, his attempt at a feminine disguise turned out awkward. He decided to use a more straightforward approach to bring the hero back to reality. Unexpectedly, their tense moment was disturbed by an unusual noise. They heard someone calling out loudly. This interruption broke through their inner turmoil. The unidentified individual who appeared expressed interest in the rumors the main character had circulated regarding their false identity, starting with an affirmation of everything the protagonist had claimed, and the stranger's curiosity about the hero's residence became increasingly animated. They indicated a wish to have their discussion privately, away from any potential eavesdroppers. The young man's residence was located in a dimly lit urban alley, adding an air of intrigue to the situation. To access certain rooms in the house, they had to descend a set of stone steps leading to an underground area, creating an impression of secret passageways or concealed chambers. When the heavily cracked door opened, it unveiled the inner sanctum of the house. The door's checkered design, with its many gaps, contributed to the mysterious ambience. Once they entered, the main character was met with complete disarray, necessitating navigation through the chaos. The house's owner, who stubbornly declined to hire a cleaner, presided over the clutter. Suddenly, the new acquaintance seized a sheet from a nearby device. introducing an element of drama and prompting questions regarding the device's function and significance. The young man introduced his companion to his invention, a device designed to change an individual's personality. It offered various personalities at different prices, tailored to the customer's preferences. As Ward considered using the device, he felt a rush of anxiety concerning the potentially steep costs. His worries were interrupted when the stranger began recalculating data from a purple raven. The newcomer was asked to provide a new name for the personality shift, presented with confidence and resolve. Wayne selected a name that he envisioned for his new persona. Noticing the man's reaction, it was evident that he started to laugh upon hearing the chosen name. This added a humorous element to what was otherwise a serious situation. Upon finalizing the data changes, the individual instructed a newcomer to check if everything had been done correctly. Content with the outcome, the individual consented to pay 100 crystals to activate the desired changes, expressing eagerness to collaborate with someone as reliable as the protagonist. The new acquaintance cheerfully acknowledged the positive changes and expressed a wish to meet again. During their conversation about personal issues, one individual noticed something strange that piqued his interest: a round object with an odd shape. This unexpected find left him genuinely astonished and rendered him temporarily at a loss for words. In one of the corner rooms, he stumbled upon a football that had appeared out of nowhere, adding an extra layer of mystery to the environment. The stranger explained the ball's origin and how it was played in the streets, providing a fascinating contrast to the other bizarre situations. The protagonist found himself captivated by these remarks, pondering the possibility that the enigmatic individual could be a time traveler or a traveler from another realm. While lost in thought, he decided to clarify something. However, the stranger seemed unclear about his precise question, and at that moment, the protagonist felt hesitant to initiate new connections, particularly in such an unusual context. Rather than offering extended explanations, the stranger simply introduced himself as Yang Lane. Chan expressed a wish that Yang's name would be remembered by him, perhaps for future instances when they might undergo personality transformations. After wrapping up their business in the city, the main character ventured out toward the outskirts of Dashi, where the wild zone of the second level began. Within this zone, fierce battles between monsters and the hero unfolded, infusing the narrative with excitement and tension. Thanks to his skills, the hero managed to defeat several monsters, leaving only the remnants of their fallen foes behind. After a few minutes, as the slain monsters lay on the ground, the protagonist observed them from a tree while discussing with Hei the importance of fragments from the wildfire sword for achieving success. Suddenly, the expression on the face of a guy who had been watching the battle drew the attention of a not-so-helpful assistant. One had been contemplating how to return home for a while, mentioning to Hei that traveling by aircraft would take an entire year. He had been measuring the time he would need to stay in different parts of the country. Suddenly, the guys heard a chilling sound that caused them to instantly adopt a defensive posture. They believed monsters were on the attack and readied themselves for a confrontation. Yet it wasn't the monsters that were terrifying. It was the emergence of the Eye of the Abyss. With the arrival of this AI, a wave of panic swept through the city as everyone braced for battle to protect lives as much as they could. Various creatures with different abilities began crashing down from the sky. But each descent resulted in chaos or collided with protective barriers set up for the city's residents. The entire population experienced a profound sense of fear and powerlessness as they found themselves unable to escape or take any actions for their survival. Some individuals, maintaining a sense of calm amid the chaos, sat down and continued sipping their coffee while trapped within the domain of the Purple Crow. A man named Leon Song could not stay passive, knowing that such inaction would lead to the loss of many lives. However, he was unable to reveal their identities and powers. The central figure, along with the Association of Hunters, tasked his assistant, Joseon, with ensuring the citizens' safety and adhering to the Hunter's code. Suddenly, he became aware of the approach of significant beings from the Eye of the Abyss, as a massive shadow of an unknown monster loomed larger with each appearance. As this colossal shadow took form, the residents began to understand that they were confronted with a high-ranking monster. Ocean, along with Leon Song, contemplated the structure of this entity, fully aware of what the heavenly dragon was capable of. Their leader had seen a dragon the size of mountains right after discovering the AI. This being was extraordinarily powerful, able to unleash a single tremendous wave capable of erasing the entire city from existence. No one would survive, and this was merely the onset of the terror. Shortly thereafter, an increasing number of terrifying entities emerged, dark and aggressive. They seemed ready to spring at the people and take their lives, their intentions transparent yet futile. They attempted to assault the dragon, seeking to pierce its skin with their sharp claws and teeth. However, their attempts only resulted in deep wounds and bloodshed. These flesh entities fought fearlessly, driven by an insatiable hunger, but ultimately they were unsuccessful. The true guardian of the city was revealed to be the white-haired protector, who bravely stepped forward to face all enemies, undeterred by the looming threat of the monstrous army. At one point, his loyal aide approached him with crucial news. It became clear that this formidable foe they were fighting had not only been seen by them, their protector had also encountered this terrifying creature. The dragon's appearance was strikingly diverse, making it impossible to trace its origins. It looked like a fiery nightmare, cloaked in shadows. The white-haired defender had clung to the hope that this dreadful beast was not one of the immortals. Nevertheless, it became apparent that they had to engage in a life-or-death battle, with an uncertain outcome looming ahead. As the dragon unleashed its rampage, it was clear that any hopes for a swift victory were diminishing. The dragon called upon other monsters to join the fray, utilizing their powerful abilities and leaving a path of devastation in their wake. Those who received reports from the guards were met with bleak news. The dragon belonged to the immortals. This left the white-haired guardian with no options. While he didn't always relish the fight against such beings, he vowed to remain in a defensive position within the city, ready to defend until the very end. Despite the danger, the young man felt a deep sense of gratitude for the chance to protect his city. His spirit burned with determination to save as many people as possible, even if it meant facing death. During this tense moment, the primary heroes and their loyal assistant watched everything unfold from a distance, deliberating on their chances of victory against the mounting threats. However, he sensed something was off in the atmosphere. The dragon's arrival left him wary, filled with a foreboding feeling of impending troubles. The white-haired defender acted without hesitation. Ignoring the absence of reinforcements, he charged into battle to safeguard his city against the imminent threat, which ominously revealed itself before him. In the midst of chaos and conflict, the dragon almost spoke, conveying its intention to eliminate everyone present. With an overwhelming force, the creature's enormous paw struck the defender like a destructive hammer, obliterating everything in its wake. Onlookers, including members of the Association of Hunters, observed from a distance. Despite their experience, the fighters knew such significant events required careful interpretation. However, it soon became clear that the outcome for the white-haired guardian was not entirely dictated by the dragon. Undeterred by the assault, he rose above the dragon and readied himself for a counterattack. A word from the young warrior triggered his lightning sword ability, transforming his weapon into a spark of electricity. This lightning crackled through the air surrounding the dragon, delivering a thunderous and piercing blow to its form, making the atmosphere feel charged with power. This remarkable display astonished everyone, including the main character, who felt a fleeting mix of surprise and elation. This notable event certainly did not go unnoticed. Meanwhile, the chief commander of the Association of Hunters began to realize that the situation was not as straightforward as it appeared. He sensed that all of this was part of a malevolent scheme against the people. As some spectators continued to watch the battle, a city guard noticed something unusual before him, but struggled to understand its significance. His reactions grew erratic and unpredictable, suggesting a loss of control. This was not typical behavior for a creature of his stature. Members of the associations observed the purple raven as the monster seemed to fade away, dissipating into the air as if it had never been there. At that moment, a mysterious object approached the city guard from behind, stirring an odd sensation within him. He turned, sensing something inside him that hinted at an unexpected turn of events, albeit he could not grasp the meaning right away. Suddenly, a massive magical sphere erupted from the shadows, delivering a crushing impact to the city guard. It felt as if a part of his life had been seized, leading to subsequent explosions and chaos. This overwhelmed the protective barrier meant to shield the area, leaving members of the Purple Crow baffled by the occurrence. It was as though one of their own had been at the epicenter of a tremendous blast, triggering the emergence of electric formations around the barriers that resembled jagged teeth or serpents, forming a unique electric defense outside the city. Reports began to circulate that townspeople were attacking a phantom creature. It was revealed that the dragon was merely an illusion, a deception crafted by an unknown enemy. The leader of the Hunters Association shared his thoughts with his students, suspecting that the creature had a peculiar ability to create illusions, which could be extremely dangerous. Meanwhile, Jackie and her companion were arguing. The young man wanted to help the people as quickly as possible, while the young woman aimed to devise a strategy to save everyone without revealing her identity. The leaders shifted their attention to the importance of monitoring the ongoing battle. Despite their disagreement, it became clear that even the white-haired defenders struggled to overcome the force of such a powerful attack. Behind him, the irate guard charged forward like an enraged beast, unleashing his own relentless assault, cursing the monster and growing increasingly furious. The guard readied himself to use his special skill, aiming to deal maximum damage to the enemy with a powerful sword strike. When he struck the ground, the entire area in front of him became inundated with numerous lightning bolts, repeatedly hitting the surrounding foes due to this skilled maneuver. He managed to eliminate weaker opponents that obstructed the main character's path to the primary target. The main character recognized from the lightning flashes that the man fighting the formidable monster possessed impressive strength. Suddenly, something unusual caught the attention of the white-haired defender amidst the clash. He sensed the presence of the monster he needed to defeat. He charged into the fierce melee, noticing something peculiar that drew his focus away from the battle. He detected the presence of the monster he was after, and then he noticed something coming towards him, a strange, indistinct shape flying in his direction. It managed to bypass the monster's defenses and strike, breaking the delicate shield that protected it. As he observed, a mysterious and vague form flew towards him. It successfully penetrated the creature's defenses, causing damage and breaking the delicate shield that protected it. Upon the monster's defeat, it became clear that the strange three-eyed figure was the mastermind behind the illusions, manipulating perceptions and deceiving all involved. The Purple Raven Association kept its secrets, particularly the identity of the person who confronted the monstrous foe. A mysterious individual appeared, commanding several monsters and seemingly working against the people. As the fight wrapped up, it became clear that the elusive leader of the Hunters Association had been the one to vanquish the foe, delivering such a powerful blow that the enemy was unable to recover. When Zhou Chen wished to convey her thanks and admiration to her boss, he humbly attributed the success to chance or fortune. The white-haired young man warmly welcomed 3 strong warriors who arrived to assist in his domain. He attempted to ask when the Hunters Association had become involved in the battle against the monsters, but learned that their support only came after all the foes had been defeated. Suddenly, a masked stranger resembling a monster interrupted their discussion, proclaiming his intent to eradicate all hunters who attempted to escape their fate, grinning as he taunted them and relished their despair at the prospect of their destruction. Zhou Chen countered by highlighting the disparity in their numbers. In that moment, a sweet girl's voice emerged, and the masked individual quickly joined the battle. His team was prepared to face unknown formidable monsters and fight to the very end. Even the leader of the Hunters Association drew his flame blade, ready to confront the enemy. However, the stranger possessed a mask that bore the likeness of one of his comrades, giving him a numerical advantage. The leader of the Hunters Association was taken aback by this development and turned around to identify who was behind him. Out of nowhere, Zhou Chen launched an attack on the leader of the Association of Hunters, who was taken aback by the sudden change in events and looked to identify who was behind him. Their allies were left powerless to resist. Stunned by the scene, the leader of the Association of Hunters dodged the attack, skillfully evading the strikes while quickly recognizing the gravity of the situation. The white-haired young man observed the masked individual, who had taken control of the girl, expertly engaging in close combat and skillfully avoiding the heavy blows. Although the old man tried to bring the girl back to her senses with calming words about self-control, her voice showed hostility, and her behavior remained restrained. The protagonist realized the situation was becoming increasingly dire, and that action was needed. One of the members of the Purple Crew struggled against a lava giant, finding it difficult to breach its defenses, which only complicated matters further. Lian Song also found himself in a precarious situation, trying to escape from demons that were sapping his strength, highlighting the rising danger. An elderly man appeared to be the only one who might alter the course of events. The young man with white hair attempted to share his thoughts, hoping for even a slight chance to save her. However, the old man could only withstand the attacks directed at his ward despite her aggressive demeanor. The leader's patience began to wane as he recognized the threat to his team members, prompting him to retreat briefly and prepare to use his skills. The leader of the Association of Hunters unleashed his fire magic against the stranger, threatening Zhou Chen with overwhelming magical power. The old man knocked Zhou Chen down, forcing her to the ground. At that moment, the stranger reappeared, mocking the old man for his shortcomings. Nevertheless, the leader of the Association of Hunters delivered a strong blow that jolted Zhou Chen back to consciousness, granting her a moment to recover. This time, the mask was gradually removed from the stranger's face, revealing his true identity to everyone. They all began to understand the extent of his manipulative abilities and how he controlled others through the masks. Unable to tolerate any longer, the old man decided to end the charade, preparing to eliminate the masked individual. The stranger produces another mask and inquires about his next persona, taking pleasure in the game and the old man's discomfort. The leader of the Hunters Association hopes for the stranger's imminent downfall, But suddenly, a figure appears behind him, poised to take charge of the situation. A blazing blade hovers near the stranger's throat, and he shows signs of trepidation, on the verge of death. The leader of the hunters focuses all his energy on the attack, attempting to scorch the stranger's flesh. Yet, his effort falls short, prompting the stranger to taunt the old man and ask which form he has assumed now. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, the old man continues to defend against the incoming strikes while steadily withdrawing. Meanwhile, the stranger successfully gains control of Leon Song, who begins shooting at their own comrades with his pistols. Amidst this chaos, the leader of the hunters adeptly dodges the bullets aimed at him. The old man struggles to fend off attacks while the white-haired individual surrounds himself with a protective barrier, combating the creatures. Nevertheless, even this resilient shield cannot endure the relentless monster assault and starts to give way. When the protection finally fails, a tremendous explosion erupts, shaking the entire battleground. The defender narrowly avoids catastrophe, though the blast sends him staggering back. A member of the Purple Crow promptly asserted they would not permit the monsters to ravage the city. Following this declaration, the battlefield witnessed something extraordinary. A magical beam began to rise from the depths of the earth, slowly emerging and radiating a mysterious light around it. The white-haired youth, Su, prepared to take drastic measures to protect the city. His resolve burned brightly as he amassed all his might, concentrating it within his hands to unleash magical beams against the oncoming monsters. These beams soared like fiery arrows towards their targets, systematically dispatching the foes. The main character and his companion observed intently as 6 potent beams obliterated the attacking creatures. However, despite this stunning display of power, they understood that it might not suffice to completely defeat the stronger monsters. Meanwhile, the leader of the Hunters Association became acutely aware of an unfamiliar figure lurking behind him. This enigmatic individual advanced towards the battleground, intently evaluating the circumstances. The seasoned guardian, tasked with protecting the association's leader, opted to wield his flame-infused blade to counter any looming threats. He unsheathed his weapon and aimed a strike at the opponent, aiming to deal at least minimal damage. Nonetheless, the stranger dismissed the old warrior's assault with a laugh, exuding notable assurance. He easily endured the attack, demonstrating a formidable destructive capability that could rival creatures of a certain class. The veteran warrior, wise from years of combat, chose to approach the conflict with caution. Noticing an unusual energy intertwined within the stranger's form, he suspected a possible trap and proceeded with care. The old man readied his fiery blade for a possible confrontation, maintaining a firm grip to ensure control, while channeling all his strength. He morphed his weapon into a spear and attempted to repel the adversary. While he succeeded in slightly pushing the enemy back, the strike failed to inflict significant harm. As the skirmish unfolded, the masked figure nearby became increasingly active, utilizing a hypnotic artifact aimed at Leon Song, the assistant to the hunter's leader. Sensing the tides shifting in favor of the stranger, the boss resorted to sheer force to rouse his assistant. Yet the blow proved too forceful, rendering Leon Song temporarily incapacitated in her commander's embrace. Observing this tense moment, the masked man taunted the old warrior. Ironically, he noted the apparent frailty of the old man and the fact that his actions nearly harmed his comrade. Such mockery ignited the old man's fury, prompting him to abandon his cautious approach. Harnessing his inner strength, he became enveloped in flames, signaling his readiness to unleash his full might. At that moment, the elderly man seized every opportunity that arose. One of the higher-ranking foes, previously injured, began to recover swiftly. Its wounds disappeared, allowing it to rejoin the fray in peak condition. As the attacking creatures regained their vigor, they gathered behind their leaders, awaiting further instructions. They stood prepared to gauge the old man's strength and showcase their own abilities. Members of the Purple Crow faction, Lily included, anxiously observed the conflict from a distance. A sense of dread enveloped them, aware that their fate was linked to the hunter's success. The survival of their cities depended on it. He acknowledged the intricacies of the battle, recognizing the significant challenge the old man faced in confronting 3 superior beings at once. He instructed his ally to prepare for a hasty retreat to preserve their strength for a future encounter. Nevertheless, the old man refused to surrender. He accepted the stranger's challenge, adopting a combat-ready stance against the masked foe. Suddenly, from deep within the forest, an unusual creature emerged, demonstrating incredible flight speed. Its appearance intensified the danger of the already precarious situation. Aware of the impending threat, the leader of the hunters opted to unleash fiery arrows, a barrage aimed at the advancing creature with intent to eliminate it. The flaming arrows cut through the air with precision, striking the creature repeatedly. Despite the fire surrounding it, the creature continued its relentless advance. Meanwhile, the stone golem joined the battle, raising its magically charged fist to strike the incoming beast with a powerful blow. The combat continued, but the old man felt it was growing stale. He recognized the need for a decisive action to shift the battle in his favor. Gripping his fiery spear, he prepared for a bold maneuver. The old man steadfastly faced the formidable stone golem, aware that his weapon seemed specially designed to withstand the creature's immense power. The flames began to rise gradually, enveloping the lem golem in their heat as they climbed higher. The golem's stone form became increasingly warm, radiating intense heat. As the flames reached the upper sections of the creature, it morphed into the likeness of a blazing dragon, a symbol of immense power and devastating force. Seizing the opportunity while the monster was engaged in combat, the old man acted quickly. He struck with his fire blade, aimed at the golem's head, hoping for a precise hit. This unexpected turn left Hay astounded. He began to understand the full magnitude of the old man's abilities, who had tapped into the peak of his strength during the conflict. At the same time, another attacking beast, the original aggressor, approached the old man. The elder readied his whip and assumed a confident stance, gearing up for the next phase of the fight. Yet he remained on guard. Reacting swiftly to the threat, he used his whip to slice the wings of the airborne creature, grounding it instantly. Meanwhile, the leader of the Hunters Association continued his assault, conjuring a fiery projectile comparable to the sun's surface. When he released it, it took shape like an arrow accompanied by several others, emanating prodigious power, distinguishing it from the other arrows in the fray. The fierce battle raged on, evolving with each passing moment. The clash of might and magic created a breathtaking spectacle. The arrows shot by the leader ascended skyward, eventually bursting into dazzling displays of light. They then rained down upon the battlefield, wreaking havoc and obliterating everything in their vicinity. The sheer power of the attack generated thick clouds of dust and debris, casting a dark atmosphere over the nearby city. From the onset of the fight, the old man exhibited extraordinary accuracy. Every arrow he released struck true, piercing the bodies of both monstrous adversaries and their allies. Nevertheless, the sudden shift in events forced the leader of the Hunters Association to redirect his mental focus towards the masked stranger. According to the pact established before the confrontation, he aimed to participate in a solitary mystical battle with this mysterious foe, devoid of any external aid. The masked individual derived great enjoyment from the combat, visibly applauding with enthusiasm as he witnessed the duel's progression. He revealed his satisfaction while observing the clash. The older man's power elevated him above the younger contender, with a storm brewing overhead to signify his intention to remain a fair observer. In spite of the intense scenario, the masked figure continued to provoke his adversaries. He opted to impose certain limitations on himself to enhance the intrigue of the duel. Acknowledging the necessity to fight until one of them perished, the old man inhaled deeply and steeled himself for the upcoming trials. The unfolding events affected the sky, causing the abyss's eye to shimmer brightly. A swirling vortex manifested within the clouds, infusing the atmosphere with a sense of the arcane. The golden rays filtering through the maelstrom gradually illuminated John's figure, endowing him with a noble presence. Even in the eyes of a superior masked man, what transpired held a captivating novelty. Away from the fray, the main character shared insights with Shannon, explaining how Jonathan's adversary, despite his prowess, could not rival such overwhelming dominance. The old man from the Hunters Association began to fade into the brilliant light, leaving merely a sparkling remnant behind. Ultimately, June 9th fused completely with the golden rays spilling from the abyss's eye, marking the battle's end and the vanishing of both formidable foes. One of the descending beams nearly connected with the stranger, swirling around him. It started with a single light directed at the opponent, but that was merely the onset, soon followed by numerous others, each equally swift and potent. This unyielding onslaught thrilled everyone except the masked stranger, whose ability to dodge these fierce strikes brought him satisfaction as he schemed to deliver a final strike that would snuff out all existence. Meanwhile, Uni, leaning against a boulder, meticulously observed the events unfolding. The creature exhibited extraordinary agility, evading countless assaults from skilled hunters, highlighting its strength and prowess against the masked stranger. Despite the grave situation, the resolve of the masked stranger was instrumental in preserving his life, driving his actions and demonstrating his skill in the face of significant peril. Amid the ongoing events, the entrance of the elderly man on stage brought an unforeseen turn of events. Suddenly, where there had once been a solitary beam of light, an aged figure appeared, poised to unleash unique magical strikes. with a spear. This occurrence fostered an enigmatic ambience and provoked curiosity regarding the old man's abilities and intentions. Julian began to ponder, suspecting that the creature masquerading as a leader was actually misleading them by feigning commandership. This crafty move added complexity to the situation and deepened the enigma. However, the old man's dissatisfaction with the deception goes unacknowledged by the adversary. The foe contends that issues of hierarchy are insignificant, arguing that individuals are ensnared by their own thoughts and beliefs. Significant conversations take place at this juncture. The protagonist responds to inquiries about the monster leader's strength, emphasizing the creature's vastness and unmatched power. The old man keenly observes his adversary, realizing that even among the hunting elite, there lacks the strength to confront this enemy. This enhances the feeling of tension and the looming confrontation. A compelling exchange occurs between the old man and the monster. The creature notes the peculiar expression on the old man's face and contemplates the origin of his urge to escape. Within the grand battle, the old man's inner turmoil becomes increasingly evident. At this moment, Jin resolves to take action. Responding to the call, he charges into the fray to safeguard the city's innocent citizens and fulfill his obligation. His resolute actions exemplify his courage and sense of duty. The intensity of the assault escalates with each tick of the clock, nearing the moment when a special strike may be executed. This heightens the mounting tension in the conflict. The creature continues to flaunt its might, claiming that no human can stand against it due to its exceptional abilities and physical strength. This ignites intense feelings within the elderly man, who, filled with rage, resolves to fight to the bitter end, even if it requires personal sacrifices. In the sky, flames begin to erupt as the old man's fire spreads, saturating the area with heat. This produces a breathtaking scene of conflict and showcases the elder's formidable power. An onlooker is astonished to see a human daring to fight such a powerful monster. This moment captures the anxiety and confusion surrounding the individual's courage to confront what seems like an invincible adversary. The members of the Purple Crow faction refuse to surrender. They continue to battle for survival alongside every living being nearby. Their actions highlight their bravery and resolve, while Leon Song and Zhou Chen face a daunting decision, unable to return to the Hunter Association's city without their leader. Amidst the chaos of the fight, the monster's voice conveys its contempt for humanity's stupidity. The celestial myth dissipates as the masked figure strikes the old man, driving a blade into his chest. This pivotal moment shifts the battle's tide, showcasing the might and resolve of the masked assailant. Fear grips everyone present, and panic ensues when Jin, the lone individual capable of resisting the creature, falls instantly without unleashing his abilities. With the old man's downfall, the monster commands its minions to target any moving object, marking a crucial juncture in the conflict. As the situation escalates, he observes from a distance, realizing that a leader-level monster can quickly gather a horde of 10 commanders and numerous lesser creatures. This highlights the creature's outstanding strategic insight. Sensing imminent peril, he urges everyone to evacuate. Meanwhile, he notes unusual behavior and inquires in an effort to understand the situation. The protagonist, wearing a grave expression, complies with orders to utilize a special seal card for a monster referred to as the Clown. His choice and assurance highlight his tactical mindset regarding the circumstances. He's confident in the anticipated success, knowing that a leader-level monster can manage a significant number of adversaries. He is also aware that the seal card won't vanish effortlessly. Furthermore, the enemy's positioning is advantageous for employing the card, allowing them to avoid unwanted attention. The masked figure reacts upon detecting the initiation of the sealing process directed at him, showcasing his perception of the danger looming ahead. With every assault, fragments of the enemy's form are cast throughout the sky, symbolizing his intense agony. This moment illustrates the foe's torment as he grapples with a ruthless spiritual assault. The monster's energy and essence transfer to the protagonist, who remains concealed in the shadows. This accentuates his importance in the conflict, revealing how he directs the unfolding events from afar. Leon's Song and her companion begin to sense that the monster may be on the verge of defeat and is preparing to summon another high-level creature, reflecting their caution and skepticism regarding the adversary's maneuvers. As they deliberate the situation, one continues to craft a detailed map representing the seal creature, reinforcing their faith in the strategy and their resolve. Ultimately, one finalizes the creation of an epic monster card known as the Ghostly Clown, wearing a look of satisfaction. This signifies the effective implementation of their plan and its eventual success. After the chief-level monster vanishes, the Eye of the Abyss starts glowing a vivid scarlet, consuming all previously summoned entities, marking the battle's end. The eye of the abyss swiftly shuts, causing nearly all malevolent spirits to disappear just as quickly as they had manifested, highlighting the potency and efficacy of the sealing. Jin and his students stand resting on their weapons, intently observing. They struggle to fathom how someone could obliterate such a formidable being in an instant. This moment captures their astonishment and confusion in response to the overwhelming power that has suddenly emerged. The members of the Purple Crow were gearing up to launch an offensive against the remaining monsters within the city and its outskirts, showcasing their unwavering commitment to securing victory. The citizens organized themselves into teams of 5 to enhance their control over the situation and improve their chances of success. This strategy highlighted their structured and tactical approach to combat. One scrutinized the card he had received, which contained 6 skills of progressively lower ranking. Upon reviewing the descriptions, he realized that the effectiveness of these skills was limited by his own level of power. Noticing several appealing skills on the card, the protagonist resolved to select one to occupy his available slot, reflecting his ambition to enhance and fortify his capabilities. The successful implementation of the plan and the acquisition of crowd control abilities seemed to bring satisfaction to the one marked with a sign of disappearance. This internal sensation underscored a transformation in his self-perception and his influence over events, as he recognized that even powerful skills came with numerous constraints. This realization prompted him to contemplate that every form of strength carries its own costs and limitations. He stood up, ready to exit the city, which was teeming with members of the Hunter Association and the Purple Crow. He felt that departing the city was the wisest choice and decided to make his way to the suburbs, cutting out any superfluous delays. Simultaneously, he took pride in his personal growth and his capacity to evaluate circumstances effectively. Before finally leaving the city, the protagonist grew intrigued by all matters concerning monster commanders and leaders, illustrating his desire for a more profound understanding of the world. He received detailed insights regarding the hierarchical levels of sacred flames, which aligned with the ranks of monsters, including those of superior level and above. This knowledge provided him with a broader perspective on the monster realm. The explanations clarified that the level of the holy flame was attained based on one's physical strength at a specific tier, and defeating a commander-level monster would grant a flame that presented additional enhancement opportunities. Ultimately, it was surprising to hear about the moment when a person's strength and vitality could fade if the body was unable to endure. This detail regarding proportions served as a cautionary note, indicating that strength also necessitated balance and care. The detailed account shared by the elder left the protagonist astonished and slightly overwhelmed. After all, a monster of leader caliber equated with human immortality seemed like an unbeatable adversary. He was captivated and yearned to grasp all the nuances of this tale. He commenced elaborating on the situation more thoroughly. It became clear that to achieve immortality, one must conquer the principal monster first. Only following this triumph could one claim the monster's soul to procure artifacts that extend human life. The complexities of this undertaking bewildered the main character, though his curiosity about it intensified. Despite his dissatisfaction and the ridicule from others present, he remained engaged, recognizing that advancing to these elevated tiers demanded significant effort and fights against formidable foes. Observing the junior, the hero reflected on his capacity to face numerous adversaries. His inner passion, remarkable strength, and resolve were commendable. He looked forward to witnessing how higher-ranking hunters unleashed their power in the future. Their adventure persisted and triumphed, with him seeking to hone every available skill. The protagonist, eager to ascend to demigod status, felt disappointed when reminded that survival was their primary goal before anything else. After several days, many utilized the spatial portal to swiftly reach their destinations and embark on new journeys. Among the throngs was the main character, liberated from the constraints of the Purple Crow, delighting in the exploration of a foreign world in the tranquil city. He discovered a small haven where everything felt serene and welcoming. He wandered through the streets, relishing a brief moment of tranquility after the strenuous days spent in confinement. Suddenly, a shriek pierced the air behind him, causing his focus to snap towards the sound's origin. Something was amiss, and he felt compelled to step in if needed. Upon turning, he noticed a boy who seemed completely unaware of his surroundings. The protagonist stayed vigilant, prepared to react to any shifting circumstance. Out of the blue, the boy lunged at him with considerable force, making him feel as if his bones might shatter. He hadn't anticipated such a sudden collision and was taken aback by the boy's surprising vigor. Trying to regain his composure after the impact, he displayed a hint of confusion. He couldn't grasp how the boy had discovered his position, or if he had simply overlooked the path ahead. Seeking clarification, or perhaps an apology, The protagonist voiced his displeasure, wanting to know why the boy had carelessly crashed into him. The boy, however, seemed nervous and terrified, unable to articulate a response, likely due to the presence of a decidedly stronger stranger confronting him. At that moment, a baker approached the boy, clearly livid over the theft of several loaves of bread. The baker's fury melded with a thirst for retribution against the young thief. The protagonist stepped in to shield the boy, hoping to mediate the dispute. Yet, the baker showed little interest in rational discussion. He presumed that Juan was merely defending the thief and trying to lessen the boy's punishment. Realizing a sensible conversation was unattainable, the protagonist resolved to alter his approach. He shifted his expression and began to speak about his cherished hobby, aiming to steer the dialogue towards a more peaceful resolution. While addressing the situation with the baker, the main character endeavored to persuade the man to reach a compromise. He felt it crucial to convey that violence was not always the answer. As the conversation progressed, things escalated dramatically, leading to the baker being violently attacked and collapsing into a pile of trash. The protagonist realized that the situation had escalated far beyond his original intentions. He felt a sense of confusion regarding the outcome of the confrontation. Understanding that he had resorted to extreme violence rather than a calm discussion, he had inadvertently sparked a conflict he had hoped to prevent. Afterward, he went to the boy and lifted him off the ground, intending to explain the importance of following rules and showing respect to others, especially children. When he tried to learn the boy's name, he received only a puzzling answer. When he asked again in confusion, the boy maintained that 327 was indeed his name. Not grasping the situation, he sought to ask more pointed questions about the boy's identity, his parents, and his home. However, the boy merely clutched his t-shirt and shook his head, indicating he couldn't provide any answers. Noticing that it was growing dark, the main character felt he couldn't leave the boy alone on the street. He proposed that the boy accompany him to a nearby hotel to ensure he had some comfort and safety. Once at the hotel, Lin immediately commenced sword training. He enthusiastically wielded his weapon, executing a variety of movements and techniques in the training area. With each new maneuver, Wayne gathered small fragments of wildfire sword knowledge. Each action contributed a tiny piece to the relic, and when he felt he had collected enough fragments to consolidate, he came to a stop. He understood the next step was to gather all the fragments into one place. Upon completing this task, a rare wildfire sword card materialized before him. Lin had invested a significant amount of time in cultivating this skill, and now his knowledge had been transferred to another. He inspected the card and clarified that it featured a skill of an unattainable level, indicating it was extraordinary and not accessible to the average person. Nonetheless, he pointed out that the fragments could only be acquired through the use of that skill. It was essential for the protagonist to base his movements on the narrative of the wildfire sword. As he neared this pivotal moment, he recognized that the sword scroll offered him a chance to achieve optimal outcomes. The situation was far more complicated than it seemed at first, and the path to perfection was genuinely complex and fraught with obstacles. While Huang and Lin were deeply focused on their training, a passerby named 327 became intrigued by an overheard discussion about the meaning of the Tao the Sword, a term shrouded in mystery and importance. This mystery captivated 327, and he couldn't help but seek further understanding of it. Additionally, he noticed a young boy who appeared to be grappling with his destined role as a future savior. 327 listened in on Huang and Lin's conversation, which included mockery regarding the boy's physical weaknesses. The boy's unexpected arrival momentarily distracted them, leading to their curiosity about his purpose for being there. At first, it was hard to believe the boy's interest was related to training. Before anyone could respond, the boy began an impromptu workout, imitating the movements and exercises of others. However, his efforts seemed rather shallow, and he didn't push himself much. Noticing this, Lin welcomed him over to chat. The boy, bracing for a stern scolding, was taken aback when Lin offered an apology for his earlier actions involving the bamboo cane during exercise. Rather than reprimanding the boy, Lin took the bamboo cane and started to tidy it up by removing unnecessary branches and rough edges. He shared that repeating the same workout could become dull, so he decided to invite the boy to participate in the exercises with him. The boy readily accepted the invitation, and he was introduced to the practice sword, along with an explanation of the fundamental combat techniques. Grasping the sword, the boy felt its heft and balance. Although he experienced a slight apprehension about the unfamiliarity, he also felt a thrill at the chance to learn new skills. Before starting the exercises, the boy carefully tied a towel around his neck to keep sweat at bay and maintain focus. As the boy began to make movements with the sword, Lin closely watched him. Even though he seemed like a total novice, it was clear he was trying to mimic the movements of an actual sword fighter. Huang and Lin were amazed at how quickly the boy grasped the techniques and how confidently he handled the sword. This was unexpected, as the boy was able to perform these actions without any proper training. As time went on, it became clear that the boy was not just mimicking their movements, but was also endeavoring to embody the principles of the Tao, as previously discussed regarding the sword. Hours later, they continued observing the boy's progress, who not only mastered the skills but also shared his insights with the main character, aiding him in perfecting his swordsmanship. By the end of the rigorous training session, Wang and Lin felt proud and admiring of the boy. He showcased not only remarkable learning abilities, but also displayed himself as an exceptional individual with a kind and open heart. After acquiring the fresh wildfire sword skill fragment, Lin Huang realized that through regular workouts, he could collect a variety of essential materials. The protagonist, whose name remained unknown, watched the boy closely, his eyes shining with the talent that blossomed before him like stars in the night sky. He offered some words of encouragement in a whisper, yet the protagonist remained steadfast, trusting in the strength of what he observed. He cautiously approached the boy, arms wide open, as if ready to embrace a wondrous event. The instant their embrace occurred, the surroundings seemed to halt, pausing in anticipation of an inevitable transformation. Just one moment altered everything. They became intertwined in an unbreakable relationship, their shared warmth blending to ease the longing that had plagued the boy for ages. They went out for lunch, surrounded by the lively sounds of the restaurant and the enticing scents of spices and hot dishes filling the air with vibrant energy. The boy eagerly savored his first bite, his eyes shining with joy and his cheeks full as he chewed. The protagonist observed with a satisfied smile, finally reassured that the boy was in good hands where his needs would be met. Days slipped away like grains of sand, but the protagonist found no time for idle thoughts. They began training together, fueled by determination to tap into their potential without waiting for unnecessary delays until the next discovery of a spatial portal. Their goal became as evident as a bright star in the night sky. They worked hard together, with every action and acceptance marking progress. After an intensive training session, they ventured to the institution to satisfy their hunger, yet their cravings remained as relentless as their determination. The boy, enchanted by these new flavors and experiences, couldn't resist the allure of the food, leading to an almost legendary appetite that emptied the cafe's entire supply. They left the establishment while receiving disapproving looks from the waiters, who had to face the aftermath of the boy's unquenchable hunger. With each passing day, the boy and the protagonist grew closer, forging a bond of friendship as they journeyed together. He not only honed his skills, but also learned to harness his physical abilities. The protagonist discovered he was no longer alone. He had a companion who believed in him just as deeply as he believed in himself. As the sun dipped closer to the horizon, painting the sky in hues of red and gold, they made their way back home. They continued their training with Juan, gathering bits of knowledge like precious gems to enhance his abilities. The protagonist observed with pride, realizing that he was aiding the boy in becoming both stronger and wiser through their combined effort. They aimed to acquire an epic wildfire sword card, even though the required skill level remained out of reach. Nevertheless, their enthusiasm remained undiminished, and the protagonist felt great pride and happiness in seeing their progress. After a long wait of 20 days, their hard work paid off. The protagonist, along with Water, earned 2 epic skills as a reward for their steadfast dedication and belief. The protagonist felt validated in his efforts and was glad to bring success and joy to the boy. However, his happiness was momentarily clouded when the boy unexpectedly grabbed his t-shirt and referred to him as if he were a brother. This surprising action stirred the protagonist's curiosity, and he turned to listen attentively to the boy. Gradually, the protagonist understood that these days had become significant for the boy, who began to see him not just as a mentor but as an older brother. This anxiety about possibly damaging their bond led the protagonist to reflect on their relationship. He recognized the importance of their time together for the boy and felt a fear of losing that connection, prompting him to ask himself various questions. He tried to sort through his feelings, realizing that until now, he had primarily perceived himself as a source of utility for the boy. This shift in their relationship compelled him to reassess his own self-worth. On that particular day, amidst the backdrop of turmoil, they moved towards the dimensional portal. Moments of trust and communication were essential as they opened up about their fears and uncertainties. The protagonist noticed the boy's distressed expression and made a significant revelation. He revealed that he had shared some personal details to assist the boy in finding his parents. As time went by, the protagonist experienced a growing inner struggle between the urge to remain close to the boy and his pressing responsibilities. Nevertheless, he recognized the necessity of staying focused on what truly mattered. Aware of his duty toward the boy, he placed a hand on his head and vowed to keep him safe until they could reunite with his parents. This promise felt genuine and heartfelt, with the name Lynchian emerging as a representation of this commitment to protect him. The protagonist shared that he had chosen this name for the boy because his younger sister's name was Lin Axion, thereby creating a familial bond between them. Time subtly passed, and they made their way back home. The loud cheers at the entrance signified their joyous return. The younger sister, left in the dark about her brother's whereabouts, expressed her unease and frustration. She passionately conveyed her annoyance at being left uninformed. However, an important detail caught her attention when she noticed the main hero returning alongside the protagonist. This shift in circumstances broke her cycle of resentment and made her more observant. The sight of the protagonist by the main hero elicited intriguing thoughts, particularly regarding his protective demeanor, as if he were a son. The protagonist embraced this notion playfully, placing them in a humorous scenario while dismissing the idea. This intriguing concept could later clarify many things. The younger sister demonstrated her care by preparing a delightful meal. They gathered around the dinner table, sharing their experiences and discussing recent family events. They start discussing the difficult hardships one must face, such as being separated from parents and the uncertainties surrounding one's own family. These subjects create a mix of emotions in the atmosphere. After their discussion, they gaze at the table filled with empty plates. These plates symbolize their shared experiences and joyful moments together. As night descends, everyone retreats to their individual rooms. The home's furniture is inadequate, forcing her to sleep in the living room. The confined space enhances their communication, bringing them closer together. Once back in his room, the main character activates the ring of his empire. He senses that significant changes are on the horizon and eagerly awaits updates. The ring emits a loud sound, welcoming him into the realm of communication. He scans the messages, and his attention is caught by calls from his sister and an old friend. Worried, the protagonist quickly reaches out to his friend, whose anxious voice prompts him to think about potential accidents. The friend cautiously reveals that he has information about a tragedy in the foggy canyon, where a swordsman's arrival has caused numerous deaths. Fear grips the protagonist as he recollects the monster in the canyon, where he first encountered Hans Wang. He consciously chooses not to reveal what he knows about the incident to shield his friend. However, the friend's demeanor changes, and he starts to confess that his father passed away from exhaustion. An ordinary man's strength was inadequate to manage the harsh realities of life in the swordsman's world. The protagonist feels a sense of helplessness in the face of such grief, sharing in the sorrow of his friend and his family, acknowledging the anxiety they both grapple with. The friend and the protagonist experience a shared moment of deep sadness. The clash between these two distinct realms is growing stronger. Together, they come to understand that no matter which world they inhabit, the allure of human connections is undeniable. Witnessing the situation, Lin feels compelled to provide support to the guide during this challenging time. He proposes organizing a meeting to talk about everything that has transpired, but Juan declines his suggestion. Lin recognizes the significance of exams and college as key milestones in life. Nevertheless, he senses the urgent need for support at this moment. As a result, Juan rejects the idea of a meeting and buries himself in studying for his exams, relying on his own effort and determination. He realizes that in this world, everyone is striving to achieve their dreams, despite the challenges they face. Seeking a moment of solitude for reflection, Juan transforms a room into a calm and focused atmosphere by dimming the lights. He accomplishes this by closing the windows and curtains and sitting on the floor. He picks up a specific stone he uses for training. This stone represents his ambition to enhance his military skills and pursue self-improvement. Returning to the training ground where he had previously pushed himself, he senses a renewed calling from the elder, the master who stands ready to challenge him once more. The old man attacks Huang with the same ferocity as their initial encounter, turning the battle into a contest of ambition, striving for perfection and superiority. During the fight, he endures powerful punches but refuses to relent. His patience and resolve are bolstered by the experiences he gained in foreign lands and duels with strong adversaries. He realizes that it is crucial not only to fight to win, but also to place trust in those around him. This realization becomes an additional wellspring of strength and motivation for him. After finishing the intense workout, he lowered his tired hand while keeping his fist clenched, representing his determination and resolve to conquer any challenges ahead. Following the grueling battles, he found himself alone on the field, catching his breath and realizing that each fight had made him stronger. The new skills he acquired during the battles inspired him to create new cards, reflecting his growth and relentless pursuit of perfection. As the workout concluded, Huang returned to reality and lay down on the bed, but he found himself unable to relax. He was taken aback by the loud cry of his youngest sister coming from the living room, which left him puzzled. When he hurried out of his room, he discovered Lin sitting on the floor looking distressed. Initially, the situation was unclear, but upon entering the kitchen, he noticed Shin eating raw meat and getting messy from the juices dripping down. Without fully understanding the circumstances, He instinctively tried to protect his younger sister from any potential harm. He told the boy to let him know when Shin was prepared to stop eating raw food politely, while ready to react defensively if needed, concerned about leaving his sister alone with the boy. Suddenly, Shin dropped the piece of meat and ran into Accident's arms, crying like a small child. The boy embraced his older sister, seeking her forgiveness. She explained to the protagonist that she had gotten scared when she first saw Shin in that state, and his reaction had frightened the child. Realizing it was merely a misunderstanding, the main character felt a wave of guilt and apologized to the children for his earlier response. Observing them interact amiably, despite some reservations, he decided it would be all right to leave his sister with the 237 for a little while he attended to his matters. His younger sister reassured him that she could be trusted to ensure Shin was well fed and taken care of. Despite feeling reassured by Shin's care, the protagonist remained anxious about his family's ability to face their challenges on their own. Additional worries surfaced when he arrived in Beijing, the hub of the Hunters Association, where countless ordinary people were congregating. At that moment, the enormous doors of the association swung open. The protagonist was poised and ready for the events about to unfold, keeping his eyes focused on the scene before him. Out of those grand doors stepped a man with a well-defined physique and strikingly mismatched eyes. This individual identified himself as Surgeon, the chief examiner for the preliminary stage, and he announced the conclusions of the examination based on his evaluations. The revelation shocked the protagonist and the others, making it feel as though they had come solely to receive this announcement. The examiner then proceeded to announce the names of those who had failed the test due to established criteria, disqualifying them. Upon hearing his name, one man nearby sought clarification on his rejection, despite his abilities in several areas. Surgeon Ping, casting a scornful look, attempted to belittle the bold individual who dared to demand an explanation for their disqualification from the association. Nevertheless, he listed the infractions committed by the applicants, including attempts to buy information regarding the competition and posting offensive remarks, among other significant rule violations. Observing such strictness, the protagonist was taken aback to learn that those disqualified would receive markings on their imperial rings, preventing them from re-entering the Hunter Association immediately. Following the first examiner, candidates approached another examiner named Yulin, who greeted those fortunate enough to have passed the qualifying stage. In this critical moment, the elderly man smiled and expressed his hope for a smaller number of successful candidates than previously expected. He criticized the former examiner for admitting more than half of the applicants. Observers noted that this individual had an unusual sense that something was off, a feeling that was specific to the location of the examiners. At that moment, the elderly man raised his hand, displaying a crystal delicately held between his fingers. The examination's objective was to find 5 million of these items scattered across a wide area, including Bishan City. Participants had just a few seconds to grasp the mission's details. While describing the task, he highlighted that they had 48 hours to find similar crystals and return them directly to the examiner. To aid the participants, the old man aimed to give them a clue about the right direction to search. The crucial hint was that the grass's color and height were irrelevant in locating the crystals. As the discussion wrapped up, a few minutes went by, and the main character sat with a drink, contemplating the difficult task ahead. Zyle looked unhappy. Juan remained in the cafe, watching the time slip away for the task. He had learned that the main character had already done a thorough inspection of all the vegetation around the city to make things easier for himself. The guide opted to activate the demonic vine beforehand, rather than searching for the required crystals immediately. The protagonist seemed to have carefully explored the possible locations, taking the examiner's hint into account. As a result, he began his search in peaceful places like sewing shops and concluded at a company that dealt with cleaning products. He waited patiently outside the bar until nightfall, seemingly eager to show everyone participating in the hunter's test that achieving success relied not just on personal skills, but also on being imaginative when faced with challenges that required them to think like true hunters. As he stood at the doorway of the bar, someone questioned if he was attempting to become a bloodhound. He fired back with a sharp comeback, suggesting that the questioner resembled a dog more than he did. The bar had just one bartender, who quickly welcomed the newcomer. The main character placed his order while simultaneously holding up the item he planned to use as payment for information. It was the same crystal that the examiner had displayed before starting the test to evaluate the participants. The bartender instantly recognized the item and provided a price for the information needed. The protagonist had foreseen such developments in his journey and mentioned the expected keyword, which turned out to be grass. He was spot on, and the bartender brought out his card, which could assist someone in locating everything required in a specific area, but only after receiving payment for the help. Afterward, they exchanged cards and chatted for a bit. As they were about to say their goodbyes, the main character asked if anyone else had come with questions about the term grass. The bartender remembered that an unnamed individual had arrived exactly an hour earlier, posed a similar question, and exhibited a striking lack of friendliness. In addition to that, the person had shown extreme unfriendliness. With the information gained, the main character headed towards Jishan Castle, located outside Beijing, nestled in a thick forest. At that moment, the individual was hidden in a tree, having discovered the meaning of the term grass. It turned out to be a rare chemical substance known to only a few, and its production occurred in that area. The protagonist understood the motives of those using this substance. They sought a specific form of pleasure. However, only a limited number of individuals could manage their life force adequately to prevent insanity or death. Juan was slightly startled by the deep insight into the unfolding events, yet there were certain elements he found difficult to grasp on his own. As he observed the changes in the protagonist's eyes, fear and anxiety reflected in his spirit, an overwhelming sense of dread and foreboding began to take hold of him. It was clear that he had noticed a significant transformation in the protagonist's behavior. Within the city, there was a lurking sense of foreboding, something that could offer brief respite to the capable while posing a danger to one's health. New insights had emerged from the black market, and whispers along with secret discussions had led to the uncovering of the mysterious source of these pharmaceuticals. It was revealed that the maker of these mixtures had once been a student at Hunter's College. After graduating, he advanced himself and built his own castle. Now, 3 exceptional hunters governed their domain. The protagonist faced a significant obstacle. Many people in Shan Castle were of much higher rank than he was, while others were beneath him. This complex hierarchy made it challenging for him to make decisions and take action. He reflected on the castle's complexity, which was a daunting challenge even for a bronze-ranked hunter. However, he recognized that he had no choice but to enter the castle to collect the necessary sample. He started to consider the idea of collaborating with other participants, as the task at hand was incredibly intricate. Just as uncertainty began to set in, he felt an internal discomfort, an unsettling sensation, as if a chilling breeze had pierced through him, temporarily freezing his heart. As he cautiously turned around, he noticed a girl standing slightly below him. She had been following him since his enigmatic trip to the black market. Leading up to these mysterious locations, in a surprising moment, her figure appeared to vanish as if she had dissolved into thin air. She launched herself off the ground and soared effortlessly like a free spirit striving for the sky. Suddenly, she reappeared right before him. The main character was left stunned and speechless. The girl, both alluring and enigmatic, introduced herself as Xu. It soon became apparent that she also aimed to take the association's hunter exam. At that moment, he recalled the bartender's words from the black market, and his initial doubts about her began to take shape as reality. Her behavior and demeanor toward others suggested a negative undertone, but CIU did not hastily respond to his confusion. She went on to explain the castle's security system, revealing its clever traps scattered throughout the area. Because of this, she believed he had very little chance. Nonetheless, she proposed a partnership. The young woman presented her strategy to team up in obtaining more pills, proposing that the main character create a diversion while she snuck into the castle to steal what they required. If their plan succeeded, they would split the rewards. It became clear that CIA was solely interested in the crystals, viewing them as a means to profit on the black market. Her indifference towards the actual worth of the exams and her greed astonished Lin Huang. Her self-absorbed nature and desire for profit changed Lin Huang's perception of CIU. He declined her proposal for cooperation and jumped down from the tree. He was reluctant to get involved in a scheme that offered no assurance of a safe profit and could lead to trouble. The young woman pressed for clarification, eager to understand why the main character rejected her offer, despite the advantages it presented. Lin Huan, regarding her, communicated the seriousness of the situation. He warned of the hazardous substance being created there, and the risks associated with it entering the black market as food, as well as the plans for its destruction. At that moment, as if mirroring his resolve, the main character began to grow vague black wings. This change indicated his preparedness to take action. Taking flight, he set out to complete the tasks assigned to him, confident that he would not need help from anyone else. Lin Huan's actions had hurt Xu, leaving her feeling insulted by his dismissive response to her proposal. This incident ignited her desire for revenge. Eventually, the exam participants faced a difficulty. No one could find the right sample, and everyone received a mysterious message from an unknown sender. News had circulated that Lin Huang had successfully broken into Gershan Castle and made off with an impressive loot. Consequently, every hunter aspiring for such accomplishments would now need to pay a hefty fee of 1,000 crystals. The protagonist, oblivious to recent events, remained vigilant in observing his environment. He spotted mechanical beetles, which were revealed to be traps designed for thieves and foes. An idea struck him. He could use his transformation card to turn invisible, akin to a ghost, allowing him to stealthily enter the castle. However, a concerning thought crossed his mind. How could he evade the surveillance cameras? Suddenly, a loud shout startled him. He recognized that such a shout could attract unwanted attention, possibly from enemies. The call belonged to Bai Yan, who, with astonishing abilities, had descended gracefully from a grand eagle soaring above. As Bai Yan knelt before the main character, the unexpected encounter instilled tension and fear, along with visible displeasure and hatred toward Lin in Bai Yan's expression. For the first time, Bai Yan had discovered the individual he was eager to exact revenge upon, feeling that his honor had been besmirched. Lin Huang recalled that Bai Yan was part of the Crimson Eagle House, situated on a snowy mountain. Although Bai Yan's name remained unknown to him, he decided to formally introduce himself despite his irritation and resentment. Some respect for traditional formalities lingered. Turning around, Bai Yan brandished a formidable and dangerous weapon, a large spear that symbolized his readiness to defend himself and strike against anyone who opposed him. The massive spear he wielded was a clear demonstration of his determination and intent to face any challenge that came his way. This spear epitomized his resolve to remain steadfast. Despite the possible negative repercussions he might face, Lin Huang exhibited remarkable determination in accepting Bai Yan's challenge to engage in hand-to-hand combat. A surge of adrenaline coursed through him, propelling him forward with a firm grip on his blade, symbolizing his strength and resolve. Bai Yan launched his attack, aiming to breach Lin Huang's defenses and erase the negative image surrounding him. His movements radiated both determination and urgency, as winning would validate his abilities. Lin Huang, on the other hand, gracefully dodged the strikes, maintaining his calm composure. He kept speaking as though untouched by the situation, prioritizing the display of his calm over reacting to provocation. Refusing to be swayed, he stayed focused on his plan. The blades flashed across the surface, creating a sense of imminent threat and tension. The atmosphere seemed charged with energy, as if divine forces were observing the intense clash between the two young hunters, each pushing the other. Ascending into the air, he carried out his tasks with unwavering confidence, convinced he wouldn't need any external help. Lin Huang's behavior had hurt Chu, leaving her upset by how casually he dismissed her offer. This became her driving force for seeking revenge. At one point, the exam participants faced a significant challenge. None of them could find the correct sample, and everyone received a cryptic message from an unknown sender. Rumor had it that Lin Huang had successfully infiltrated Yishan Castle and escaped with valuable loot. Now, any hunter seeking the same success would have to pay a hefty fee of 1,000 crystals. Unaware of the recent events, the main character continued scanning his surroundings, noticing mechanical beetles that were, in fact, traps set for intruders and enemies. An idea sparked. He could use his transformation card to turn invisible like a ghost and sneak into the castle. However, the question arose, how could he avoid the surveillance cameras? Suddenly, someone shouted loudly, causing him to jump in surprise. He realized that such a shout could attract unwanted attention, especially from enemies. The voice was Bai Yan's, who descended from a majestic eagle that had been soaring in the sky, using his extraordinary abilities. As Bai Yan knelt before the protagonist, his unexpected arrival sparked tension and fear. His face was filled with displeasure and hatred toward Lin Huang. For the first time, Bai Yan had found someone he was willing to avenge, feeling that his honor had been tarnished. Lin Huang recalled that Bai Yan was part of the Crimson Eagle House, a faction situated on a snowy mountain. Despite his anger and resentment, Bai Yan's name remained a mystery. Still, he chose to formally reintroduce himself, out of respect for protocol. As Bai Yan turned, he held a massive, menacing spear, signaling his readiness to defend himself and strike down anyone who opposed him. The enormous spear in his hand symbolized his determination and willingness to face any challenge head-on, representing his resolve to overcome any obstacles. That spear became the embodiment of his unwavering resolve to stand firm, even though he was aware of the potential negative consequences that might arise. Lin Huang, in turn, showed incredible resolve by accepting Bai Yan's challenge to engage in hand-to-hand combat. Adrenaline pumped through his veins, pushing him forward with his blade held firmly, a symbol of his strength and determination. Bai Yan launched his attack, determined to break through Lin Huang's defenses and erase the negative perceptions surrounding him. His movements were filled with desperation and purpose, as victory would prove his strength and ability. Lin Huang, however, gracefully dodged each strike, maintaining his calm demeanor. He continued to speak as though the situation didn't faze him, as displaying his calmness was more important to him than reacting to Bai Yan's provocations. He refused to give in to provocations, staying true to his strategy. The sharp blades flickered across the surface, creating a deceptive sense of danger and tension in the air. It felt as though the entire atmosphere had become electrified, as if divine beings were watching the fierce battle between these two young hunters, both pushing each other to their limits. The unfamiliar stance reminded Lin Huang that in real combat, Fleeing could lead to catastrophe. His words served as both a caution and a reminder that there is no room for carelessness in this world. Yet he couldn't completely suppress the anger rising from the humiliating insults thrown at him. His eyes burned with resentment, driven by a deep desire to prove his worth to those watching. Just before Lin Huang could take more insults, he summoned his courage and determination to confront his opponent. He advanced, as though ready for any challenge, even risking everything as he prepared for an honorable fight. But his inner malice and fury took control, causing him to lash out recklessly. He struck repeatedly, but his attacks were weak and lacked coordination, reflecting the inner chaos that clouded his judgment. In stark contrast, Lin Huang easily dodged the uncoordinated strikes, knowing that uncontrolled anger only led to defeat. His movements were smooth, his reactions sharp, and he remained calm throughout the fight. As his opponent began to realize the impossibility of victory, a cloud of doubt and confusion descended over his mind, weakening his resolve. From a distance, Lin and his opponent were positioned in different parts of the arena, both utilizing their fiery abilities. Lin released a massive wave of flames, a symbol of his inner turmoil and disarray. These flaws exposed his inevitable defeat, filling him with frustration and helplessness. In the aftermath of this unexpected turn, the loss of his weapons was palpable. It had seemed impossible, and he couldn't comprehend how Lin Huang had won so decisively or what awaited him next. Lin Huang then reflected on the countless hours he had spent training, which had strengthened him, unlike his opponent, who had relied on external forces rather than personal effort. With a smile, Lin Huang told Bai that there was no need to engage in futile battles, as Bai had the talent to succeed in the future. The conversation then shifted to a lighthearted story about an old man who had foolishly relied solely on his fists in combat, a mistake the protagonist had once tried to imitate. The humor in the tale helped ease the tension, bringing some levity to the situation. Realizing that continuing the fight served no purpose, Lin urged his pet, symbolizing his decision to leave the battle arena and focus on completing the exam tests. He understood that persisting in the battle was pointless and decided that accepting defeat was the most sensible choice. Lin Huang also warned Bai about the consequences of his actions, noting how news of the drug theft had spread rapidly among the exam participants, possibly leading to negative outcomes. He advised Bai to be more cautious as his actions had already triggered serious repercussions. The main character didn't say another word, pausing briefly as he prepared to leave. In that moment, it was clear that even unspoken actions carried hidden intentions. Realizing the potential chaos that could arise with the arrival of other participants, Lin asked Bai an important question, emphasizing the gravity of the situation and the need for cooperation. Meanwhile, other participants approached the castle, anxiously waiting outside. Inside, Lin Huang appeared before them, holding lamps to light their path. His sudden appearance stirred a mix of emotions among the participants. Bai informed them that Lin Huang had already gathered all the necessary items from the castle and left. This revelation caused some confusion and doubt, especially given the complicated relationship many participants had with Bai. Attention shifted to Bai's words as he offered to help those searching for Lin Huang by leading them along his path. This gesture showed trust and willingness to cooperate. Despite their earlier conflicts, everyone understood that Bai's relationship with the protagonist was far from perfect. However, in this situation, their shared goal of finding Lin Huang took precedence, and they decided to give Bai a chance. At the end of the discussion, they followed Bai, who knew where to obtain the materials needed to pass the exam. This unexpected collaboration marked a significant step toward achieving their collective goals. At that moment, the protagonist thought of a new ally, a mysterious friend who could help them sneak into the castle. He decided to use a special card that would allow them to move unnoticed. As Lin continued to plan his next move, he realized that the patrol robots wouldn't detect inanimate objects within their surveillance range, giving him a slight advantage. He chose the path of shadows, climbing through an open window in the building. This moment required precision and careful consideration. Once inside the rooms, the protagonist felt a sense of safety and returned to his usual state of mind. He began reflecting on those responsible for creating the dangerous drug, which could lead to death. However, a dark desire for revenge began to rise within him, threatening to overwhelm him. He faced a moment of weakness, torn between his rational thoughts and a consuming thirst for vengeance. In a secluded part of the castle, hidden from plain sight, secret activities were underway involving an object that could be the key to passing the examination and becoming an association hunter. However, this object was fraught with danger and risk. potentially causing harm or even death to those involved. The workers understood the gravity of the situation and wore protective clothing and gas masks as they swiftly gathered materials, filling the boxes at an ever-increasing pace. The protagonist watched the process unfold, realizing that every detail and component played a crucial part in this intricate puzzle. His attention was drawn to the way these boxes were being sent to a distant warehouse, and he sensed that this might be the key to solving the mystery. His sharp observation revealed that every step was under tight surveillance, with cameras ensuring that nothing escaped notice. As the protagonist continued to ponder, the person monitoring the cameras detected nothing unusual. Silence filled the building, and no suspicious movements were observed. The surveillance data showed the numbers of gold-ranked association members, including their commander. However, the protagonist reflected on how being gold-ranked didn't necessarily imply superior intelligence or wisdom in these situations. He noticed the boss of the observation team suddenly start laughing, as though he had seen something amusing on his monitor. This confused Lin, and he believed the observer's behavior reflected a lack of seriousness and understanding of the gravity of the situation. The protagonist then made a bold decision to attempt eliminating the observer, even though it seemed illogical and might result in further chaos. As onlookers heard cries and the sounds of a struggle, they became alarmed and approached to investigate. What they encountered was a terrifying sight. The boss of the observation team lay dead, and Lin Huang stood there, poised for the next phase of the confrontation. The observation room was filled with anguished screams, suggesting that the unknown assailant had inflicted tremendous pain. But suddenly, the cries ceased. The screens went dark, protests stopped, and an eerie silence settled over the room, an unsettling shift from chaos to quiet. As the remaining members discussed what had happened, they realized the sounds from the observation room had stopped abruptly. This deepened their confusion and fear. The door to the observation room swung open, and a human leg stepped cautiously onto the stone floor. The person's gaze swept the room, searching for any remaining threats. Amid the tense situation, the protagonist and his loyal vampire companion appeared. Their arrival added another layer of unease to an already chaotic scene where every individual seemed to have their own survival strategy. Elsewhere in the castle, signs of excitement grew as workers and staff gathered, eager to understand the reason behind the sudden commotion. Those responsible for crafting the deadly pills were now fully armed, anxiously bracing for the inevitable confrontation, trying to figure out who had breached their secure hideout. As the discussion continued, an imposing figure appeared on the horizon, delivering a powerful blow that sent the guards flying in all directions, as if they were weightless feathers caught in the wind. The guards, shaken by the sudden intrusion, began firing their rapid-fire weapons wildly, trying to suppress the fear that had overtaken them. Protected by his formidable vampire companions with their elegant wings, the protagonist effortlessly deflected the barrage of projectiles, preventing any from coming near him. With the successful defense, it was time to launch a counterattack. One of the seasoned guards, managing to withstand the blows of the formidable opponents, struggled not to give in to panic. The protagonist raised an eyebrow and, with a mocking grin, asked the guard how many monsters he thought it would take to defeat him. As if in response to this taunt, a menacing silhouette appeared behind the guard, an imposing dragon, towering over them with an aura of pure menace. The protagonist's determination to act was clear, but Ember's attempt to attack was swiftly countered by the guard's sharp reflexes. The guard skillfully dodged the strike, making only slight adjustments to his stance and successfully evading the fiery attack. The security guard, still vigilant, was supported by his reliable companion, while the main character pressed forward with the intent to eliminate anyone standing in his way. Reaching the first door of the opposition, he fired a shot, shattering the lock and gaining entry. This action unleashed a storm of intense emotions that had been brewing within him. Inside the room, he encountered suspicious figures whose faces reflected shock and confusion, as though the life had been drained from them. A quick glance was all it took for the protagonist to realize that the central figure was the puppet master, while the others were merely his puppets, devoid of any independent will. As the events progressed, the puppet master finally became aware of the protagonist's presence. However, for the time being, he remained passive, leaving the protagonist to face the puppet army entirely on his own. Armed with this understanding, the puppet master decided to send his puppets to attack, believing that if he fell, the authorities would send their elite warriors to hunt him down, placing him in grave danger. Despite this, Lin Huang remained calm and optimistic. With a faint smile, he activated a special card perfectly suited to the situation, giving him a distinct advantage over the puppet master in the ensuing battle. Upon activating the Azure card, a magician instantly appeared, summoning a massive monster with a storied past of battling powerful warriors in the struggle for survival. The old man, controlling the puppets, was shocked to discover that the protagonist possessed yet another formidable creature, whose presence had only just been revealed. This new development intensified the puppet master's growing unease. Closely observing the unfolding events, the obedient monster followed its master's commands with eerie precision. It engaged in a seemingly playful act, snapping its fingers as if for entertainment. The puppet master, however, could not decipher the monster's true intentions, feeling uneasy and bracing himself for possible betrayal. The puppet master couldn't anticipate the hidden power held by this new entity. The clown-like monster's eyes glowed ominously, and the air became charged with electric tension. The sudden appearance of this light signaled consequences that no one could have foreseen. In an instant, the puppets, once controlled by the old man, shifted their loyalty and turned against their former master. Now, under the command of the stronger puppeteer, each lifeless figure was animated by unrest and attacked the old man, crushing him beneath their weight. In his agony, he realized the end was near, consumed by thoughts of survival. As this chilling battle concluded, the protagonist's allies rushed into the room, alarmed by the horrific screams. They found the clown standing victorious, holding the critical item needed for their mission. With swift commands, they ordered the dragon to incinerate everything in its path, and flames soon engulfed the surroundings. As the mission neared completion, the castle was consumed by a fire that resisted any attempt to extinguish it. A more powerful solution would be necessary to deal with the blaze. Onlookers watched in awe as the once peaceful castle turned into a raging inferno. This was where the coveted ZC crystal might be hidden. Amidst the chaos of the burning structure, the protagonist stood resolute with his companions at his side. He demanded the return of his hard-earned belongings, despite the suspicious circumstances. Questions arose as to why the old man hadn't caused more chaos or set the place on fire earlier to retrieve the crystal. This discussion tied into the rumors about Geese Castle, where evidence of crimes like arson and theft had been discovered. Jingping, drawing from his experience with silver-ranked criminals, recognized that gold-ranked hunters were far more dangerous. He found a dark humor in contemplating what the old man might have done to force everyone out, leaving only two behind. These tests involved not only retrieving the crystal, but also gathering critical intelligence. In that moment, Lin overheard words from the protagonist directed at her. He realized that she, too, was determined to go to great lengths to exact her revenge. The next day, they returned to the Hunter's Rest area in the city of Bastion, where they awaited the next stage of the exam. This phase would assess their skills in information gathering and teamwork. The chief examiner of the second stage congratulated the 5,000 participants who had passed the initial tests and secured crystals. The upcoming trials, however, promised to be even more challenging. All members had lost something during the previous trials, whether simple possessions or even singed hair from the intense heat of the search, except for one individual. The first examiners warned them that the forthcoming trials would be considerably more demanding. They would depart for the port that evening, where aircraft awaited to transport them to the next stage of the exam. The protagonist observed the restless crowd, who were deep in conversation about the looming challenges. It was clear to everyone that the next phase would be more daunting than the last. Lin stood out, drawing attention for her stern yet friendly demeanor when interacting with others, which caught the eye of the examiners. As the discussions unfolded, the true purpose of the test became clearer. It wasn't merely about acquiring crystal loot. It was about gathering information. This revelation shed light on the old man's peculiar actions, including why he had left the house intact. His primary objective had been intelligence gathering. The conversation then shifted to the consequences of setting Gießen Castle ablaze. Initially, the group's mood soured, but Lin's insights into the situation lightened it somewhat. Squall Lin shared her understanding, even pondering whether she should participate in the test herself. However, the protagonist recognized that silver ranks would pale in comparison to gold ranks. Even so, he decided to join, curious about how a double mutation might influence the test's outcome. Just as this unexpected decision was made, the protagonist suddenly felt a tingling in his nose and, unable to suppress it, he sneezed at the most inopportune moment. This peculiar occurrence took place amid the tension of the unfolding events that threatened the hero's fate. He couldn't help but wonder why someone outside his team was so keenly interested in his identity, even going so far as to mention his name in their private conversations. This mystery only added another layer of complexity to an already confusing environment. Jingping, hearing his friend's whimsical musings, burst into hearty laughter and slapped him on the back, as if sharing the amusement over these uniquely gifted students capable of urging twice mutated creatures in their friendly banter. Even the old man, inclined to agree with such playful ideas, chuckled kindly in response. After a while, they arrived at the port, where an airship's arrival interrupted the endless discussions about the recent arson incident. The sight of the massive flying vessel was awe-inspiring, resembling a legendary creature from ancient stories. It made many participants wonder why such vast resources had been allocated for this third stage, and what hidden motives might be behind such an impressive display. The airship gently descended onto the Association of Hunters training field, where eager participants stood waiting. All eyes were drawn to the metallic marvel, its design reminiscent of Abel's legendary flights. Once the protagonist and the others took their seats aboard, the examiners gestured for them to prepare for takeoff. The ship's every movement thrilled them as if it were their first time experiencing flight. As the ship reached its maximum altitude, a figure emerged from the vessel's steps, descending slowly to the ground. This man was Mr. Fu, the captain of this magnificent ship. He stood majestically, exuding a commanding presence. Waiting until all participants were settled, he raised his hand in greeting, a gesture that immediately conveyed respect and authority. It was clear that Mr. Fu was highly esteemed within the Association of Hunters. Once everyone was seated, the examiners requested that Mr. Fu transport them to the designated location aboard his pristine vessel. To Mr. Fu, this task seemed trivial, and he agreed with ease, as though it was a routine mission. The protagonist admired his calm confidence and wondered why the elderly referred to the captain with such reverence. It was likely due to Mr. Fu's exceptional reputation and high status within the association. As the ship ascended higher into the sky, the landscape below shrank into miniature buildings and streets, creating an unearthly beauty. Shortly after takeoff, the ship began to pick up speed, and the protagonist felt the wind playing with his hair. The onboard environment was so comfortable that he almost forgot he was in the middle of an exam. Every detail of the ship's interior was designed with luxury in mind, making it feel like a journey aboard an opulent yacht. Despite the comfort, an unexpected action by Mr. Fu caught everyone's attention. The captain lowered a rod into the water below, piquing curiosity. For a moment, the protagonist wondered about this peculiar activity. Everyone on board held their breath as something tugged at the line. Anticipation built, and the protagonist imagined a great fish on the hook. However, instead of a fish, what emerged was a massive octopus, completely unlike anything they had expected. While the participants indulged in generous portions of hot, fragrant food meant to satisfy their appetites, the ship's captain busied himself with the preparation of these culinary delights. The participants couldn't help but watch in fascination as they observed the captain's expert skills in the kitchen. One by one, they retired to their rooms, but the protagonist chose a different path. Drawn by the enticing aroma, he stayed in the heart of the action. Rather than resting, he took the opportunity to savor each dish, enjoying the delicately crafted flavors. The food was prepared with the precision and dreamlike grace of a culinary master, and the protagonist immersed himself in the experience. As the time for the evening's fishing excursion neared, the ship's captain, Mr. Fu, began preparing a massive saucepan for the freshly caught seafood, ensuring every step was meticulously attended to. Mr. Fu, watching closely, admired the protagonist's handling of the ingredients. He noted how the young man displayed an impressive ability to discern the subtleties of taste and texture. Lost in thought, Mr. Fu reflected on the artistry and technique needed for true mastery in the culinary arts. When the moment finally arrived to taste the dishes prepared by the captain, the protagonist took a small, thoughtful bite. The flavors that unfolded on his palate were nothing short of divine, awakening his senses and delivering unparalleled pleasure. He slowly chewed, savoring the tender meat, and expressed his gratitude to Mr. Fu for such a remarkable experience. In response, the captain smiled, clearly pleased with the recognition of his culinary skill. It was proof of the extraordinary lengths the Association of Hunters went to, ensuring participants could experience such gourmet delights. As the protagonist enjoyed the last bite of his meal, an intriguing thought crossed his mind. He had just dined with the legendary gourmet hunter, the very man whose reputation had become myth. Finally meeting the man behind the stories, the protagonist found himself in a conversation that soon turned personal. They reminisced about a mutual friend, someone who had always dreamed of becoming a hunter and had never given up. Their discussion flowed seamlessly into the night, with time seeming to pause as they shared tales of dreams and adventures. With the break of dawn, they arrived at their destination for the next stage of their journey. To their surprise, all the participants were treated like members of a cohesive team, as if they were all part of something greater. They were asked to disembark the ship that had carried them so far, the decision made with determination. Standing at the threshold of a new and significant stage in their adventure, they couldn't help but feel the weight of what was to come. As the other participants moved ahead, the main character lingered, wanting to bid farewell to the ship's captain. While reflecting, he thought it would be nice to reconnect with an old friend. As if responding to this unspoken desire, Mr. Fu raised his hand in farewell, wishing him luck in his future exams and challenges. This simple exchange symbolized the respect and understanding between the student and mentor. The long-anticipated moment arrived when 5,000 participants gathered in a designated area, ready to begin the next round of tests. Amid the noisy chaos, one man stepped forward to stop the endless arguments. Commanding silence, he stressed the importance of focus. Once quiet descended, the man introduced himself as Johnson, the chief examiner for the third stage of the tests. He directed attention to a nearby door, explaining that each participant must pass through it. Behind these doors were long corridors filled with silver-ranked monsters, and the goal was not only to pass, but to defeat 3 monsters of varying difficulty. One key point was that there were many doors, but each participant had only an hour to complete this phase. If anyone got injured, a rescue team was on standby. Yet, just 1 minute into the test, one participant was disqualified. This sudden turn of events led to panic, with some participants refusing to continue, abandoning the challenge altogether. The most shocking and terrifying moment for the protagonist came when one participant was killed during the trials, without the promised protection. This death shattered any sense of safety. The gravity of the situation made the main character seem even more formidable, as he now realized how difficult and unpredictable the test had truly become, especially the requirement to pass through 3 corridors filled with silver-ranked monsters. As minutes ticked by, more participants fell victim to monster attacks, and trust in the rescue team faded. People found themselves confronting their fears alone. After 2 consecutive deaths, Chief Examiner Jiang began to suspect something was wrong in room 66 and decided to close that door temporarily. He gave the remaining participants a choice of which door to take next. A few courageous individuals stepped forward, including a young man named Lin Huang. Lin Huang's fearless and determined demeanor took everyone by surprise. He boldly stepped forward, choosing door number 60, leaving others in awe. With confidence, he explained his motive. He wasn't going to back down to his rival, the first person to pass the test. With resolve in his eyes, Lin Huang entered the trial doors, ready to face whatever awaited him. Upon entering the area, Lin Huang found himself in unfamiliar surroundings, where death had already claimed one life. Despite this, he remained calm and ready to face whatever challenge lay ahead, reassuring others that he wouldn't back down easily. Awaiting him at the entrance was a peculiar bird-like creature, its wings covered in mysterious symbols. Instead of launching an attack, the bird spread its wings, creating a gust of wind that surrounded Lin Huang along with a strange, mystical aura. The creature, however, was not as terrifying as Lin Huang first thought. It morphed into a girl, prepared to confront yet another intruder. She introduced herself as a phoenix feather, a being capable of reigniting her fiery power during battle. Captivated by this sudden transformation, Lin Huang slowly realized she was not only a strong adversary, but also someone he could communicate with. To his surprise, she could speak human language. The phoenix feather, eager to settle an old score, was ready for their impending duel. She asked if Lin Huang was fully prepared, warning him about the risks involved. They now stood, not just as opponents, but as 2 entirely different beings, ready to engage both in battle and conversation. Lin Huang, intrigued, asked how she had learned human language just by being around people. Instead of answering, she suddenly attacked, channeling her anger through her actions. Lin Huang started to piece together possible reasons for her fury. Perhaps her former master had treated her poorly, robbing her of her freedom and humiliating her. It became clear she held a deep hatred toward humans. These thoughts seemed to fuel her rage even more as she launched another fiery attack, determined to destroy the enemy she believed deserved nothing but death. Lin Huang was impressed by her energy and skill in combat. Her movements were sharp and swift, as if she had long mastered the art of battle. During the fight, the Phoenix girl began to talk about her owner. She described how he had fed her human flesh every day, hoping it would trigger her mutation and transformation. However, after his death, her world had shattered. The memories of losing him brought tears to her eyes, reflecting her deep sorrow and sense of loss. Lin Huang started to understand that the person she spoke of had been part of the sinister Black Blood Guarantors, a secretive group notorious for their cruelty and ability to cast spells that turned people into mutants. This organization toyed with human lives for their dark purposes. Armed with this knowledge, Lin Huang felt a new strength rising within him. He used his blade to block her attacks, realizing he now had both physical power and the insight into his opponent's past. With a confident smile, he acknowledged that her master had deserved his fate, a statement that only fueled the Phoenix girl's rage further. The girl's rage kept intensifying as she tried to destroy everything in her path. Her actions mirrored the cruelty of her late master, and gradually, a dark aura began to surround her, as if evil and aggression were building up, ready to burst. Despite this, the protagonist remained composed, showing no sign of fear or unease. His inner resolve burned brightly, bracing him for the tough battle ahead, even wearing a smile. He explained to the girl that all those who had died in this corridor were merely sacrifices for her former master. Her eyes revealed a bitter mix of emotions, particularly vengeance. Suddenly, she spread her wings and prepared to strike with a malicious grin, but Lin Huang wasn't caught off guard. He was ready and determined to end the battle quickly. However, Phoenix Feather unexpectedly chose to target another of his allies, which could result in grave consequences if ignored. As Phoenix Feather pleaded for help, the protagonist felt a strange urge to assist the girl before him, who longed to face her cruel master one final time. This odd desire cloaked the moment in mystery, hinting that it might unlock something deeper. But before this mystery could be unraveled, the monster launched her attack. Dark particles erupted from her wings, rushing towards him and leaving a dangerous trail. As Lin Huang observed her graceful movements in the sky, he realized she was gathering all her strength for a final assault. He wasn't about to stand by idly. He prepared to confront the attack directly. Determined not to lower his guard, Lin Huang embraced the challenge. Instead of hesitating, he decided to use his card, a tool that allowed summoners to showcase their power. His hand instinctively reached for the card, as if it guided him. In that decisive moment, the monster's sharp feathers exploded, releasing the energy stored in her wings. But the magic of Lin Huang's card created something extraordinary in front of him, flashing with light and opening a portal. The portal's effect intensified until all the sharp feathers vanished into thin air. The phoenix feather in Lin Huang's hand pulsed with energy, sensing something, but not quite understanding what. This uncertainty signaled a looming threat. As the young woman tried to make sense of what was happening, a tyrant appeared, ready to eliminate the first monster in their way. The scene seemed frozen in time, heavy with tension. Without hesitation, the tyrant lunged forward, seizing the monster by its throat and slowly tightening his grip. The creature groaned, powerless to move. Meanwhile, the phoenix feather in Lin Huang's hand absorbed the fear radiating from the monster. The creature had the potential to mutate twice, which confused even the phoenix feather. Its master, being only at the bronze level, shouldn't possess such strength. Despite the fear it absorbed, the feather continued to glow with its magical light. The tyrant's gaze radiated confidence, and its large teeth gleamed ominously in the darkness. It was clear this beast hadn't been satisfied for a long time, and its hunger only amplified the cruelty of its actions. It finally sank its teeth into the shoulder of the winged monster, leaving her with a grim choice: to live wounded or speak her last words. The phoenix feather fell, mourning for its master. The protagonist wrestled with both the monster's immense strength and the paralyzing fear it induced, even when his chances of survival seemed nearly non-existent. The feather continued to call out desperately for its owner. In that moment, the girl's gaze softened slightly as her pain and fear started to fade, as if a spark of hope had reignited within her. Observing this scene, the protagonist made a mental note. He understood that the power the monster had gained from its impure blood made it nearly invincible, sealing its tragic fate. Meanwhile, the other participants of the test received notifications that Lin Huang had completed the first part of the challenge in just 10 minutes. They found it hard to believe, but couldn't help feeling a deep respect for his strength. The main examiner of the third test smiled upon seeing Lin Huang's success, pleased with his potential and quietly celebrating the young summoner's accomplishment. Lin Huang continued down the corridor toward his next opponent. He spoke with He, recounting what had happened and reflecting on the advice not to reveal everything in order to avoid suspicion. He voiced concerns about exposing Lin Huang's true strength, warning of potential consequences, including the risk of losing their assistant. Growing tired of this repeated conversation, Lin Huang asked He to stop. His frustration deepened as He kept nagging, and it reached a point where Lin Huang became visibly irritated. As the enemy advanced, Lin Huang knew he couldn't afford to lose focus. He ended the conversation with He readying himself. Drawing two pistols, he aimed to showcase his hidden power to the monster before him. The one-armed gorilla launched its attack, relying entirely on brute force. It charged at Lin Huang, swinging its enormous arms and trying to land a hit. But Lin Huang effortlessly dodged its kick by leaping backward, causing the gorilla to lash out in vain. Lin Huang immediately countered, firing shots at the enemy. Despite the gorilla's immense strength, the fiery bullets cut through the air between them, seemingly trying to tame the beast's raging fury. Lin Huang noticed that the gorilla was attempting to shield its head with its massive hand, signaling to him that her head was likely her weak spot, a vulnerability he could exploit. Armed with this new insight, Lin Huang realizes that standard attacks to the gorilla's head will be ineffective. Smiling, he decides not to kill this opponent. Just as the one-armed gorilla strikes, Lin Huang vanishes instantly, using the mind skill asterisk traceless gate asterisk. Only a shadow resembling his form remains, instilling fear in the gorilla. Realizing her attack missed, she notices Lin Huang walking away and understands that the rules of the task don't require him to kill his enemies. He simply needs to traverse the corridor. Meanwhile, someone is observing them through hidden cameras embedded in the walls. The third examiner, having distanced himself from the other participants, quietly watches Lin Huang's progress through the tests. He silently notes several intriguing moments from the protagonist's battles against such formidable opponents. Lin Huang then moves to the next corridor where his final opponent awaits. He marvels at how well the Hunters Association has crafted the perfect conditions for these tests. The last enemy is a rare creature, a silver-scaled lizard. Unlike the previous monsters, it lacks great strength or speed, but its defense is nearly flawless. The lizard begins its assault by channeling a special aura into her spear, enhancing its physical power. Lin Huang glances at his pistols, contemplating his strategy. He decides to try the method he used earlier, hoping it will work again. But suddenly, he notices something unexpected. Something about this opponent might completely foil his plan. This realization brings a new wave of tension as Lin Huang understands he'll need to exert much more effort to overcome this challenge and complete the test. As the situation unfolds before Lin Huang, the lizard, aware that he is searching for her weak spots, starts to wag her tail, which is covered in thick scales. This movement creates a barrier, preventing him from advancing or targeting her vulnerable areas. With each passing moment, the lizard grows more dangerous, fully shielding her massive body as if donning impenetrable armor. Her spiky scales, covering all sensitive areas, make her almost invincible. This forces Lin Huang to rethink his approach. The lizard's unusual behavior puzzles him, and even Xiao He suggests that the creature may have somehow learned about the strategy Lin Huang used to defeat the previous monster. Despite the difficulty, Lin Huang is determined not to give up. He moves closer to the lizard and starts kicking at her foot, hoping to disrupt her stance and expose some weak points. In his mind, a bold plan forms. Drawing his blade, he decides to attempt bypassing her defenses with a precise strike. The lizard's defenses were formidable, and Lin Huang quickly understood that even a seasoned hunter would struggle to outmaneuver her agility. Focusing all his skill and precision, Lin Huang struck at a weak spot in her armor, managing to pierce through the tough scales and create a small crack. The blade slipped through her shell, injuring her. It became clear that even such strong defenses could be breached with the right tactics. However, as is often the case, unexpected complications arose. The lizard, reacting to the injury, began to move aggressively, forcing Lin Huang to reassess his approach once more. After the battle, Lin Huang and Shohei analyzed the strategy Lin Huang used. Lin Huang detailed how he identified the enemy's weak point, but Shohei downplayed the accomplishment. Meanwhile, outside the examination rooms, news spread that Lin Huang had successfully completed the third stage tests, overcoming the challenge in the 66th room. The test members were in awe. Word of his victory traveled quickly through the corridors, as defeating several strong enemies required immense strength and skill. The main examiner recognized Lin Wan's potential and instructed Hayes to provide leadership advice through video to the Hunters Association. This message reached the association's headquarters, located outside the cities. They began reviewing footage of Lin Huang fighting the lizard, a monster that had mutated twice under his control. The association's chairman introduced a guard from the Island of the Devil and instructed the team to start evaluating Lin Huang's abilities. Upon hearing Chairman Su's instructions, the woman on the council agreed to accept Lin Huang due to his potential, especially since he controlled a twice-mutated monster at bronze rank. However, the third council member disagreed, arguing that Lin Huang's choice of a giant, unintelligent monster could cause problems in the future and slow his rank advancement. Chairman Shu reconsidered the situation and, despite his initial support, sided with the council member, deciding Lin Huang hadn't shown exceptional skills during the exam, leading to the rejection. Despite the third council member's stance, the discussion revealed his opinion wasn't final. Another member advocated including the twice-mutated monster that could dominate minds. The woman supported this view, and the chairman reluctantly agreed with their decision. The masked man then spoke, analyzing Lin Huang. He highlighted the protagonist's strengths, including his calmness in crises, but noted that these qualities should be standard for every hunter. After hearing all sides, Chairman Shu reflected on the conflicting opinions and struggled to reach a consensus. After lengthy deliberation, the council decided not to include Lin Huang in the list of those recommended for intensive training, despite his potential and abilities. During the third stage of testing, one sensed that people around him began discussing him. He imagined that many were contemplating his fate. He made an effort to leave a good impression and kept socializing, hoping someone, especially a beautiful woman, might notice him. Suddenly, a girl appeared before him, tasked with distributing personal rings of the Empire to those who had passed. Her presence caught everyone's attention, and Juan felt a spark of interest. He learned that the fourth stage of the exam would occur at a specific location, though the exact time remained unknown. After hearing this, he asked about the possibility of accommodation during the trial period. He inquired where he could stay for a few days and the name of the island. The assistant informed him that the place was called the Island of the Little Devil. The island lacked infrastructure, so participants would need to fend for themselves. Juan was surprised. He had heard of this island before, but never imagined he'd end up here. After looking at the island's maps, it became clear that the fourth level was a wild area teeming with monsters. Moreover, the island had no easy modes of transport, making the journey even harder. After learning where the monster needed to advance to silver rank was located, he ventured into the forest. His target was the Silver Blade Demon, and this area offered a good chance of encountering it. As he carefully navigated through the tall grass, he began discussing the Sand Circle ability with Hay. He was interested in the specifics of this ability, which allowed its wearer to sense nearby events. He confirmed its significance, especially when aiming for supremacy, as its strength lay in its ability to control a vast area. Suddenly, he realized someone was watching him. He alerted Hai, and they decided to confront the situation. He drew his pistols and demanded the observer show themselves. The figure stepped out, revealing suspicious intentions. Upon closer inspection, it became clear that the stranger had ulterior motives and was hiding behind a tree. It turned out to be Xu, who had been unable to remain hidden. She stepped into the light like an old friend, leaving Huang curious about her. As she was the first to complete the 3 corridor tests and held a higher rank, Xu expressed her desire to spend time with Huan because of his immense power. Her growing interest in him became more apparent with each moment, and she hoped their time together would be both intriguing and rewarding. Xu tried to hide her awkwardness and embarrassment by looking away, clearly flustered by her own words. However, when someone attempted to look at her, they saw him flying away on an eagle's back. His comment about disliking flag girls enraged Sifu. In response, she showed her anger by hitting a tree. Her strength was so overwhelming that the tree toppled over, stirring up a cloud of dust. The sheer force behind her punches was a clear sign of her frustration and fury. The tree was powerless against her wrath. She continued to harbor resentment toward Lin Huang for belittling her and displaying arrogance. Even though he hadn't reached the heights he should have, Huang still hovered in the air, voicing his irritation toward those who were both prideful and beyond reach. His inner anger toward such people made him stay cautious and alert. As someone listened to the story, they noticed the speaker's expression shift, realizing that their companion was becoming more dangerous. The sky gradually darkened, and the streets were swallowed by night. Under these conditions, movement became even riskier, and fighting monsters became harder as reduced visibility made it difficult to respond effectively to threats. With each step forward, they ventured deeper into the Silver Blade Demon's territory, encountering new demons at every turn. Their numbers kept increasing, making the challenges more difficult with each encounter. At this moment, the protagonist, along with Hei, sat atop a tree watching the monsters. Their focus remained on their target. The mutated demon Juan's breathing grew faster, and his heartbeat followed a rhythmic pattern. He knew he had one mission here, and he was ready to carry it out without hesitation. As he pondered the possible reasons behind the words spoken, one thought took hold of him. Juan's eyes swept over the area, and inside, he felt a wave of satisfaction as he found what he was looking for. Among the monsters, a mutated demon caught his eye, standing out as a one-eyed Silverblade demon surrounded by its weaker counterparts. However, one chose to ignore the advice and leapt from the tree, prepared to begin the battle. His goal was clear: the mutated demon, as if the entire universe had aligned with his intent. The mutated demon, sensing Juan's hidden presence among the trees, prepared for the encounter. One moved without making a sound, staying completely hidden. The mystery unfolding around him left him confused, and he realized that continuing in silence could be dangerous. After a moment, someone explained to him that using the scent circle had alerted the demons to their presence. It was a special ability of the mutated Silverblade demon. While they discussed the situation, the mutated demon commanded its weaker minions to attack the intruders. As the adversaries drew closer, it became clear that summoning a clown from the car to restrain the monsters was no longer an option. Realizing the challenge ahead, one decided that brute strength was now the only way forward, whether to push through or retreat. To turn the tide in his favor, he used a summoning card to call forth a giant entity. Upon its appearance, the giant let out a powerful roar that echoed across the battlefield. As planned, the giant carved a path through the enemies, taking down even those of bronze and silver ranks. Afterward, the giant's main target became a changeling beast positioned nearby. With its arms outstretched, the giant charged at its opponent, aiming to finish the battle in response to the changeling's challenge. The mutated monster, now affected by the environment, rushed into the fray as well. The creature's form twisted, and it wielded a massive sword crackling with electricity, radiating an intimidating energy. Quick and aggressive, the monster prepared to strike back. The silver swordsman, showing incredible speed, aimed precisely and struck at the upper part of the creature. His blade shone as it unleashed electrical energy into the air. However, the creature refused to back down, summoning even more strength to hold its massive enemy at bay. Though the sword left a glowing mark on the monster's body, it wasn't a fatal blow. Its impressive regeneration powers kicked in, and the wound began to heal, the marks of the attack slowly disappearing. The giant, possessing strength far superior to its opponent, grabbed the creature by the neck with its huge fingers, exerting terrifying pressure. Despite the physical restraint, the monster showed incredible resolve and willpower, pushing its muscles to the limit. Eventually, it managed to turn the tables, toppling the silver swordsman and sending him crashing to the ground. The giant hesitated briefly, then raised its hand, preparing to channel its full strength for a devastating strike. Its eyes were focused, as though it was summoning all its power for a final blow. Suddenly, it unleashed a series of rapid and powerful strikes, so swift and destructive that everything in their path was obliterated. The ground beneath them cracked and shattered from the shockwaves. During this time, the protagonist, engrossed in fighting weaker enemies, lost track of the giant's movements. His attention was so consumed by the skirmish that he didn't notice the evolving situation involving the mutated giant tyrant. This unique creature, lacking clear orders from its controller, began watching the one-eyed demon as though preparing for a significant action. It gathered strength in its hands, readying itself for a decisive blow that could completely annihilate its enemy. The air was thick with anticipation and tension. At that crucial moment, the protagonist's hopes for survival began to fade. However, the giant's miscalculated maneuver, caused by its limited intellect, gave the one-eyed demon a chance to act. This shift didn't escape the notice of Lin Huang, who had predicted something like this might happen. Suddenly, Lin Huang spotted a detail he had previously overlooked, highlighting the importance of staying vigilant even in stressful situations. The tyrant slowed down, awaiting instructions. They growled in an attempt to grab the protagonist's attention while the heroes continued their fight against the monsters. A moment of confusion arose when the tyrant nodded in response to Huang's questions about the monster's intentions in such a challenging environment. One of the observers, who had been watching for some time, understood that the tyrant was trying to communicate this information. As the protagonist focused on the battle, his companion, Xiao, felt somewhat left out. She was puzzled by the unique abilities of the monster and wondered why it displayed such extraordinary traits. The tyrant's emotions resembled those of a human, leading the protagonist to believe that his own influence was motivating the creature's actions. This interaction created a growing sense of connection between them. After their discussion, the protagonist instructed the tyrant to hold the one-eyed demon in place, preventing it from escaping. This was a crucial move to maintain control over the situation. Once the command was executed, the protagonist delivered the final blow with his sharp blade, striking the one-eyed demon down. With this victory, he advanced to the next silver rank, a brilliant light surrounding him, symbolizing his success and newfound power. Along with achieving the silver rank, the protagonist discovered a new life skill card, revealed as a reward for defeating the one-eyed demon. This card marked one of the most rewarding moments in the recent days of the exam. The new skill card opened up more opportunities, and in addition to all the other rewards and skills earned from battle, he also acquired a rare monster card or demon, symbolizing his impressive achievements. Lin Huang and Xiao He carefully examined the new card, recognizing its immense value. They began discussing the card's potential uses. However, Zyle noticed movement behind them and heard a male voice, which caught her attention. The voice belonged to Lin Huang, who, tired of being observed, decided to confront the person following him. A familiar figure moved silently through the trees, approaching with stealth. It was Siyu, who had completed her own test and now joined the protagonist and Xiao He. Siyu landed gracefully, radiating agility and confidence. Yet her behavior raised Lin Huang's suspicions. She seemed to be hiding something, keeping her distance to avoid appearing like a spy. Lin Huang broke the silence, questioning her motives and voicing his displeasure at being constantly monitored. Siyu quickly attempted to explain herself, concealing her true intentions with excuses to avoid deepening his suspicion. Although Lin Huang's focus shifted, his doubts remained. Realizing this, Siyu decided to continue observing, but with more caution. As the main character pressed on, he noticed Seiyu's persistence in trailing him. Curious about her interest in his abilities, he was surprised when Lin Huang suggested Xiao use her remaining promotion cards to acquire new skills. This remark left him confused, leading him to question why Xiao had chosen the Hunters Association when there were so many other choices available. Xiao remained firm and insistent in her interactions with the main character, creating a sense of drama and tension. Considering surprising her, Lin Huang slowly raised his blade to her throat, as if ready to take drastic action. However, instead of showing fear, Xiao remained astonishingly calm, which caught the main character off guard. He then began demanding explanations, questioning her ties to an organization connected to the ongoing exams and how her presence had disrupted events. Unaware that Xiao wasn't supposed to be there, the protagonist decided to uncover her secret due to her impressive test results. This newfound intrigue piqued his interest, and he wondered if she was affiliated with any organization. As far as he could tell, she had no links to the Hunters Association, intensifying his curiosity about her true identity and motives. When Lin Huang raised his blade, the woman grew fearful and pleaded her innocence, explaining that her only goal was to join the Hunters Association and that she had no part in the ongoing events. Sensing her fear, Lin Huang chose to let her go and walked away. Before leaving, he cautioned her, making it clear that he had no interest in dealing with her again. However, he did not fully trust the situation, so he gave her a stern warning, implying that if she approached him again without following the rules, he would take action. As Lin Huang flew off on his eagle, severing communication with the woman, she was left alone, torn between anger and curiosity. Watching the eagle disappear, she wondered how serious Lin Huang was about his warning. Though frustrated, Xiao He realized he was likely capable of extreme actions to protect his privacy. Deciding it wasn't the right time to confront him, she shifted her focus to her responsibilities and resumed her journey toward the Hunters Association. In the battlefield area, loud explosions echoed, and clouds of dust filled the air, creating a mysterious and chaotic scene. The protagonists and their allies continued their relentless battle against the monsters. Their determination paid off, although every victory concealed the hardships they faced. An assistant informed Lin Huang that they had gathered 4 life orbs, a sign of their intense efforts during the past 2 days. He also shared their confident plans for the future. They had advanced their cards to the gold level, which gave them an edge for the upcoming test. This success came after completing the 4-stage strategy they had carefully planned. During their strategy talks, They decided to leave behind the demonic monster card vines due to their unpredictable mutations. They also discussed which monsters would be the most useful in the next tests. The next morning, only 489 participants arrived at the exam site, including Lin Huang. The organizers announced that the third stage of the exam would proceed, and the remaining participants prepared for the new challenges. The small number of people who had passed the test shocked many, while some were thrilled. Even Lin Huang found it hard to believe how demanding the admission requirements for the Hunters Association were. Amid the shock over the low number of successful candidates, the chief was drawn to a strange sound in the surroundings. It was coming from a four-winged condor, a participant in the tests, with a human face, though her features were obscured by the distance between the earth and sky. As the figure descended from the condor and landed, it became clear that she was there to conduct the exam. The participants had a premonition that proved to be accurate. A young girl, introducing herself as Mulan, stepped forward with confidence and determination. She summoned her loyal companion, a condor, which took flight, symbolizing her mastery over magic and power. It was evident that Mulan was not an ordinary huntress. Her name was already renowned among the elite gold hunters for her skills in obtaining valuable trophies and defeating monsters. The next phase of the exam promised to be a daunting challenge that could surprise even the most experienced participants. While they engaged in casual conversation and speculation, the protagonists awaited the arrival of the Condor girl, aided by his purple-eyed eagle, which could send a stronger message. The extended introduction began to tire the participants, prompting Mulan to assert her authority by raising her voice and outlining the rules for the upcoming challenge. Mulan had carefully planned for encounters with powerful creatures on the demonic island, where the mission was to defeat 5 different silver-tier monsters within 15 days. The complexity of the task soon became clear, and the participants, realizing they were far from being monster experts, began to show their abilities. Fear of the unknown and the dangers ahead stirred doubt among them. Suddenly, a hand was raised from the crowd, signaling a question for the examiner. Anticipation filled the air as various possibilities crossed the participants' minds. The protagonist was the first to speak up with a question. He voiced his concern about whether there would be consequences for participants trying to steal or kill monsters claimed by others. Mulan responded by reiterating that the rules had been made clear from the start and did not prohibit taking monsters killed by other participants. However, she warned that any physical harm to others would result in severe punishment, including disqualification from the exam. Following this clarification, the organizers handed out maps of the demonic island to each participant. The maps highlighted the locations where the monsters could be found, and the participants set off to locate and eliminate the creatures critical to completing this stage of the challenge. During the trials, some participants chose to form alliances, believing that working together would improve their chances of survival and success. One group decided to venture into the most dangerous area of the island, a dense forest known to be home to the deadliest monsters. The team consisted of 4 individuals who joined forces for mutual protection. They were aware that not only the monsters, but also other participants could pose a threat, as some might attempt to steal their rewards. Suddenly, Lin Huang appeared in the distance, causing a mix of fear and anxiety among the participants, many of whom had hoped to avoid him from the start. His reputation for showing interest in taking others' loot instilled fear in those who had previously encountered him in earlier tests. The presence of Lin Huang filled the participants with apprehension about the challenges ahead. However, he reassured them that he had no intention of stealing their findings. Instead, he proposed selling them monsters he had already defeated at a fair price. Wan's offer to trade monsters confused the participants, as they were unsure whether such exchanges violated the test rules. After reviewing the rules, they found no restrictions against it. They were uncertain about how to fairly assess the offer and its price, but Wan presented a monster of a specific rank and development as proof of his sincerity. He demonstrated that the monster he had defeated held value and was now available for purchase. Wan extended the offer to everyone present, displaying his ability to conquer formidable monsters. He proposed a price based on the monster's difficulty and level, with rates increasing accordingly. Although participants were tempted by the prospect of obtaining rare monsters, they felt that the cost was higher than expected, making them hesitant. Despite this, Wan was determined to convince them of the worth of his offer. He spoke of encountering newly mutated monsters on the island, emphasizing their extreme danger and value. He warned that these creatures could appear at any moment and might prove crucial to passing the tests. His words made the participants reflect, discuss, and begin formulating a plan. Eventually, the group decided to purchase specific monsters, seeing it as a wise investment. They believed that if they passed this stage, they could recover their expenses many times over. One participant in particular planned to approach the examiner in a few days, confident that he could navigate this difficult stage and prove his readiness to become a hunter. A smile of satisfaction spread across his face as he relaxed, enjoying a sense of calm while preparing for the final test stage. On the horizon, a figure appeared as if from nowhere. Her eyes radiated determination, and her hands were marked with a bright, strange tattoo. She approached a participant and effortlessly sliced through his tent, causing it to disintegrate as if by magic. Her sudden arrival shocked everyone present. Who was she, and why had she targeted this participant, destroying his tent? The man noticed an unusual tattoo on her neck, feeling that her presence was tied to something important, though he couldn't place where he had seen her before. Time passed, and the man's eyes filled with fear and confusion as he stood before the figure, whose intentions remained a mystery. It was clear she wasn't there to help. Instead, something dark and ominous lurked in her gaze. The night forest had become an eerie place, filled with terrifying sounds and the chilling screams of humans, piercing the silence and frightening the animals that scurried by. This atmosphere of fear and dread weighed heavily on the test participants. Fortune was on the participant's side as he remained alive, though in a precarious state. He pretended to be unconscious, feigning illness after encountering the mysterious figure. Upon awakening, he found himself in an unfamiliar place, confused as to how he had survived and why the stranger hadn't killed him. His mind swirled with questions, but he was too disoriented to find answers. As he surveyed his surroundings, he came across fellow adventurers who had previously purchased monster carcasses from the main character. They informed him that they, too, had been attacked by the enigmatic figure and ended up in the same location. The participants found themselves trapped in a cage with others. They saw people with neck tattoos similar to the one the man had seen on the mysterious figure. It became clear that they had been accused of heresy and captured. A heretic had ensnared them all, luring them into a well-planned trap. The heretic responsible for their capture turned out to be the same mysterious figure, now waiting for her next victims. The trap had been set, and the participants found themselves ensnared by someone with obscure and sinister motives. Elsewhere on the demonic island, strange events began to unfold, leading to the destruction of forests and the creation of massive, dusty curtains. These mysterious occurrences only deepened the island's enigmatic nature. A creature that resembled a wolf with human limbs roamed the area. Suddenly, it was struck by a sharp pain in a vulnerable spot, impairing its ability to think clearly and forcing it to seek safety. At that moment, the main character appeared on the scene, accompanied by his companion who launched an attack. A deep gash was left on the creature's body, marking it. Meanwhile, Lin Wang continued his quest to find masters willing to sell their monsters, aiming to advance and become a full-fledged hunter. His goal was clear: to discover more monsters and buy his way to success in the hunter world. While discussing his plans, a sudden thought crept into his mind as his companion sensed someone approaching, intent on eliminating the protagonist. The assailant attacked from a concealed position, but the protagonist reacted quickly, drawing his blade. He struck with such force that it generated a shockwave, causing additional problems for the attacker. As the monster was defeated, an image of an unknown figure wielding a sharp katana appeared behind the protagonist. Once the monster vanished, the same heretic attempted to strike down the main character, who had already achieved remarkable results in previous tests. Facing this situation, Lin Huang drew his gun and aimed at the assailant, showing no concern about the possibility of being defeated. He calmly asked whether the stranger was sure about continuing this fight. The heretic was left speechless, realizing he had underestimated the protagonist's strength. Lin Huang acted swiftly, summoning his guardian pet while simultaneously firing at the enemy. A small shockwave rippled from the point of impact. After concluding their battle in midair, they descended to the ground, standing mere arm's length from one another. The heretic, now at gunpoint, wondered how the main character had managed to penetrate his unique technique for concealing his presence. In response, Lin Huang revealed that he had sensed the enemy long ago and had purposely set off the alarm. Lin Huang then asked about the reimbursement for the purchase of the silver monster bodies. Eyeing the heretic with suspicion, the protagonist evaluated his options, his gaze now filled with doubt. Since participants in the exam were prohibited from attacking each other, Lin Huang had to keep his distance, remaining on guard with his blade at the ready. Lin Huang asked if the heretic sect had sent this person, What intrigued him most wasn't the stranger's audacity or intelligence, but his attention to the tattoo, which was highly visible and could provide important clues. According to the stranger, the previous attack posed no lethal threat to the hunters, and he extended an invitation for Lin Huang to join the sect. However, the protagonist simply smiled and declined, refusing to be controlled by anyone attempting to treat him like a servant. Frustrated, the heretic grew angry, as he had not given the protagonist a choice to refuse. Something strange started happening to his hand, and in a dramatic turn of events, his entire body began transforming. A colossal weapon formed, drawing in dark energy from the surroundings. It became clear that this heretic was a gold-ranked member of the sect, one of the top 3. Having recently defeated another opponent, the heretic was determined to do the same with Lin Huang. Ignoring Lin Huang's rank, he launched an aerial attack that seemed impossible to block. But something went wrong, and his strike didn't land as planned. Instead, Lin Huang's tyrant monster effortlessly intercepted the heretic's lethal blow. Simultaneously, the tyrant blocked the attack and countered with a powerful punch, enhanced by its unique ability. The impact was explosive, sending the heretic flying and smashing through the trees behind him. Observing from above, Lin Huang instructed his tyrant to ease up on its attack, sparing the heretic's life for future purposes. Because the attack's force had been reduced, the heretic survived, though his body was severely wounded, rendering him unable to continue fighting. As Lin Huang approached, he began questioning the heretic about the other individuals who had entered the exam and demanded their names. The heretic, however, remained silent and refused to betray his comrades. He smiled calmly, as if fully prepared to sacrifice himself for the cause. Frustrated by the lack of cooperation, Lin Huang summoned a clown monster with the ability to control minds. The moment the clown focused on the heretic, he recognized the creature immediately. He had heard countless stories about an attack on Dashi City involving this high-ranking monster. Enraged, Lin Huang demanded answers, specifically the heretic's reason for infiltrating Demon Island and capturing several of the exam participants. After using the clown's mind control ability, the heretic confessed that the sect had infiltrated the examination camps with the help of their operatives inside the Hunters Association. These operatives had managed to hide the sect members' tattoos, and their main goal was to recruit the most promising participants. Lin Huang was particularly curious about how many people were involved in this scheme during the exam and the extent of their power. The heretic listed all 11 individuals, including one with an exceptional level of holy flame, while the others didn't exceed the gold rank. The heretic then brought out a cage intended for capturing living beings. However, when he tried to release them, the cage shattered. The most effective way to open it was by repeating the pattern on the cage several times. Lin Huang closely examined the item, which now held the other examination participants. He asked the heretic where they planned to go after completing their mission, but the stranger remained silent. The man attempted to force the enemy to reveal their plans, but the clown informed its master that the heretic had absorbed too much of the tyrant's power from the blow and had ultimately died. The outcome that one wished to avoid at all costs brought them back to the starting point of the exams. The protagonist gently laid the deceased heretic on the ground. The 4th examiner approached Lin Huang, reminding him that the rules prohibited eliminating participants to seize their silver monsters. Lin had no choice but to identify the individual and account for all heretical sect members who had infiltrated the tests, often referred to as the organization or spires. Seeing the cage in Mulan's possession caused some concerns. She had received information about all 63 examination points currently facing a similar situation. The girl felt compelled to carefully inspect the eerie pseudo-dungeon, which was actually controlled by the heretical sect members. Behind her, whispers started circulating about the heretics, suggesting that they were not far behind the Purple Raven in terms of power. All examinations were thoroughly reviewed for similar incidents. Malong, undisturbed by her comrade's remarks, needed to confirm the accuracy of the protagonist's story. Following the instructions for using the dark cage, they successfully freed everyone trapped inside. The rescued adventurers were relieved to escape the examiner's control and finally rest. Malong demanded a detailed explanation from the group about their confinement and sought information regarding the cage's creators. Each person shared the same story. They were unexpectedly captured by individuals of gold rank who disguised themselves as exam participants, hiding their true power. After attentively listening to everyone's accounts, the 4th examiner instructed them to allow the victims to rest and to prepare a report on the incident. He offered any help needed by the victims. Lin Huang informed the examiners that he couldn't determine the exact location of the heretics' gathering or the time of their departure from Demon Island. The only certainty was the need for quick action. Malong urged the assistants to report the entire situation to the authorities and request assistance from an elite member, considering the limited time available. There was a chance to apprehend the leader at any moment while the initial heretic's lifeless body remained hidden from his comrades. The girl retrieved the Empire ring from the fallen culprit, which allowed easy tracking of the other instigators. She asked the protagonist to find a temporary safe place, but he refused, expressing his willingness to assist. He had independently defeated a gold-rank individual. Mulan hesitated, but eventually accepted his help, urging him to be cautious and retreat if faced with a higher-ranked leader. After a few minutes, he mounted his eagle and set out to survey the entire area for potential enemies trying to capture him. The mission participants used special equipment to detect unusual energy signatures. When one of them detected a heretic directly below, he dismounted his eagle and called out to the cloaked figure with a hidden face. To his surprise, when the heretic removed the cloak, it revealed a young girl underneath. She seemed quite pleased with the turn of events. As the protagonist approached, he assured the girl that he had no intention of harming her. In response, she found this commendable in a man and started attacking, believing she needed to defend herself from him. However, Lin Huang intervened by summoning the tyrant to handle the girl instead. He didn't want to fight against a woman. The fact that a silver-ranked individual could command monsters surprised the girl, who had anticipated an easier challenge. With some battle experience, the heretic managed to evade the tyrant's powerful blows, which could have been fatal. The girl positioned herself behind the summoned monster, attempting to strike at its weak point while in midair. She assessed the tyrant's mutations and contemplated her strategy for victory. As she strategized, the tyrant relentlessly closed in, delivering devastating blows. The protagonist could only watch, contemplating the advantages and agility possessed by gold-ranked individuals. Eventually, the giant prepared a powerful technique, engulfing his fist in flames to channel more strength from his muscles. He swung his fiery fist, and this time the girl couldn't evade. She took the full impact of the monstrous force, leaving her unable to move or use her weapons after being thrown back. The tyrant's attack was so powerful that even after the battle ended, the shockwave from her being flung damaged part of the demonic island's landscape. When it was all over, a falling tree crushed a member of the heretic sect, and the protagonist decided to retrieve the equipment near the deceased girl. His final instruction to the tyrant was to destroy the Imperial ring to prevent it from transmitting the participant's location to the rest of the group. The guide received a skill card for a technique called 100 Blades Flow. After informing Milan about the elimination of one enemy, he set out on his eagle to search for the remaining heretics hiding in various locations. In response, the examiner urged the protagonist to return quickly to the camp where the elite had already arrived. He agreed, since he was already heading that way. As Lin Huang pondered the whereabouts of the higher-ranked heretic leader, someone suddenly placed a hand on his shoulder. He turned to see Xu, and her presence displeased him. She asked if he truly despised her that much, and he tried to avoid her by making several turns in the sky and engaging in small talk. However, when Xu asked if he would join her organization to evade persecution, Lin grew uneasy, suspecting she might be a heretic. It was then that she revealed herself as the leader of the heretic organization and a person of excellent rank. The rank designation didn't fully register in Lin's mind, and he had no time to process the revelation. Without hesitation, he redirected his pet's flight path, crashing into the first oncoming tree in an attempt to eliminate the heretic leader. The protagonist managed to jump to the ground, giving himself a chance to fight. He readied his blade, staying silent, realizing he couldn't defeat a higher-ranked hunter without more experience. Xu harnessed her abilities in the sky and asked why Lin wasn't trying to flee. He pulled out his blade, prepared to fight if necessary, and explained that his pet couldn't outrun an opponent of her rank. Xu persistently offered him a chance to join her and save his life, but Lin refused, determined to fight for his freedom. Even Xu realized that Lin stood no chance against her significantly superior power and his lower-ranked monsters. As he contemplated his next move, something unexpected occurred. In this unpredictable situation, someone again placed a hand on Lin's shoulder. It was Xu, who moved so swiftly that he couldn't react. She acknowledged that she had accurately assessed his potential. While they grappled in this dire situation, an inexplicable force from the sky struck, separating them and commanding them to release each other. The magical collision from above had been triggered by the fourth examiner, who responded to Lin's distress signal. Lance's primary task was to warn his comrade against futilely deploying pets against a superior opponent, particularly against someone from the elites. At this point, Xu was already preparing to use a unique item, gradually restoring it to its original form. Once completed, she obtained powerful equipment that emitted an aura characteristic of the heretics. Xu immediately recognized Mulan and her royal lineage. The examiner braced herself for the worst, ready to use the abyssal sea sword to its full potential in the upcoming battle. Xiu, ranking fourth among the gold hunters, aimed to capture Mulan to advance the heretic operation. However, Mulan was resolute in engaging in combat, carefully keeping her distance while using only a portion of her weapon's power. Xiu, intrigued by the potential of her opponent, unknowingly prepared to counter Mulan's tactics. The heretic leader possessed strength far beyond that of an average gold-ranked hunter, and as their attacks clashed, unusual phenomena occurred on the battlefield. Intervening in this clash remained highly dangerous. Toward the end of the shockwave, Mulan had to muster all her strength to parry the pressure by utilizing her powerful weapon. She managed to disrupt Xiu's technique, partially dispersing it, and then launched the abyssal sea sword towards its intended target as directed. However, the effort was in vain as Xiu shattered the weapon into two pieces. She was equally surprised that Mulan had learned the Sword of the Immortals technique, and that the broken weapon was merely a prototype. Mulan considered moving closer, realizing that avoiding an opponent wielding a lethal technique taught only to holy heretics would be futile. Both women engaged in relentless combat, neither giving any respite. Xiu pushed herself to exploit her superior four-star equipment. Aware that an excellent ally, Lin Huang, would soon arrive, Mulan decided to hold her ground, knowing that approaching the high-ranking fighters could interfere with her comrade's impending surprise attack. She finally understood Xiu's delay tactics and decided to bring Lin Huang along, even if it meant risking a blow from a formidable weapon. As the deadly technique closed in, it seemed inevitable that a life would be lost. Just in time, Lin Huang summoned a tyrant, which managed to repel the powerful strike, though with minor injuries. Mulan checked on her comrade to assess his condition and offer assistance, but he insisted that he didn't need help yet. He prepared himself for a solo battle, supported by his summoned monster. Xiu hovered above them, visibly surprised by the protagonist's solid defense and the tyrant's ability to withstand the power of such an overwhelming opponent. However, her mood shifted as she found the idea of a silver-ranked summoner commanding a twice-mutated monster intriguing. Determined to take the situation seriously, Xiu raised her weapon above her head, initiating the formation of various phenomena around her. The moment to reveal her true power approached. Subsequently, the ground beneath Lin and his comrade began to crumble, as if a powerful earthquake had struck, leaving a deep impression where they once stood. The upheaval left a massive hole in the ground. Lin Huang couldn't understand why he couldn't withstand such immense pressure, causing the earth to give way beneath him. Mulan identified the powerful equipment as the royal relic, the Scythe of God's Harvest. Mulan realized that she, unable to match the power of the excellent ranked opponent, was essentially facing her death. Lin Huang, however, remained clueless about the nature of Xiu's mysterious weapon, as he had never encountered anything like it before. Xiu prepared to unleash the full power hidden within her weapon, explaining that it was a relic of the highest order, a weapon only a few could master. Wearing a triumphant smile, she intended to showcase the most captivating aspect of the artifact. With an aura unknown to onlookers enveloping her, she explained that the technique could cut through anything. She then hurled the Scythe of God's Harvest toward Lin Huang and his comrade, intending to eliminate those who had exposed her true identity. Trembling and weakened, Mulan positioned herself to shield Lin Huang, placing herself directly in his path. She then charged into the heat of battle, positioning herself a bit farther away from him, giving herself more opportunities to protect him. Using her family's inherited weapon, she erected a small barrier. As Xiu's scythe made contact, in her effort to gain the upper hand, a surge of magical energy emanated from the sky, overwhelming anyone in its path. Miraculously, Mulan managed to evade the strike zone, leaving behind a cloud of dust. As the dust cleared, Lin Huang desperately sought ways to assist the fourth examiner. Xiu reappeared, now exuding even more malevolent energy. She continued her relentless assault, attempting to dismantle Mulan's armor, and taunted them about the worth of a living gold-rank hunter versus a deceased one. Mulan refused to surrender to any sect, resolving to face death instead of accepting defeat. Positioned behind the fourth examiner, Lin Huang realized that any movement or monster summoning would lead to their immediate demise. Additionally, Xiu could easily dispatch them with a single swing of the Scythe of God's Harvest, even shattering the treasured Sea Abyss sword that belonged to Mulan's family. Suddenly, a massive spear hurtled down from the sky at incredible speed, leaving them little time to react. Xiu had to use a technique to reduce unnecessary harm, as the spear's impact generated immense energy. Mulan recognized the spear's owner and called him Uncle. Lin Huang struggled to recall their previous encounter. Disbelief set in for Mulan as she realized the situation was dire, with only seconds to spare. The spear's power was far beyond what an ordinary Hunter Association member could wield. While Xiu pondered her next move, A man capable of shattering the earth beneath his feet arrived, wielding the spear linked to Mulan's family. He was a formidable adversary and welcomed the challenge of facing such a strong opponent. Much to the heretic's dismay, Xu descended back to the ground, recognizing the elderly man, which left Lin Huang puzzled. The girl provided a detailed explanation, revealing that the heretic sect had information indicating that Jin was the top candidate for an executive officer position in a certain division. The old man assessed the situation and decided to ask a favor of Xu. Out of respect for him, he asked her to release the innocent individuals. Facing such a powerful hunter, one capable of thwarting their plans to capture exam participants, Xu realized that any action would inevitably lead to an organizational conflict. With no other choice, Xu reluctantly complied with Jin's request. Using a special technique, she partially opened a spatial portal to exit without unnecessary conflict. However, before leaving, she turned for one last glance at her opponents, unable to accept her defeat. The realization of her failure to achieve her objectives for the first time filled her with rage. Eventually, the spatial portal fully opened, allowing her to gradually vanish. As Xu disappeared, Lin Huang watched the spot from which she had departed, bewildered by her sudden change in demeanor. Mulan, relieved to have been saved by Jin's timely arrival, no longer needed to resort to desperate measures. Shuangyan affectionately patted his niece on the head, pleased that they had survived and successfully resisted the most powerful heretic organization which wielded the highest-ranking relic. Jin acknowledged that the current situation was still less than ideal and ordered everyone to return to camp, giving them a chance to rest before facing more significant challenges. Upon returning, the group was provided with cots to relax on during the suspension of the exam while they awaited further instructions. Inside one of the tents, Lin Huang and He discussed their fortunate survival against such a formidable opponent. At Lin Huang's request, He retrieved a list of all 95 cards, each with unique names and abilities. Upon examining the list, they found several cards with unfamiliar abilities, including one for teleportation, a temporary summoning card, and a one-time skill card that allowed them to seal an opponent's skill for later use. The most intriguing card summoned a random monster for a limited duration. They were delighted by the good cards they had obtained, choosing to overlook the risks of the test card, which carried the danger of death in the real world if defeated within its space.